Hi, everybody. Welcome. This is the Love Crafts live stream. We're hosting a all-day craft along, and I am so excited to be here with you. Basically, as you know, we've been getting farther and farther away from our crafty friends during this past over a year now. Um, and so it's really exciting to be able to have this YouTube live platform, which I did not know was possible, that now you can craft along with me. I have some friends that will be stopping in over the next 6 hours, but I will be here for 6 full hours and I will be knitting. I will also be maybe attempting my first ever embroidery hoop. So we'll see if I end up feeling brave enough for that. But you come in, you are free to come in at any time, drop in, drop out, come with your crafts, come join me and craft along. I am here with Love Crafts, but I am Alix. I'm sure you can see that from the video. My name is Alix. I am the owner and operator of I Run This Knit, which is a little knitting brand that I've created for myself. I am a knitwear designer. I am an avid knitter. I know how to crochet, but I don't often crochet. Sorry to the crocheters. I love what you do. It's too difficult for me, frankly. And I am a master's student. I live in the US. Hello to everyone joining from the UK. I know it's a little bit more manageable of a time, so I'm assuming I'll have some of my UK friends will come in earlier in the day and some of the US friends will come in later in the day. But thank you for being here. I will be making along with you. There should be on your screen, there should be a chat function. I believe that if you type into the chat, I should be able to see it. So in every 20 minutes or so, I'll check the chat, put any questions you have in there, come say hi. I see Wallace says hi. Welcome. Thank you for being here. So excited to have you here. Let me know what crafts you're working on and we'll get going. I do want to start by showing you what I currently have on the docket for today. I was able to order some Love Crafts house yarns for today, so I can show them off to everyone. Paintbox is one of their house yarns that I use all the time. I've used this chunky acrylic, 100% acrylic before for a sweater that I really loved. I ended up giving it to my mom because the actual sweater I didn't like very much, but I loved working with the yarn. And my mom loved that sweater. She is very lucky to have a daughter who knits because she gets a lot of sweaters from it. But I'll be working with that on a Two of Wands pattern. Two of Wands just released a recent collection. She's one of the pattern designers you can find on Love Crafts, very prolific pattern designer, Alexi. She just released a new collection in the last couple months, and there's a quilted jacket, or it looks quilted, that is a knitted quilted jacket, I guess, that I am absolutely in love with. So I have that pattern you can find on Love Crafts. I'm working on it now. It has this bobble stitch that I've never done before that I just learned how to do via YouTube. You can also learn how to do all these skills on lovecrafts.com. But I just learned how to do this. So I'll be working on that with you. I also got this gorgeous Debbie Bliss is another one of the house yarns. This is a merino and cashmere blend. It's wool, cashmere, and acrylic blend. It's a gorgeous olive that I'm very excited about. And I am making a cabled vest that has a diamond in the middle, a few cables. There's this like cute little chunky cable that I've never done a chunky cable like that. And I see it all over Instagram and I always wanted to. So I'm glad I am able to do that. I'm working off of a pattern. Let me see if I can find the name of the pattern. It's called the Lana vest, and it is from Irene Lynn, who is another very prolific designer that you can find all of her patterns on Love Crafts. So I'm working up that. I got Debbie Bliss also the cotton line. So I have my cotton DK. I have this like main green color and then a contrasting white because I'm hoping to do a little summer t-shirt and put some design on it with the white, but I haven't thought about that yet. This was a project I have not started. The other two I have started. It's called the Classic Tee from Darling J'adore, who is another prolific pattern designer that you can find all over Lovecrafts. And she has what I realized later was a top-down raglan pattern. So I'm going to decide during this live stream probably, if I'm going to be putting the design straight onto, if I'm going to, once I separate for the sleeves, also knit the front and back and panels instead of knitting in the round, so I can use Intarsia to put a design in, or I'll decide if I want to add it with duplicate stitch later. So that is something that I'm planning to do in the next 6 hours. You'll get to see from I can't make a shirt in 6 hours. Man, I wish I could. But I will do the gauge swatch while I'm on here, and I will start a shirt. So anyone who wants to start a project with me, go through those with me. That would be really fun. I also bought these sock yarns, and these are from the Yarn Collective, which is a very nice, I don't know how to say that, but it's like, it feels luxe, maybe luxe. It's like a luxury brand that comes through Lovecrafts. It is 100% superwash wool. I got the most gorgeous Slytherin colors, I'm just realizing. That doesn't mean anything. I'm not a Slytherin. No shade to anyone who is. But I got these most gorgeous colors. I have to figure out what to do with them. I did end up, there's a bunch of really amazing sock patterns that you can find. If you go to lovecrafts.com, you go to their patterns, you can go by project, so you can filter out by socks. I get a little overwhelmed when I think about socks because I only recently became a sock knitter in the last couple months. So yeah, I haven't decided yet what I'm going to do with these, but I am very excited about them because they are so soft. I love that they are hanged up like this. That also gives it very much like a hand-dyed luxury feel. So, and they're really so soft. I'm really excited about them. As is this, this green is so soft. I don't think it's a mistake because I really am excited about knitting this, but I did make the mistake of choosing like a pretty mind involved cable pattern. So I don't think I'm going to be doing a ton of this while I'm talking to you all because it does involve me counting every row just in this section, just in the diamond section, because the cables follow a pattern, as you can see, but the diamond, I still haven't. Sometimes, you can figure out the cable pattern and you can start doing without looking at the pattern. For the diamonds, I still have to count every row to figure out where those pearls go. So this might be one that I don't work on too much today, but I'm really excited to have you all here again. Thank you for joining. Wow, thank you so much for putting comments and questions in the chat. So excited to say hi again to Walla from Saudi Arabia. I would love to start sewing. My birthday was a couple weeks ago and I bought myself a sewing machine. So I will be heavily using Lovecrafts, their like community section and their tutorials page to learn how to, I think I'll start with alterations. I'm not really at the point, I don't know how to sew. So I'm not going to just jump in with the pattern. I think that probably wouldn't be wise. Hi, Debbie. Welcome. I love to hear that you're trying to knit because I do love being able to do both. But yeah, crocheting feels so complicated for me. And I know I do encourage, like when I have a lot of friends who I teach how to knit, and I do have a lot of friends who find knitting, the mechanics of knitting to be very unwieldy. And in that case, I do encourage that they try crochet because I still want them to be able to make garments and make things with their hands. And then vice versa. I know so many knitters like myself who crochet is just like, I feel I can do it. I can follow a crochet pattern. I do not find it to be very easy. So always like major respect for people who find crocheting to be, all my friends who argue with me that crocheting is easier. I have a lot of respect for those people. I obviously argue that knitting is easier, but it's because it's what I prefer to do. So I'm glad to hear that you're learning how to knit. Hopefully there are a lot of tutorials on Love Crafts. I hope that that's helping. The hardest part is letting go of that first project and knowing that it's going to be imperfect. That's what I have to recommend. You'll find out soon, but I spent a lot of time. I've spent a lot of time teaching my friends how to knit during this pandemic. I have a friend who will be coming on later today who lives in Germany. She's from my hometown in Massachusetts, but she lives in Germany. So we always interact virtually. But I did virtually teach her how to knit over the last year, and she's become a incredibly prolific knitter. So she'll come on here and talk about what it was like to learn virtually, which is, I know, the case for a lot of people. A lot of people have been picking up knitting during the pandemic, or crocheting, or making of any kind. And it is a weird world to be learning that way, because it feels like this kind of making is so important to do in person and to teach in person. So I want to say hello to Rachel. Thank you for joining. Hello to Nashville. I'm going back to Nashville one day, I hope. I've been there once and it's a really great city. So I'm happy to hear that you're from such a sweet place. I do not prefer bulkier yarn, but I think that's a loaded question. It does look like, so I bought 3 DK yarns, a full bulky sweater quantity, and fingering weight yarn. I have found that most of the projects I've been working on recently have been DK and fingering weight. And when I'm looking at my stash, it's like right at my eye level, because I have it all set up in a rainbow. Most of the yarns that I have are DK and fingering. I have very few bulky yarns. I love to work with bulky yarns. I love how fast my projects go, but I guess I would say that I don't really have a preference, except that I tend to use DK weight or fingering weight the most often. But on the flip side, I'm making my mom a birthday sweater with fingering weight yarn, and her birthday was in January. And I have not really been working on it, because there is something so nice about working with bulky yarn, especially for sweaters, for garments. And it just, it plugs along. It gets you going very quickly. So that's a great question. Thank you for popping it in the chat. Again, if anyone has questions that I can answer, even questions that I can't, pop them in the chat. I'm going to talk through what I'm currently doing. So I'm working on this. This is the 2 of Wands pattern. There's this thing called the bobble stitch, potentially, or the bubble stitch. This one's on me. I really should know. But it is what makes up this pattern. Is like a gorgeous, looks like a quilted, like knee-length duster jacket, open cardigan jacket. And it has these like bobbles all up the sweater that makes it look very quilted. You can see, I think, yeah, you can see them pretty well, actually. And I am just in awe of how that happens. Turns out there's not a huge secret to it. It's like a interesting technique, but it's not super difficult. So I highly recommend everyone. I'm sure there's a Love Crafts tutorial if you look up bubble stitch, or maybe bobble. But it's very exciting to be able to learn new techniques over the internet. My grandmother is a knitter. She taught me how to knit when I was 7. And I do tell her so often, she'll call me and have something, like have a troubleshooting question that she wants help with. And I'll have to be like, Grandma, you gotta just go on the internet and see if you can find the answer, because over the phone, I'm not going to be able to help you with this problem. I'm so sorry. So it is really amazing to think that not only is that something that's available to us, but in this time, in this COVID time where we have had so little opportunities for human interaction, people are still able to be picking up these amazing like crafting skills because of how much there is available on sites like Love Crafts, where there's like this active community that you can go to for help. There's the active community, there's like a bunch of tutorials. It's really amazing. And there's something obviously to be said for being taught how to knit or crochet in person. And there's a really sweet quality to that too. Like pre-pandemic, I was living in France. I was teaching there. And I was living and I had 5 friends and I taught 4 of them how to knit. One of them had absolutely no interest, but over a year's period, I like went through like 4 friends and we did all of the beginner projects together. And now they're all making garments and thriving, and contrasting that to like teaching my friend who will come on later via Zoom and trying to be like, can you see like what's on my, or I'd set up my phone, like I'd put it like here and try to get a video of my hands just so she would see what's going on. And so it's a little dystopian to think about how that works, but it does work. I'm really glad that's something that exists. If you were wondering, so normally I am able to knit and interact. For this bubbles that you create, there's a technique where you're dropping down each stitch. So I'm literally dropping a stitch down 4 rows and then picking it back up again, and that's what creates the bobble. And so that is why I keep looking down at my work to make sure that I'm dropping for 4 rows and not for 3. God forbid I do it for 3 instead of 4. I don't know, I'm sure it would look fine, but it wouldn't look right. I'd love to know actually, people in the chat, are you the kind of makers who, when you notice like a ways away, like maybe you worked halfway through a project and you realized like 4 hours ago that you made a mistake? Are you a knitter or a crocheter or a maker who will like undo what you've done so far and then redo it? I think I am for sure like a perfectionist. It's very important to me that it is like done perfectly because I know that it can be. And so for a lot of my I'm a frogging queen. Like I will really redo an entire garment. If I try it on, for example, I got a kit from a company that is not Love Crafts, and it came with a pattern, and I did the whole pattern and I seamed it together and it didn't fit. It wasn't like it straight up just didn't fit on my body. I don't know whose body it was supposed to fit for. So I ended up, I cried because I had spent so much time on it. Cried a little bit, put it in a closet for maybe like 2 or 3 weeks, and then took it out again, frogged the entire thing, and redid it, but from my own head. I like tried to just do the MacGyver the pattern from my own head. And it came out amazing. And it's one of my favorite garments that I have. And I'm so happy that I did that, because if I didn't, it would still be sitting in my closet. And I wouldn't, it was specifically for that instance, it was the kind of thing where it wasn't like, oh, it fits a little weird, but like, I'll keep it this way, and then I still wouldn't wear it because it fits a little weird. But this was straight up like, could not get my arms in the holes. Like it didn't work at all. But yeah, I'm seeing that a lot. Yeah, everyone in the chat also frogs things, which is great. I like the idea of taking a little bit of a little rest before restarting too. Sometimes I think that's the biggest thing, is that for me, it's very much about the process of knitting. I'm such a process knitter. And I think that's why like I am a knitter who has legitimately 12 or 15 whips going at once. Like I always have projects that are half completed that who knows when I'm going to complete, but it's not really the important thing to me, is not completing the project. It's that I just like I have things that fit my mood. So like my cable vest that I'm working on, for example, like when I'm listening to an audiobook, that's what I'm going to be working on. Or like I love to have a pair of really easy socks. That's like my travel project for, when I travel again one day. But yeah, I'm much more a process knitter than a finished product knitter. So knowing that like I could redo it and fix something, it's never like, oh, I'm so eager to get this off my needles, even though that's obviously, I mean, I think everyone feels that way. Like you've been working on something that, especially for yourself, that you're just like excited about, you really want to get it off your needles. But yeah, just being willing to frog something is definitely, I don't know, I have to ask, actually. I have to see how other people are. Everyone who is here is the same as me, that they would frog something if there's a mistake. I wonder how other people feel about it. I want to say hi to everyone. Rach, I love that Rachel just started knitting and is now addicted to knitting socks. I really I have been knitting for, this is the hard math part that I can never do. I've been knitting for 18 years. 18 years. I started when I was 7. Oh, wow. 19 years. I started when I was 7. And I started knitting socks 2 years ago. I think I knit one pair of socks. It was heinous, just like really bad. Was like, why would anyone ever want to make socks? Put it aside. Came back to sock knitting during the pandemic. Again, heinous. Was like, why would anyone want to do this? This is when I started to get into fingering weight yarn, actually. So I was like, I really want to be able to use these single skeins to make socks. Of course, that's what the skeins are for. Like these absolutely luscious, what is it? The Yarn Collective, right? Yeah, the Yarn Collective. It's the Lovecraft's house brand that does like luxury fingering weight. So good. This deserves to be a sock. Like it deserves to shine in the way that only socks can shine. Hate it. And then very, very recently, I finally found out that for me, and so part of the issue is that I would gauge swatch and it still wouldn't work. I would spend so much time, and really for a lot of it, like you have to turn the heel and then get onto the foot. And then when you try it on and you're like, wow, this doesn't fit, it's so disappointing because you spent so much time on it. It's so disappointing. And so finally, recently, truly in the last like 2 months, I found out that personally, I need to have 52 stitches on US 1 needles, and it's the perfect sock for me. And now I'm just like sock frenzy. Like all I want to do is make socks, because now I know how to make socks to fit me, because it was so frustrating to keep making socks. And then one of the things is like for garments, I do this a lot, actually, talking about frogging or leaving. Almost always, if a garment doesn't fit me, I just give it to someone who it would fit. Like I have a lot of people in my life who are a smaller size than me, a lot of people in my life who are a larger size than me, a lot of people who are taller or shorter. Like if there's something wrong with a garment, I can find someone to give it to as a gift, and it will make their day and it will be really sweet. And so it doesn't really bother me to gift a garment that like I had wanted for myself, but like now it's going to go to someone else because it's going to fit them more and they're going to wear it more. And that doesn't bother me. With the socks, I don't know anyone with smaller feet than me. Not that I have very small feet. It's just that like everyone in my family has the exact same size feet as me. So like that's a no-go. And then it's like always a weird problem where it's like, oh, well, it's not just like, I didn't just knit the size up, so I just give it to someone who has bigger feet than I do. It's like, I knit the size up, but like there's a weird tension problem and the heel isn't turned correctly. And so I would just always be frogging like that. And that was where the frustration came in with me, was that like I would always be having to frog it. So I got really frustrated. But now that I know the sweet spot of the number of stitches that I need plus the needle size that I need, then I'm good. And now I can finally follow patterns, because I was following patterns and trying to do the gauge swatches and it was never working out right. And so now I know like I'm just picking the closest, the size with the closest number of stitches to the stitches that I know are perfect for myself. Why is this? I don't know if this is correct. I think I probably messed up while I was talking to you. 1, 2, 3. Mom, what are you going to do? I'm not going to stop and look at this in the middle of this. I'm going to read the chat instead. Thank you, Paula. This is a sweater that there's like my favorite things knitwear. I feel ambivalent about their patterns in general, just because they're normally not as size inclusive as other patterns. I made this before. That was something that I was looking for. in patterns, but they do have an amazing, like really basic top-down raglan pattern. And so I modified it obviously to put the baubles in, and I made it short sleeve, and I really love it for, no, I did this correctly. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. I really do love it for being able to wear it. I was thinking, yes, I could be wearing a sweater, but wouldn't it be fun and fancy if I wore a shirt? And the only other like knitting shirts I have, which I have a lot of them, are like very tight crop tops that are meant to be worn under things. So this was my option, but I'm glad that you like it. Let me see what else is in there. Taking some rest. Do I use lifelines on the more complicated patterns? I've never used a lifeline before. I didn't know what a lifeline was until very recently. And I think that part of this is because while I've been knitting for like a really large amount of my life, I was a kid, I was 7 when I started, and I basically made scarves and hats and blankets through college. So like up until 3 years ago, I wasn't making any garments. So for the majority of my like knitting career, I don't know how to call it, my life of knitting, I was not making complicated things. I wasn't even really like, when I say I was making blankets, I mean like I was making large scarves. I'd never done color work before. I could learn new techniques, and I like did a fisherman's rib blanket, which felt very like exciting and complicated at the time when I was in college. But I had never done anything that was really complicated. And so I jumped in with more complicated stuff only a few years ago. Didn't know what a lifeline was until like 6 months ago. I do think that threading a lifeline, if I ever was doing lace, would be really, really important to me. But as it stands, I don't knit things that I can't unravel. I've gotten, because I frog almost every project at least once, I frog a section of it, I've gotten really good at picking up stitches. And so I've never used a lifeline. I think, again, like if I worked on something with lace, I really should use a lifeline. Where it's bit me in the butt is that like when I do sometimes use lace, and I do sometimes make mistakes on it, and I have to just unravel the entire thing, which is very frustrating. Or I should be doing this. I was working on a brioche sweater, a 2-color brioche sweater recently that was a gift for a friend. And when you drop a brioche stitch by accident, or like drop one of the bars, and you notice a couple rows later, it is absolutely a nightmare. Like it is my least favorite knitting thing in the whole world, to try to like reverse engineer putting the stitch back where it goes, so that you don't have like a little hole, and no one else would notice, but it's important to me. And so now that you say that, yes, I should, when I'm making another one for myself of those brioche sweaters, and I absolutely have to put lifelines in there, because for brioche especially, it's like it's a pain in the butt. It's so difficult to try to fix. I just am reading the chat. Thank you everyone for being here, for putting in your comments and your questions. It's so much fun to interact. I am sure you've noticed that first, I'm only periodically reading the chat, but also maybe you haven't noticed, but I am like 5 or 6 seconds behind you. So it's very funny for me to say something and then 10 seconds later see it pop up in the chat. So that's why I'm a little behind, but I'm reading what Rachel said about socks. So my first pattern, I'd only ever done cuff down socks as well. I did one pair of toe up for the first time that I really enjoyed. And years ago, my grandma, when I knit my first sock, even though it didn't go well, my grandma got me a book called Socks from the Toe Up, which I'm really excited about using now that I feel more comfortable knitting socks. But yeah, I really do. I currently prefer toe down socks, just because almost every single sock I've made is toe down, and I feel really comfortable doing like a reinforced heel from my head, or doing you can do an after all thought heel either way. But I'm not really sure about heels for the toe up. I've only tried one kind. I think that you can do a reinforced toe up. the mechanics of it are a little bit fuzzy for me, which also, speaking of this bobble stitch, every single time, I don't know if this is just me, but every single time I learn a new technique, I have like this moment where I'm like, who thought of this? Where are they? How did they think of it? Can I thank them for it? Like, there's so many techniques. Some like learning something like the I-cord edge. When I learned that, and I'm still thinking about it, I'm like, who figured this out? They are a genius, and they should be compensated for their work. I know knitting is not the kind of thing that you can like get a copyright or a patent for, but it feels really amazing to be knitting when we are. I know that there have been periods through history where knitting has been really influential. And my best friend got me a book for my birthday called People Knitting, and it's all old photographs from 1920 to 1960, I believe, in the US of people knitting. So it's really cool. There's a lot of wartime knitting, of course. It's really cool to see like the communal knitting aspect and all of the kids knitting throughout history. And I think that it feels to me, and maybe it's just because it's what I'm interacting with, but it feels to me like knitting is having like a heyday or like a resurgence, especially during the pandemic. I'm not sure if anyone else is seeing this, but when we're looking at Instagram, looking at this knitting community online, like so many people have joined the community in the last few years. And I joined just before the pandemic, like 6 months before the pandemic. So I wasn't like really entrenched in it when knitting started getting pandemic popular. So I don't have as good of a handle on it, but my friends who had been there around longer have assured me that it really like the knitting community has just absolutely taken off. I'm sure Lovecrafts has some data on this about how steadily their followers grew at the beginning or a few months into the pandemic, because they do so many services and resources for bringing new people into crafting, giving them like tools and tips and tricks to get started. But it feels like the community has grown exponentially. And I see so many people, especially on Instagram, who just learned how to knit in the past year, and they're like creating patterns. And yeah, it's really exciting. I'm really glad that everyone is here, and I'm glad that there's this huge movement. It's very important to me, obviously, but I'm glad that there's this huge movement that seems like it's aimed at people who knit or crochet. Again, I'm putting them in a different place because crochet has always been cool, in my opinion. Like granny squares are very hip and fashionable, and like crocheted garments have always been very cool, but knitted garments haven't always been so cool. And I think that recently there's been this huge push on like knitting is really cool, and we can do really cool things with knitting. We can make really cool things. And I love to see that. Obviously, that's what inspired. I don't know if I should go and get it. Maybe not. Maybe I'll get it later in the stream. But that's what inspired my pop art cardigan. I have the cardigan that really launched me into the knitting circle, where more people knew about me, was this cardigan that I made that has a huge cartoon pop art style crying face on the back that I did. It was my first Intarsia project. I love Intarsia. That's why I'm planning on working up some of that while I'm here. But yeah, that was the face that launched 1,000 ships, or whatever the expression is from the Trojan War. But that was something that was like very important to me, to like show people that knitting was cool, to show people who I knew personally who are not interested whatsoever in the crafting world that like, yeah, okay, I knit, and I don't think it's a bad thing to knit uncool things too, although everything that people knit is cool as heck. Everything is cool. Just being able to make your wardrobe is cool. But it was very important for me to be able to like show people who didn't really value knitting or crafting that, yeah, I'm making really cool things. I'm making very fashion forward things, like this bauble from Two of Wands, which I'm going to show you again because I've just done the second row of baubles and I am so excited about it. It is honestly and truly easier than it looks. I think it's called the bubble stitch. I don't know. Yeah, I really don't know. I wish I could help on that. While I'm, in this place where I'm taking a little bit of a break from that, this is how now you can see an artist at work. This is how I do my real life. I have 2 started projects and 1 to be started project sitting next to me in bed, because that's where I do everything in my life, is sitting in my bed. And I am going to jump from one project to the other. So while we're at the beginning, I know we're still in the first hour, I do want to start swatching so I can be working on this sweater from start to finish. Again, sorry, not to finish. I am absolutely not finishing a full sweater on a live stream. It's only 6 hours. But I am going to be swatching. So what I'm making right now, it's from Darling J'adore. It is on the Lovecrafts pattern library. It's like a very classic tee. It's like a really nice cotton summer tee that I'm hoping to put a design on the front. I'm going to get to that when I get to that. But for now, I'm going to take the needles that I'm supposed to be using. Frequently in my knitting life, I have to size down for needles because I knit incredibly loosely. It's not impossible that I find a designer who also knits loosely, and so my gauge matches pretty well, but I knit really loosely. So I used to not gauge swatch. I actually didn't know what gauge swatching was. And now that I do, it's really like changed. It's changed so much, like how I create garments. Because, I only started making garments a few years ago, and the first 10 garments that I made were a little off because my gauge was off. And luckily, because of the way that like I knit really loosely, so it was always too big, which is fine because it means I can still keep it and wear it, especially like the earlier projects that I'm so attached to. But man, and I didn't know anything about construction at the time. So one of the first sweaters I ever did was the Ski Lodge sweater from Erin Beth. And it's a really interesting sweater construction. I actually don't see it very often, where you do the sleeves up to the armpit, you do the body up to the armpit, you join in the round, and you decrease along the raglan seams. And I didn't understand what it was. So I would have been able to fix it really easily if I had known. The body was fine. The sleeves were like 3 inches too short, like really way too short. I ended up leaving that sweater in France by accident, which I'm really sad about actually, because I still wore it all the time, even though the sleeves were too short and it was ridiculous looking, but I still wore it all the time because it was my first big sweater that I made. But yeah, I learned how to gauge swatch since then, and I hate it. I hate gauge swatching. I feel like it takes time that I don't want to do, and I never ever make a full swatch, and I never cut it and block it because I'm lazy, I guess, which isn't great, but I do gauge swatch now before picking the needles that I'm going to use. And so for this, it's supposed to be 21 stitches is 4 inches or 10 centimeters. I'm just going to count 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 21. Okay, I'm just going to, as my lazy gauge swatch that I love so much, I'm just going to knit a few rows and then measure it. This is part of the thing that like launched me into knitting gauge swatches. This is not as much like a pattern gauge swatch, but I started to improvise my own sweaters once I really understood the construction of sweaters, which is so much fun. I really love like making my own sweaters. And if you go to my Instagram, it's I Run This Knit, you can see that I have up in my highlights, there's a scrap along highlight. And there's a thing that I did last summer that I am hoping to do again this fall. I mean, I'm definitely going to do it. I'm hoping people will join. But the idea is that I talk everyone through mixing weights, different yarn weights, mixing different fibers, mixing different colors. And we all take all of our scraps from the year and we create a sweater together. And it's a way to talk, especially to talk people through how to improvise a sweater to make one that fits them to their exact measurements, if that's what they're doing, or if fits them to the exact ease that they want it to be. And so I talk through all of those steps on my Instagram, and that's something that you can look at anytime, even if it's not the scrap along. The fun part about doing it with other people is just that. It's just the reason that this live stream is happening. It's just fun to feel like you're making friends and doing something alongside other people. So stay tuned for that, for joining that. But something that's really exciting about it is showing people just how easy it is to improvise a knitted pattern and make your own sweater. And that's why I started doing real gauge swatches. I was swatching the combination of 3 strands together of random yarn that I had that I was trying to use up and turning that into a sweater. So that was exciting. This looks like it's going to be more than 4 inches, and I am going to have to size down. But we'll do a few more rows. I know you can't tell anything after the first row. We'll do a few more rows, and then I'll scamper off to my knitting corner where I have extra needles. I live in a teeny tiny room, which I love so much because I love being cozy. But my room is mostly storage. I just have like my bed. I don't have a dresser. I don't have a desk or anything. My room is mostly storage, and there's just like a big wall of rainbow yarn that is getting me along. And then under the rainbow yarn is where I have all of my needles. So we'll take a look at that if this doesn't end up panning out. Thank you to everyone who has joined us recently and is just listening to me chat. I would love to hear what everyone is working on. Yes, it's more than 4 inches. So I am going to, a girl that I did not know organized this swap with a bunch of other people I did not know, who I obviously know now. I'm very good friends with. And the one thing that I requested, my swap person was a sewer. So I was like, oh man, like I signed up thinking, because I used to dye yarn, or I periodically dye yarn. And I was thinking, oh, I can just send my hand dyed yarn out and that'll be a really easy swap. And when I got matched with the sewer, I was like, oh my God, what am I supposed to do? I don't even know what sewing stuff to buy for someone. Turns out no one had ever made her a hand knit object. So I actually knitted her a sweater, and she made me this amazing case with like a little Halloween pattern on the front. And it has all of my needles in it. And the needles are theoretically supposed to be organized. I don't even want to show you all what it looks like because it's embarrassing. But I'm going to pull out the next 2 sizes down to try, because I do not feel great about the possibility of the next size down working. There's 2 sizes down that I'm willing to try, and then we'll see. So I'll gauge swatch a second time. I just changed to live chat to make sure I'm catching all the messages. In 15 minutes, the absolutely lovely Marian, who many of you will know as the podcast host, the Love Crafts podcast host, will be joining me. So good news, you won't have to hear just my voice anymore. Better news, you get to hear a great British accent and not an American accent, which my friend from Nashville, I'm sure that doesn't bother you, the American accent, but I don't have if you're surrounded by like amazing Nashville accents too, I feel bad that I can't compete with that. I have a very New England accent, but that's that. Now I'm getting to the rambling stage. Let me talk to you all about any questions people have before I get into just thinking of things to talk about, because I will just think of things to talk about and just talk for 6 straight hours. I'm glad that I'm not doing that for everyone else's sake. Taking some of the monotony out of it. I'm going to count this though, and then see if anyone has anything that they want to talk about. 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 19. Okay, so for anyone who joined, I am going to be starting a new project through the live stream, just like going through the steps that it takes to start a new project. I'm going to be making this like cotton summer tee. And I just gauge swatched on US 6 needles and they were too big. So, or the swatch was too big. So I now switched to US 5 needles. I'm going to see if that makes a difference. I'm anticipating potentially not. And if that's the case, I'll do one more swatch with US 4 needles and then I'll take it from there and see how I'm feeling about it. I do knit. I want to know, I feel bad because I know that not everyone on here is a knitter, but for anyone who is noticing, I do knit European style. My grandma knits European style, which is funny because I actually knit American style for the majority of my life. I only learned how to knit European style a couple years ago. Absolutely changed my life. Like I love knitting American style and I loved doing it, and it was fairly quick. I was able to do it very quick. I didn't have to look at my fingers the whole time. Like I felt really comfortable knitting that way. I just pulled all the stitches out. What's new? I felt very comfortable knitting that way, but I wanted to get something else to try. And so I tried knitting European style. And I did fall in love with that. I like for stranded color work, like I made my first pair of mittens. And for making 2 color mittens, you hold 1 strand English style or European style, and then you hold 1 strand American style. And so I love being able to do the both of them. I always whip out the American style knitting when I'm doing something complicated. So if I'm like knitting 2 together at the end of the row and it's just not working, I'll switch to American style for that. But I do love knitting this style. And funnily enough, I didn't know that my grandma knit this style, even though my ancestry, I'm of European ancestry. And so her mother, who taught her, was Russian and taught her the Russian way to knit. And when I figured that out a couple years ago, I was like, Grandma, why didn't you teach me European style? It's faster, it's better for your hands. I don't know why you taught me American style. And she was like, you were 7. I tried to teach you European style, and American style was just easier for you to grasp. So that's what we had to do. Which is something I never knew. I thought that my grandma knitted the same way I did. I didn't even think about it. I thought she knitted the same way I did. And I didn't think very much about how I've taught everyone that I've taught how to knit. I've taught them American style because of that. And then after they do 3 projects, I teach them how to do European style and give them the option to do one or the other. And I think that is the way to go. I'm happy with doing it that way. I truly wonder if European style is that much more difficult to learn, but I've never tried, I've never tried teaching anyone. I've never had a real issue where like, because I'm teaching adults, I've never had an issue where picking it up would be difficult, although I have no idea for kids with fine motor skills. Definitely doing the American style feels like it would be easier for them. So it makes a lot of sense to me. But yeah, I knit European style. I knit very quickly. That's why I'm able to get so many things done. I am checking this gauge, this little gauge strip again. I'm feeling very pessimistic about it being the right number of inches. Well, it's so off. It's like not even funny. It's like 5 instead of 4 inches. It actually got bigger when I went down a needle size. I don't know how that happens. It feels like it happens a lot to me. I don't know if it's just me. I'm not sure. I think what I'm going to do, again, if someone is let me check something. I'm not sure. if I should. Okay, I'm gonna keep talking just in case it is still going. The live looks frozen on my end, but I'm sure it will catch up. And all of this, people will have to slough through all of this of me just sitting and thinking. So I've decided that I'm going to, because my swatch is so big, I'm going to stick with the original needle size. No, I'll just stick with this needle size. I like this needle better anyway. I'm going to work with the needle size down, and I'm going to make a size smaller than my normal size. So I'm going to be, oh yeah, okay, I see. I am recently learning how to, I've never live streamed before, which is exciting. But I was gonna, it's very, it's a little eerie to be watching myself. I'm sure anyone else who's live stream understands that now I have to watch myself figuring out what I'm doing. But to recap, I'm sticking with the size, the needle size. You know what? No, I'm not. I'm changing my mind. Isn't this the joys of knitting? It's just so much fun to watch someone change their mind 4 times. I'm going to go down one more needle size. I'm going to swatch on this US 4. And if it works, it works. And if not, I'm going to just knit a different size of the garment. So once again, I'm going to cast on 21 stitches, hope that gives me 4 inches. And if it doesn't, I'll take it from there. It looks like I was frozen for a while and now I'm back. So anyone who is recently joining or is now clued back in now that I'm not frozen anymore, please say hi, join me in the chat. In 5 minutes, we'll be having Marian come on, who is one of the podcast hosts for Love Crafts. She is an absolute joy. I'm really, really looking forward to chatting with her. And not just because I've been talking for a full hour almost, and I am feeling embarrassed about how much I've been talking. Everyone close to me would say that it's nothing new because I talk a lot in real life. Okay, I'm gonna count this before I self-deprecate more. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 21. Perfect. So I'm going to swatch just one more time on these smaller needles. We'll see how it goes. I've made up my mind that these are the needles that I'm sticking with, unless for some reason the swatch is like less than 4 inches, which I can't imagine would happen. I don't know if maybe I'm just like not, I know this is the case. I don't know very much about knitting. I like really love to knit and I do it a lot. So I feel like I seem very good at it, but there's a lot of parts of knitting that I absolutely do not know. And one of them is how, when you get to these smaller needle sizes with yarn, it feels like the difference between I've just gone down a full millimeter in terms of my knitting. And I don't think it's going to make very much of a difference when it comes to the gauge swatch. And it's because the yarn is so thick at this point that it's going to be I can't make the yarn smaller. It's going to go where I'm frustrated. I was like, the yarn is small. The needles are smaller. Like, it doesn't matter if I go down a needle size, the yarn is still going to be the same thickness that it is. It's still going to take up the same amount of space, even if I'm working on little toothpicks. So yes, that's something that if anyone knows more than me, I would love to hear from them about that. But I do not have high hopes for what I really should do is measure it vertically too. For this raglan stitch, I do like, because I am the way I am, when I write my own patterns, I always write it out by measurements and not by rows. That's something I should check in this pattern to see if that's the case. And Marian is here, so I'm going to let her in. This is exciting. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm so good. I'm just gonna, I think I've got you, I think I've got the YouTube live on my channel, so I can hear you twice. Hang on, I'll turn that.
Oh no.
Where are you gone? Lost you. There you are. Hey, Alex. How
Hi.
are you?
Good. How are you? Thank you
I'm
for joining
fine. Oh,
early.
no, I'm glad to join. It's really nice. Like, I'm come and have a little knit with you. I'm working on a sock. I've always got a sock on the go. If you ever listen to the podcast, I'm always talking about socks. This is a lovely big stripy fella. Look at that.
Are you striping it? Is it striping on its own or are you switching the yarns?
No, doing it on its own. I'm quite lazy with socks. I have to be honest. If there's a print yarn, it's got my name on it. So how I can't believe you've been going an hour. You've managed to talk that long.
The
It's
whole
very
time. I
hard.
know.
It's really hard to do that.
I think it's just that periodically I realize that I'm embarrassing myself and I'll take like a 5-second break and then come back.
Not at all. I think it's lovely. I'm just sitting here with a cup of tea because it's a lovely sunny afternoon here in London. Amazingly,
Nice.
which is not normally a very lovely sunny afternoon, but it is. Knitting, doing a bit of work.
What a dream.
What a dream. And yesterday we had recording a podcast with this incredible woman. I've got to tell you about her because she was so exciting. Her name is Sally Coulthard, and she's written this book. I've got it here. As soon as it's here, I've got to show it to you. It's called A Short History of the World According to Sheep. And you know, when you sort of look at the book and you just think, oh, how can a whole book be about sheep? It's not really about sheep. It's about how important sheep have been for us, you know, for the human race since they appeared in prehistoric times. Oh, it is the best book ever. So I really recommend it. It's really, really good. There it is. A Short History of the World According to Sheep. Very,
Sounds
very
amazing.
good. I think it's good. You know, when it gets a knitter, I mean, we love yarn and I love wool.
Me too.
And I know that if you're allergic or you can't do lanolin, that's really tricky. But I love a bit of wool, and so this was just gorgeous. The first yarn craft apparently was felting, and she talks about it in the book. She says that these shepherds, to keep their feet warm, they used to get bits of the fleece and shove it into their shoes. And of course, the more they sort of keep their feet warm, and the more they walked,
Right.
of course, it just felted. So they made felt. So it's sort of like, it's just amazing.
Yeah, that is I gotta read that book. I love nonfiction. It's my favorite genre. So
really?
it's exciting.
She was so exciting to talk to yesterday. She was just lovely. And you can't believe how brilliant sheep are. And she's writing her next book about chickens.
That's amazing.
Who knew? Who knew that sheep and chickens would be so exciting? But yeah.
She has a brand and she sticks with it.
Yeah, she says she likes writing about things that start off as sort of really small subjects that end up being gigantic, which is what happened with sheep. But it's one of those books you think, oh, that looks a bit, what? No, it's just gorgeous. So earlier on, I was listening in a bit, and I heard you talking about the scrap along thing. Mm-hmm. And I think I'm just going to next time you do it, I'm going to have to do it with you. I'm so excited.
I would love that.
Oh my goodness.
I need to make an announcement soon so people can prepare for like a specific month, but I'm thinking the fall.
Yeah, because that's a good time, isn't it, to get, you know, a jumper going, a sweater going. I should say sweater. Jumper, sweater.
I know what you're talking about.
I have fallen in love with, I don't know, you can get this on Lovecrafts, Novita yarn. And this is what I'm using for my socks. And it's wool, but it's Aran worsted weight. So you can make one pair of socks from a ball. Mm-hmm. And it feels quite sort of woolly when you're knitting with it, but once you wash it, and you can wash it and put it in the dryer, and nothing happens to it. It's wool, but it's treated, so it's the best sock yarn ever. And I'm just looking over at my really messy stash over there, thinking, I have too much of this wool.
Oh yeah, I've been getting, so I reorganized my stash so that I was getting frustrated because I had put it in places, like I put it in a bunch of drawers so that it would be nice and stowed away. But then when I was looking for things to make, I was like, I don't know what yarn I have. I don't know what colors I have. And so I ended up putting it all out on display in like a from neutrals and then rainbow. But now every time I look at it, because it's right in my line of sight, I feel so overwhelmed. So I finally made like a list of all of the yarn that I've bought already for specific projects. So I can be like, okay, now when I want to pick up a new project, I can look at my list and be like, okay, I already bought bulky yarn to make this specific sweater and it's right in front of me. And that's what I'm going to pick up.
Oh, do you know, I wish I could be that organized. I'll tell you about the first day I went to work for Lovecrafts. Well, the first day I went to Lovecrafts, it was quite, I mean, we're still, not huge, but quite small. And there was a little office in London then. And now, obviously now New York as well, but this was just in London at the time. And they had a room they used to call Yarnia, which was like a sort of joke on Narnia from The Land of Witch and Wardrobe. And I walked in and just all around, every wall was covered with yarn, just rows and rows and rows and rows and balls of yarn. I just couldn't speak for the first 5 minutes. And I was in the interview trying to focus, and all I could do is I could see some Noro out of the corner of my eye over there, or I could see some skeins of something over there. And I had to say actually to the person who's interviewing me, I'm really sorry. I just have to look at this yarn for a minute. So I always like, most of mine is that's the dog, sorry, Polly. Most of it is like I'm under the bed or hidden away. She's going to bark for a minute. She's seen a bird.
Oh, what kind of dog is she?
Yeah, she's a Jack Russell. Polly.
That's so British.
Jack Russell Terrier. Yeah, I'll show you. Polly, come here. She might not come over here, but she will in a minute. Anyway, she's only 8 months old. She's just got a bit of a bark on her. When she sees a bird, that's it really. Birds.
She's your pandemic puppy.
She is my pandemic puppy. Come here, Paul. Come here. Sorry, I'll come over here. I'll just get her, Alex.
Okay.
Come say hello to Alex and anybody else that's watching.
Oh,
this is Polly.
She's so cute.
And she's a really good girl. She's very good at coming back when you're out on a walk, but not if there's a bird in the garden. Is there, Polly? And then, or any kind of someone in her territory. But luckily, so far, she doesn't seem to much care about balls of yarn.
That's important.
It's important because but she has chewed up a lot of knitting needles.
Oh my God.
And that's that's a bit frustrating.
Yeah.
But so what are you knitting there? What's that you're making?
This is I don't know actually if it's called quilted sweater coat from Two of Wands. It's on Lovecrafts. She released I don't know how designers do that, where they release a collection of 20 patterns.
Oh, I know.
When did you work on these? So yeah, she just came out. This was one of her most recent patterns that she came out with, and I absolutely fell in love with it. And so when I saw that it was available on Lovecrafts, I had a little freak and was like, I have to get it. So I am working on it. I am not sure. It's this bobble thing that I've never done before.
I've lost you a bit there.
Oh no. I've got you.
Back now.
Okay, can you see?
Just came out. This is one of her most recent. Yeah.
Now it's frozen on my end. I know that my end is the end that's going to be on the YouTube.
There we go.
You're back.
You're back. I'm back.
Okay, perfect. Okay, yeah. So it is this.
So tell me, yeah.
It's this bobble stitch.
Oh, I love it.
I've never done it before. It turns out it's so much easier to do than I thought it was. So I'm feeling really happy about that. And I originally was going to keep this for myself as most things go, that I give a lot of gifts to the people in my life. And it really genuinely is that I buy something to make for myself, and then I decide afterwards that I'm going to give it to someone. So this is like my sister's favorite color to wear, and if I can part with it, it's going to go to her.
It is really lovely. I love the color, and I think it's just
It's paint box.
Is it? I often, sorry, I'm just trying to find the comments on here, see if I can see if anyone's left us any comments. I'm often making things for other people.
Yeah.
I very rarely make things for me.
That's nice.
But I don't know if it is nice. I think sometimes I should be brave and just say, right, okay, I'm going to make something for myself, but I'm just rubbish. Now, for some reason, I can't even see these comments. I think I might need sort of super skills.
I have them.
Have you got them?
Oh,
I was going to read some out for you to make your life a bit easier. Oh, I'll find them on my computer and see what I can do. So, you know, this bobble stitch, there was a really nice, in the paint box collection, there was a really nice big sort of cardigan with the bobble stitch. And also there was Tom Daly, who's a swimmer, who we absolutely love.
Oh, we do too. He's very handsome.
He is very handsome. He just released a crochet pattern with us, but he loves knitting and he loves crochet. And so he knitted himself this fantastic bobble stitch sweater vest. And it's round neck, they're sleeveless. And he just looks brilliant in it. You've got to follow his Instagram. He's hilarious. He makes things so fast, but he made this really great sweater vest. So I said, I'm going to make it for my very fashion conscious nephews.
That's amazing. That's so cute.
He's great. But yeah, so I like the bobble stitch. I haven't done it, but I did do a video this week for these little bobbles, which I just think are really cute. There's a new Debbie Bliss collection coming out I think it's out actually, for toddlers. And on one of the collections, there's a pattern called Bobblicious, and it's got such a cute little cardigan, little trousers, and little socks, but they've all got these bobbles on. So we did a little video, so how to do a bobble, just in case people didn't know how to knit a bobble.
That's
so do you
amazing.
have to pick all the stitches up from underneath on the right side?
Yeah, you're dropping for this one. It's knitting 4 below, so you're dropping the stitch 4 rows and then picking it up and knitting from below. It's okay. It's not a lot of work, except that I have to like count and make sure I'm actually going 4.
I mean, that's a really brave thing to be doing on a live feed. I'm just going to drop 4 stitches.
Well, that's why I got this amazing, this is Debbie Bliss. Yeah. This like the cashmere Debbie Bliss to make this cable vest that I am obsessed with. And I like got it started so that I could work on the live. And then I was like, I can't work on this on the live. I have to count. Like I have to be following the pattern.
Yeah, you can't be doing that. Not with cables. Because you're stopping and starting all the time. Just going back to, so I'm jumping about a bit because I'm a bit overexcited. Okay. Going back to Two of Wands, you know, we met at Two of Wands, Alix, I think her name is Alexi, on the podcast.
Really?
And she came on to talk about her stuff. Oh, she's just amazing. I just love the stuff that she, you know, the number of patterns that she produces, like we said earlier, are just incredible. But they're always so they're just so fashionable. They're so perfect of the moment. And you just look at that collection, you know, when a designer puts that collection, you look at it and you just think, oh my God, I want to make all of it.
Yeah.
I think she's so talented.
I agree. She also gives a lot of like, a lot of credence to trying to show people that like, knitwear design is very akin to fashion design.
Yeah.
Where it's like, it's like she's following trends. It's very of the moment. Like everything she makes is super wearable and super fashionable. It feels like fashion design. I know it is, but like people don't see knitwear design as the same as fashion design.
No, which is weird, isn't it? Because I mean, it is really. I mean, and that's what they're doing. They're sort of, you know, we're creating fashion to wear, amazing knitwear to wear. But yeah, she does, and it's. I think her photography is really cool. She just,
Mhm.
and the patterns are very accessible. So when you look at them, even if you're a real beginner knitter, there's something there for you. There's always something in a collection
Yeah.
that you think, yeah, I could manage that. I mean, that, you know, there might be something that's really hard color work or something with like a complicated cable, but there's always something sort of entry level that you can have a go at and feel like you're part of it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
Yeah,
really
it's
that's
amazing.
clever, isn't it? She is good.
And I guess that's why she puts out so many pieces per collection. So it's like it really appeals to all types of knitters and also crocheters. She's like, I see so many
Yeah.
things from her that I'm like, maybe I should crochet.
Do you know what? Crochet is so much fun. I think I was absolutely a knitter and didn't crochet until about 10 years ago. And then I started crocheting, and for a moment there, you know, I felt really guilty about about my knitting needles because I was really, really madly in love with crochet because it's so fast. It's
Yeah.
super fast. Then you can just create things, you know, you've only got one stitch to worry about and you can just fly along. It's really fun. But then in the end, my heart belonged to knitting. And so I find now that I'm in a knitting phase. I can switch, but I'm in a bit of a knitting phase.
I think, yeah, I know how to crochet. So I know that like if I really desperately wanted to make something, I could, but my heart always, I think, is gonna belong to knitting.
Isn't it funny? You kind of stick with the one that you learnt first. But and I remember when I first came to Love Crafts, that we always used to sort of say we would never include a pattern in a roundup that used knitting and crochet together, and there was this sort of real wall between knitters and crocheters, and it was like, oh, you mustn't mix it up because the knitters will get cross and the crocheters will get cross. And we've got to the point now where nobody cares because everybody does both and really
Mhm.
loves both. And there is the first ever pattern, I think, in a paintbox collection that's coming out soon, which is a combination of both.
Oh, that's amazing.
And it is the most, I just saw the pattern this week and it is a gorgeous pattern. Really, really stunning pattern. And so I think it'll be so interesting to see what people think about it. And so, you know, whether people will say, you know, it's silly to have you know, not it's not just an edging. I mean, a serious amount of it is crocheted and a serious amount of it is knitted. So you need to be able to do both competently to make this. I
Mhm.
can't tell you what it is.
I'm
But
excited.
it is really, really gorgeous, designed by the Paintbox team. And so I think that's amazing. The
Yeah.
crochet stuff has come on so much. You know, years ago, everybody just made a blanket or a bikini. That was it. And now, you know, crochet design is fantastic. People making
Mhm.
beautiful garments and with lots of drape. And I can remember somebody saying, you know, a long time ago that the crochet stitches just were too big to drape properly. But of course, that's not true. They can drape beautifully if the yarn's right. So I think it's really coming on, and it is exciting
Yeah.
because it's, you know, especially to combine them both.
That's really,
Probably,
really cool.
yeah. There are some lovely patterns coming out actually from lots of really great, you know, like from Debbie Bliss, lovely ones coming, and Paintbox obviously, and well, there are all sorts of nice patterns heading out from Love Crafts.
I'm really excited. I've always been a big paint box fan. Like all of the cotton that I use has historically always been paint box, but I don't think I've ever used Debbie Bliss before, and I love it. And of course, the yarn collective, I didn't know it existed. And I'm just like,
Oh,
this is the most luscious yarn ever. If if they need patterns developed with this yarn, I absolutely will do that.
oh,
Um,
good.
it's so nice. It's so
It is.
nice.
It's beautiful. And the thing about the Young Collective is that the patterns that are designed for the Young Collective come from a sort of real sort of favorite indie designers. And so when you look at them, they're just beautiful patterns. They're quite unusual. They're quite exciting. And the yarn itself is produced in Uruguay.
Oh,
And
cool.
I think it's Uruguay, maybe in Peru. I should check that actually. I might be confusing myself. But it's very beautiful, very soft, really gorgeous. I don't think it is Uruguay. I think I'm probably having sort of a strange moment of not remembering. I'm going to look it up and tell you.
It does say Peru on the label.
It does say Peru. Well, it's next door. There we are. Sorry, Uruguayans. But it's really, really great. And a percentage of the Yarn Collective yarn goes to Women for Women, international women's charity, and that supports, it's an incredible charity that supports women in countries where there are wars going on, such as war-torn countries. And these women are learning yarn crafts to support themselves and their families. So it's a great charity, and a percentage of the yarn collective yarn and patterns goes to Women for Women.
That's really amazing.
It's the colors are nice, aren't they?
The colors are so nice. I didn't think when I was thinking about the two colors, because I just love how they look together, and I'm not super jazzed that I picked Slytherin colors, because when people tell me, when we get into like the Harry Potter argument, a lot of people tell me that I'm Slytherin, and I tell them I absolutely am not.
So what are you?
I always thought I was in Ravenclaw. The people close to me will argue with me, which maybe I should just listen to them and not my heart. But these are gorgeous together. They look so nice together.
Oh yeah, do you know, I'm a Ravenclaw, but my daughter is Slytherin. So she loves those colors together. She really does.
They're so nice. Definitely, that makes some great mittens.
Oh yeah, really, really nice. There's a so this is the trouble with working for Lovecrafts, is that you end up looking at so many patterns that there's always a pattern there. There's a really great crochet pattern called Totally Wizard Mittens by a designer called Steel and Stitch. And these are crocheted mittens, but she did all the houses for Harry Potter in paintbox. And they're just fantastic. They're really great. They're really great mittens. I'll send you the pattern. It's really cool.
Okay.
It's a free pattern. It's not a free pattern, but it's a pattern on Lovecrafts using paintbox yarn.
That is amazing.
Do you think Harry Potter will ever kind of die down? Do you think it's like popular forever?
No, I think that I know, like, as far as the fan base goes, like, people are distancing themselves from J.K. Rowling as much as possible, and as they should. But like, and there's a lot of discourse that always goes where, like, can you still enjoy something made by someone who you don't agree with them? And this is something that comes up for me all the time, because Roald Dahl is my favorite writer of all time, and he was super anti-Semitic, and so it's hard to be like, I like was going to get a tattoo from one of his books, and I did eventually decide not to because of that. But I'm like, I still would want my kids to be reading those books because they're really influential to me, and I still would want my kids to be reading Harry Potter, and like, it still was that important to me, even though I don't think that she should be getting any more money. Like, I would be only buying like secondhand versions of the books if I needed to buy new copies.
Isn't it funny how I was reading an article yesterday about C.S. Lewis, talking about sort of authors, and talking about how those Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe novels, they're so magical and they're so beautiful, but if you read them as a child and there's no real meaning apart from the magic, but actually the further you get into that series, the darker they get, and the more, sexist and racist and horrible they become. Even though, of course, he was writing in his time, and although we can't excuse that, it's the reason why, isn't it? People had a different set of behaviors that we don't.
Yeah.
We know they're not acceptable now, but at the time it's difficult to take somebody out of their time.
Yeah.
Actually, and another thing about Jane Austen, this morning they're talking about Jane Austen and the Empire. But again, we can't dislike Jane Austen's novels just because she lived at a time when she might have had something to do with the colonies.
Yeah. I don't know. It's really hard. It's because so much can be chalked up to a product of their time, but like, there were so many people from the same time period who didn't have those beliefs. Yes, they were more unique, but like, it's unique to be a famous writer. I think it really does, like, or like Charles Dickens is one of my favorite authors of all time. Like I went to his house when I was in London and cried because I just like love him so much. And from what I know, he had pretty liberal beliefs, and he was like the most famous writer, and his books don't have anything like, reading them today, you're not like, ugh, oh, that was such a 1800s thing to say. And so I think like if he could do it, but most of the books that I'm talking about, like there isn't anything about Jewish people being bad in any of Roald Dahl's books. He like privately held that belief. So I'm like, I wouldn't ever read a book to my children that said that, but should I be like, and it's his estate, and like it's not, the money's not going directly to him, it's going to his estate. So that's also like when J.K. Rowling dies, she has children who I assume are probably more liberal than she is because they're a younger generation. And like if the money's going to their estate instead, do you feel better about it?
It's tricky, isn't it? I said, you just have to go with your gut, I think.
Yeah.
However you feel about it. With all of these things, I guess.
Yeah.
But when we talked the other day about different faiths and knitting patterns, and we were saying how there aren't that, at Christmas time, in December time, I should say, in the winter, there's an awful lot of Christmas patterns and not enough patterns for other faiths. And I'm delighted that you started sort of like, putting out some really gorgeous patterns for Jewish holidays.
Thank you.
That's so exciting. At Lovecrafts, we try and, it's very important to us. I'm not going to say that we try, because it's not about trying. It's about the fact that it's important to us to represent as everybody, because the craft world is everybody and anybody who wants to make something for themselves or for somebody else. And it really doesn't matter what you're making it for, just as long as you're getting some joy out of it and you're giving some joy to somebody.
Yeah. It's very it's a tough line. It's a tough place to be, where like it's a little bit of a vicious cycle, where like part of the reason that in the winter time the majority of patterns that we see are Christmas patterns is because those are the patterns that exist.
Yeah.
And like I don't want that to be the case. I am hoping that like other people who celebrate other holidays or who don't celebrate a holiday will start to put out also like a bunch of very winter specific but not Christmas specific patterns, and that big companies like Lovecrafts will pick up those patterns and be promoting them at the same time that they're promoting Christmas patterns. But it's tough. It's tough to feel like it's a little bit of a one-woman operation at this point.
I promise you, it's not a one-woman operation, because we love to embrace patterns from everywhere and for everything. So we're very much of that mindset. So when did you start knitting? Were you taught by mothers, grandmothers?
My grandma.
Your grandma.
Mm-hmm.
And was she sort of like one of those lovely grandmas that knitted you everything as a child, and then you thought, oh, what are those needles?
I don't know how it started. I know that she taught me both knitting and crochet when I was 7.
Wow.
And I only remember ever knitting, but I have a photo of me at a very young age crocheting on the beach, which is why I was like, I didn't realize that she had taught me crochet. And then I was like, I guess she must have. Not very intense crochet, because she doesn't really crochet, just like what a knitter would need to know. But yeah, I started knitting at such a young age, and she makes everything. She made so many like Intarsia sweaters for me as a kid, one with like Minnie Mouse on it, that I saw recently in a video. And I was just like, wow, she's so talented. And she's the reason, like 3 years ago, after only making hats and scarves and blankets for most of my life, I thought about maybe making sweaters. Like it was in the back of my mind. And my mom was wearing a sweater that was a cable sweater that was so gorgeous. And when I told her, she was like, grandma made this. I was like, okay, well, if grandma can teach me how to make a sweater, like I will take the plunge if she's going to be there to help. So that's when I started making garments.
And so tell me about that jumper that you're wearing, because it's so gorgeous. And so you've got bobbles, and that looks like some kind of very nice hand-dyed something.
Yeah, this is I think it's Bernat. It's like the really cheap acrylic baby blanket yarn that I like went through a big phase 2 summers ago where I was like, this is the yarn that I use. Because it's great. It's really soft. It's machine washable, but it was just this like very basic raglan top down sweater pattern that I made the sweater. I made it again. And then I finally was like, I'm going to make it as a shirt. So I did it with all the baubles.
See, that's so cool, isn't it? See, I love that. The fact that you can take, and this is what I always sort of say to people when I'm sort of getting overexcited about knitting, is that once you know how to make something, you can sort of, you read your own knitting and you understand how to add embellishments and add things, then you can do that. You can put bobbles into things. You can put a bit of colour work in, or a bit of a cable in, or a and it's brilliant, isn't it? It looks gorgeous.
Thank you. I have sweaters that I wear that are like my all everyday sweaters, and all of them are pretty plain. So I was like, I have to wear something a little bit more fancy for this.
It is really, really nice.
Thank you.
I love hand dyed yarn, but actually, and I really, really do love hand dyed yarn, and I think people that dye yarn are extremely clever, because it's not an easy thing to do, because you can just be sploshing paint and colorings and onion leaves and all sorts of things. You can be mulching all those things together on yarn and end up with something horrible. So you have to really know what you're doing to create very beautiful hand-dyed yarn. So I'm all for that, and I think it's wonderful. But my heart belongs to brands, because I just think you know what you're going to get. You know the colours. You know the dye lots. It's affordable. There's room for everything. But there are certain yarns that I love Debbie Bliss yarns. I love Novita yarns. I love the Yarn Collective. Just yarn from everywhere. It's like a never-ending shop of excitement. Yeah. Just every day. When we're not working in the office at the moment because of the pandemic, but when we used to be based in a Lovecrafts office, new yarns would come in all the time, and it was just
that's such a dream.
Terrible. It's so terrible, because you're tempted by everything. You can't stop looking at stuff. Oh, it's lovely.
It is. I also love brands and hand dyed. Because of being part of this like active knitting community, I feel like I've made a lot of friends who do dye yarn. And so I love like being able to, I have a friend Lauren, and she's the Yarn Addict Co., but she has like a monthly subscription of skein that's each month is the colorways are inspired by bouquets.
Oh,
and so it's
that's
like
lovely.
The floral collection, like everything is perfect and gorgeous, and it is so amazing. I dye my own yarn too, and I don't like I dye it. I take 7 skeins, I do whatever willy-nilly thing I want to do, and then I'm like, this will never be recreated. So if I need more, I'm SOL. And I just don't understand how people can like make the same thing every time they go back to the dye pot. I'm like, that is never going to happen for me.
It's so clever, isn't it? There are 2 women that I love. There's a woman who lives, well, an English woman, she's Welsh, I think, actually, called Kate Celine, and I love her. Everything is speckly, and I love a speckle, so I love
Me
her.
too.
And I love another lady called the Wool Kitchen, who is just mind-blowingly good. And I treat myself every month. I have a little subscription, actually, and it says it's come today, very excitingly. Just look at these. Ooh.
Oh my God, those are gorgeous.
Really nice.
That's so nice.
Yeah, I always sort of thought, oh, this lady's called Vicky Brown. I was looking at a pattern. This is why I started this. It's madness, really. Considering I've got so much stash, it's ridiculous. But there's this lovely designer called Holly Woodward, and she's done this gorgeous crochet granny square jumper, and it's like loads and loads of little granny squares, and it's so nice. Anyway, and somebody had done it on Instagram somewhere with all of their little mini skeins. And so it was just like mad colours all really, and I thought, oh, I really want to do that. And so instead of just going into my stash, which any normal person would do, I did what the yarnaholic person did and signed up for some monthly little unicorn tails. But now they've come, I just love them. I mean, this just looks like paradise to me.
Oh, it's so nice. That's going to be such an amazing garment.
I think crochet, especially granny squares, is a great way to mix up anything,
Mhm.
any color actually, just anything without clashing. It's extraordinary the things you can put next to each other that you would never think would work, but they work.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
really
what
amazing.
do you, I mean, I'm obsessed with color, so I could just be, that's what draws me every time is color in a yarn collection or, you know, anything, a new range. It's always color. And I know that I always go for the same colors. But what gets you? Do you go for all the blues first, since you've got the blues there, or what do you go for?
I don't I don't
Don't
know if
have a
I
color.
have a color. I really, if you look at my stash, it really genuinely, it's like the left half is all neutrals and the right half is all rainbow. And I love to work with neutrals because of how classic they are. And I personally almost only wear neutrals in my wardrobe or like earth tones. But of course, but I own so much yarn that is not a neutral or an earth tone. And I don't know if like the idea from my end is that like, yeah, I'll sell the garment after I finish it, or I'll give it to a friend or a family member. But all I have is what I buy is all over the board. I just love colors. I
Yeah.
love I love different shades. I love yarn. And now that I'm getting into the unraveling sweaters where I'm repurposing all of my yarn, um I've been so bizarre about like the first 3 sweaters that I bought were all pink, and I have never worn pink. I will never wear pink, but like I've unraveled all of these pink sweaters and I'm now knitting up with them. Like I'm knitting a pink cardigan now, and my girlfriend was like, "Why are you making this? Who is it for? Like what made you pick up a pink sweater?" And I was like, "I really liked the yarn. And that was the only color that they had because it was a sweater."
Isn't it funny? Pink is such a controversial color.
I know.
Um, and there's a really great book by a woman called Cassia St. Clair called The History of Color. And she talks about pink and says, you know, pink was originally worn by men. And so it was sort of like a designed for men color. And
Yeah.
when you think now that it's so, you know, we don't want any colors to be gender specific.
Hmm.
But people have this thing about sort of just always, you know, pink's for girls and pink's ridiculous and pink's not serious. And actually, I'm a great pink fan. I love pink. Um, yeah, I absolutely do. And I think it's a shame that we any of these colors get genderized because it's so ridiculous.
Yeah.
In I've got my sister's sister-in-law is French, and years ago when we were kind of like my sister's sister-in-law, and like we were all pregnant at the same time, and she said we were talking about sort of colors for babies and stuff like that, and she said in France nobody cares about colors for babies just get dressed in pastels or bright colors, but nobody would ever like put a baby girl in pink, and nobody would put a baby boy in blue. And it's so interesting, isn't it? Because
Yeah.
like some countries just traditionally don't subscribe to those sort of gender stereotypes that we don't like anymore. Well, we don't
Yeah.
like, we just don't like them.
That's amazing. It's very interesting. Like I think the UK and the US have so many things that we align on. So
Mm,
like this is something that is happening for both of us, but even going to Europe, which like we're Western, we're all Western, like a lot of Europe falls very closely to like the UK and the US, but that the beauty standards and like the color choices that they make, especially in France, because I used to live there, like it's so different. It's so much, I
yeah,
find it to be so much better.
yeah. That and I always think sort of Italy and Spain. You know, there's so much more freedom in terms of color, in terms of what people wear. I think sometimes in Britain, you know, it can be quite conservative.
Yeah.
But not everybody's conservative. But I know what you mean. Sometimes it can be a bit careful.
Yeah.
So we had I keep picking this up and knitting a few rows and putting it down and thinking I need to measure it on my foot. We had a fantastic crochet designer, called Katie Jones on the Lovecraft show last year, and she's just, everything she makes is full of colour, and she loves bright colours and she loves neons and we've a couple of times we've had sort of Lovecraft's videos in her home, or she's made a video, or she's taken us on a tour of her home, which is just the most brightly coloured place you could ever imagine. And she's just, it's so refreshing, because when you talk about wearing neutrals, I don't know that I wear anything that's, apart from like darker colours, but not lighter colours that are neutral. But she wears like really, really, really bright colours, and they look amazing on her.
I'm sure. There's a knitter who I love, Holly. She's the Disco Stitch on Instagram, and her she only wears neon and bright colors, and it's so well done. It's so fashionable, and I'm like, I guess because of who I am, I could pick out those outfits too. Like I would know how to put together that outfit, but I don't have the confidence to wear that. That's like number one. The confidence isn't there, but like, it's so much fun to do something different that's still really amazing. And that's just not, I don't think that I have the confidence to do that.
No, I don't think I do, but I think for me, it's an age thing as well. With the best will in the world, I think if I was younger, I might.
Yeah.
But I think I might have just be a bit too old. Even though people go, you're never too old to wear neon green. Well, yeah, I am.
I don't know. Yeah. I feel like a lot of people embrace neon as they get older.
Really? Do you think?
I don't know. One of my grandmas, the one who doesn't knit, who admittedly is not very fashionable at all, so maybe this isn't a good example, but starting at age 80, she decided she was only wearing monochrome for the rest of her life. So like if she's wearing pink on top, she is wearing pink on bottom. She's wearing pink shoes.
Oh, well, that's superb. Maybe I'll gravitate towards some neon, as time goes on. That would be good.
There's so many neon yarns, and that's another thing I like look at. I'm like, yeah, that looks amazing. I totally understand why you would make that neon sweater, but I'm not going to make it probably.
Can I let me look and see if I can see any questions we've got, to see if anybody's popped up with anything nice that they
it should, if you're on your web browser, the chat should be right to the right, I think, and that's how it is over here.
Right, let me see if I can do it. Can you still hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. When I had a look here, it wasn't playing. So you can see the comments, can't you?
Mm-hmm.
What have you got on there?
I see. I think the big thing is, she left after she asked the question, but asking what we both do for a living is the only question that's in there.
Oh, well, I mean, I'm one of the editors for the Lovecrafts team, and which means I get to write really fun things about yarn and knitting and crochet and felting and all of those things. But also I make quite a lot of the videos for Lovecrafts, tutorial videos, with some other amazing makers who are super talented. But also I'm a co-host on the Lovecrafts show, which is our podcast. And it's me and the fantastic Jamie Chalmers, who's Mr. X Stitch, who's a contemporary embroiderer, cross-stitch guru. And he's hilarious. And so between us, we just chat to our favourite guests and we have a great time. So that's what I do. What do you do, Alex?
That sounds like the dream. I'm a student. I don't know.
Oh, you are? That's your, of course you are. You've got your master's. I remember you talking to me. Yeah, I remember you telling me.
Yeah. So I am a master's student. I'm studying to get my MSW. I am going to I do clinical therapy, and I'm going to continue to do it. I work with children with chronic illness, specifically GI, because I have Crohn's disease. That's not why I'm doing it, but it is a big reason why I decided to focus on the pediatric GI population. But yeah, I do that. I design knitwear from time to time, and I have a part-time job. I'm a social media director for a creative agency. So that's a fun way to like keep my schedule very, very, very busy.
Super busy. That's 3 really big things. So tell me, I know I've asked you about this before, but I think this is something that was so great in terms of people understanding chronic illness. This spoons analogy that you talked about when we first met, and I'd seen on your Instagram how you use the sort of spoon analogy to describe how when you have chronic illness, your energy levels can go up and down depending on how you're feeling. So can you tell us a bit about that?
Yeah, I'm not sure the name of the woman who thought of this metaphor. It was something that was introduced to me. I was diagnosed at age 9 with Crohn's, so it's been most of my life. And it was something that was introduced to me probably halfway through when I was like in middle or high school. And it's so, I think the most important, the idea, like the metaphor idea, is that you wake up in the morning, and every morning you have a drawer full of spoons, and sometimes you have more and sometimes you have less, but every task that you do requires 1 spoon. And so like if you wake up and you only have 4 spoons, you have to be really careful about what you're doing that day. Or if you're nearing the end of the day and the options are to like clean the dishes or take a shower, you can choose one or the other, and that's all that you have. And I've found that it's a really, really powerful way to explain to people who don't understand what it's like to have chronic illness, like what the main thing about, you have no idea how many spoons you're going to have when you wake up. And you can plan to have full spoons, because if you do, you will feel sad if you're not like filling up your time. You can plan for it, but what's going to happen is that you're likely going to have to cancel things or like make priorities that most people don't have to be making. So that's where the metaphor comes from. I find that it's super helpful to like help people visualize what chronic illness is like. And when I wanted to make a shirt for chronic illness, like there's so many chronically ill people who knit, and like really genuinely so many of the people I know in that community are. And so I wanted to make a shirt that was for me, but also for them. And the only thing visually that made sense to do is use the spoon metaphor. So that's why I chose to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it makes it, especially when somebody has chronic illness and you can't see it, which is often the case, it makes people understand things so much more. Because I think, whereas somebody who doesn't have chronic illness could have boundless energy and be able to just push on and go through something, or just suddenly be able to do something a bit. If you have a chronic illness, if you don't have the reserves that day, you just can't.
Yeah, it's just not happening. And that is a big thing to explain to people, especially because one of the issues with people who are like recently diagnosed, especially, or honestly, it happens at any stage in your life, is that you like want to do things with people, and then you can't, like you physically can't. And then those people get frustrated with you because you can't be there. And so having this is like a really, really like evocative metaphor to be like, I want just as badly as you do for me to be there, but it's just not going to happen.
So, I mean, Crohn's at 9, that must have been really, really hard.
It was a big shift. I have a truly piss poor memory. Like I have a horrible memory. So luckily I don't remember a lot of like my childhood. Probably unluckily. There's a lot of good parts of my childhood that I wish I could remember. My memory is gone. I'm just not, I have to keep a list of everything. But the early parts of it, I don't remember so much, which is good. But I do know that there were absolutely no mental health services for me, because GI psychology is a new field. It only started in the last 20, 30 years. And it started in Boston when I was diagnosed, but because it was so new, I wasn't one of the people tapped for mental health services. And it's it's not like, yes, there's a high comorbidity of like anxiety and depression. And I wasn't there at that point, but I was still like a 9-year-old who my entire life had changed. And I had no idea. I had no idea what my life was going to look like. And it would have been really helpful to have that. My GI doctor was like, he's the best pediatric GI in Boston. So he's the best because he does research, but also because he has that bedside manner. So he did a lot of it. But now that I'm like, next year, I'll be working at a children's hospital here in Chicago, and I'll be doing that. And I'm really looking forward to being able to talk to kids and being like, what are you feeling? What are you worrying about? What resiliency skills can we work on together?
Yeah, that's so good, isn't it? I mean, it's just something to help children through something that's so uncomfortable and distressing. I think, and also I think now that people are realizing that our guts have an awful lot more to do than just digest things, you know, don't they? It's such a center for wellness in there, in your tubes down there. Yeah, I think that's amazing. My son has epilepsy, and he was diagnosed at 11. I think he was at 11 when he started having some focal seizures, and then went on to have generalized seizures. And although he's medicated now and he's okay, there are days when he just has to sleep. And I think it's really difficult when you come up to this sort of situation where there's exams to do for kids, you know, and you've got to study, and then you've got to get a good result on an exam or something. And if you've got a day when you haven't got the spoons, it's so unfair, isn't it? It's so unfair if you're faced with something really important on a low spoon day. Very hard.
Yeah, I do. I don't have a lot of good things to say about like the US education system, but the school, I went to a public school in my hometown, and they did an incredible job of like in high school, at least one period every day I went to the nurse and slept. Like I had a bed in the nurse's office that I was allowed to sleep in. And obviously like it's disappointing to think that like my education is suffered because of that. But it's wonderful that like I was able to be accommodated, at least, because I know that's not the case for so many kids and teens who have chronic illness, especially mental health. They're not given as much of a pass as like I got, because I was like in and out of the hospital because I was like physically sick, and there were markers to show that.
Yeah. Oh, Polly. Oh, there's little birds in the garden. Sorry about that. Polly barking.
That's okay.
Yes, and so a lot of the people that you've come across who knitters with GI problems. Do you think, I mean, how much does craft help people with chronic illness?
I think that there's from what I can tell, so many people do crafting because typically it depends on what you're doing, but there's so many knitting things that you can do that are lower energy like required. And so, you know, if you have to take the day off of work because you're just not feeling up to it, maybe like all you can do that day is sit and watch TV and recoup, you can be knitting at the same time, and then you don't feel so much like your day was a bust. And so I think that's part of it, is that's really popular. I know a lot of people find knitting to be very mindful, very relaxing. I am not one of those people. I make myself anxious about everything, and so I find knitting to be incredibly stressful, because all I do all the time is like think about like, okay, well, when I finish this in 3 hours, then I get to work on my other project for 2 hours. And that like it's really not healthy, probably, the way that I interact with knitting. But for most people, I think it's a mindfulness tool.
Yeah, and I think also it's a great diversion tool, isn't it? So that you can, if for me as well, if I get really stressed if I've got to knit something that has a very involved bit in it. So I need absolute quiet, and I have to make sure there's no one's going to interrupt me. And I really have trouble with charts. I have trouble looking. I never used to. I think this is an age thing. Going from a chart to the knitting and back to the chart and back to the knitting, and I lose where I am very quickly. So now, obviously, I've got sort of all rulers and things to sort of show me where I was on the chart and everything. But even still, I'm sure if you had a more spatial, visual mind, but I don't think I have, that would be easier. I'm much better with written things. But so I think, yeah, it can be really mindful, but when it's lovely and it's very repetitive and it's, you know, I love it. It's just when like socks, very mindful, very happy business for me knitting socks, because I've knit so many socks that I can just knit them without thinking.
Right.
So that's mindful. So maybe we should
I
just
love
have
that.
mindful projects where you can, you know, that it's just something that's nice and gentle. And then when you want to challenge yourself, you can give yourself a few cables and a bit more color work.
That's exactly. That's why I need to have multiple projects going at once. I have like for things that are slightly more involved, but don't require me to look down too much. That's like what I would be doing in class. I have like anything that's pure stockinette is what I do while I read for class. And then I have like for my very complicated cables, I'm like, well, this is only when I'm watching TV or only when I'm listening to my audiobook, because I need to be like staring at my hands the entire time.
Absolutely. And actually, even sometimes I think if it's an audiobook, I'm not doing the audiobook any justice at all. If I'm focused on something that's too complicated, if it's just stockinette, that's fine. In the round, absolutely lovely. Just, you know, when you get those sweaters, there's just like a wall of stockinette or a sleeve or something, and you can just carry on for days. That's brilliant. Although I very rarely knit in 4-ply fingering weight yarn, because I have had the carpal tunnel surgery on my wrists, and so holding really fine needles makes my hands cramp up. But I think if you had to do like a fingering weight sweater that was mostly stockinette, that would be great for reading and watching telly and audiobooks, and because that would take you forever.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I was supposed to make my mom a birthday sweater for the end of January was her birthday. And to be fair, I had made the whole body, blocked it. It was like comically large, like 3 or 4 sizes too large. And so I was like, okay, I'm going to start over, make it smaller. And I was home and my puppy ate what I had been working on, ate the needles. So I had to wait till I could get more needles. And finally, like I've gotten the body redone in a smaller size, but it's like it's a pretty involved, like it's moss stitch with ribbing, but like the ribbing travels around the moss and it's all fingering weight and it's great. It's like very small needles, but I'm just like, I feel so badly. I'm like, it's a wool sweater and she's going to be getting it in the summer and she's not going to wear it until the winter, because I'm like, it's not going to be done when it's still cold. And I'm so sorry about that.
It's true. I mean, I just have I'm like a magpie. I can't stick to one thing. It takes me ages to finish one thing because I'm always starting new things. And I think I'm the same. I'm the same with books, though. I've always got at least sort of 5 books on the go, so that I can switch between whichever one I feel like reading.
Yeah.
And unless one of them really gets me, like The History of the World According to Sheep, which I read completely. So, in fact, I didn't read all of it in time for the podcast. I finished it last night after the podcast. But it is just, you know, when there's a book that really gets you, then it's lovely, isn't it? That feeling.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you said you love nonfiction?
I do. I like love reading. I'm a really big reader. My mom is a really big reader and read to me. I'm the oldest of 3 children, and my younger siblings don't care about books really. And my mom, it's so important to her. So it wasn't like, it felt like an exclusionary thing at some point where I was like, why am I the only one who like crawls into bed and gets read to every single night? And it turns out it's just because I was the other one who wanted it. But up until like, I don't know, late elementary school, my mom was reading to me every night, and I would started to read on my own too. But I just like love reading and I love fiction, but I really love nonfiction because I love psychology. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing. I love psychology. I love biographies and autobiographies. I think people's lives are like the most fascinating stories. You can't make up something better than that.
You know, we had that conversation only yesterday. We know when people sort of will talk about something that's happened and then you end up saying, oh, you just couldn't make it up. Actually, there's nothing more exciting than real life. People, you know, the things that people do and the things that people have had to do yeah, biographies, autobiographies. It is fascinating, isn't it?
Yeah.
I read the occasional autobiography, but they can disappoint me. I'm not going to tell you who recently disappointed me, but I was reading an autobiography and it just got a bit show folk, and I thought, oh no, I didn't want this person to be like that, but they were. And I thought, no, but I suppose, actors, they're going to have lives that are
More interesting.
full of those things. Yeah.
I'd like to hope that the people who have biographies written about them is because their life is interesting, and that is not always the case.
No,
Like sometimes
absolutely.
they're just famous, or sometimes they surprised you. Like a couple years ago, I love the Beach Boys. I love their music, and I saw in my library that there was like a free Kindle download for the Beach Boys autobiography from the main singer. And I was like, okay, I'm going to read this 600-page biography. I'm sure it's not that interesting. And it turns out like one of the Beach Boys was the person who housed the Manson family and was like part of the cult. Like there's so much going on in the Beach Boys history that I was like, wow, I didn't realize that this would be the case. And more people should know about how interesting this person's life is.
Goodness me. Yeah, I mean, because you just don't know, do you, what people are saying?
Right.
What people have done with their lives, and that's the joy of reading a biography, an autobiography, I suppose, is that you just don't know all the things that have shaped them and gone into making them who they are.
Right. And especially like loving someone's music at all, it's always interesting to know like what their life was looking like when they made that music. But I was like, there's so much stuff going on that I didn't know about.
And it's so inspirational, isn't it? When someone's done something and you think, oh my goodness. There's a lovely book actually called The Diary of an Ordinary Woman, I think it's called. And that's an extraordinary autobiography. I don't know, it's a biography. Except that in fact, I can't even tell you about it because if I say it, it'll give the game away. So I can't say anything. But all I can tell you is that it's a great book to read, and I will private message you the exciting thing about it. But I'll tell everybody otherwise. I just wanted to update everybody. What we're doing here is that Alix and I are having, well, it's Alix's live stream actually, and I'm just jumping in. We have a live stream knitting together and crafting together and chatting together. How many hours have you been going now, Alix?
2. I'm entering hour 3.
And how long are you going to be knitting for?
6 hours.
6 hours. So you're nearly, or you're 2/3 of the way through.
Yes, I'm in no rush for it to be over. I'm heading straight to class when the live stream ends. So I'm like straight to a 3-hour class and then a 2-hour class. So I'm just like, you know what? This could go on forever. If it goes late, I guess I have to miss class.
But Alix, won't you be really, really, really tired by the time you get there?
No.
Oh,
I don't think so. It's Zoom class.
Oh, Zoom class. Mind you, I think
the life is completely different with Zoom classes.
Yeah, it is. But do you know, I mean, when we talked about this live stream and sort of knitting on Zoom, this whole pandemic, it has caused loads of knitting groups to go online, to shift online, just to show that even if you're a knitter and you're thousands of miles away from each other like we are now, we can still knit together and have a great time. Even when there's a pandemic.
Unbelievable. And like Instagram, the knitting community, I was saying this earlier, like I noticed, and other people who were part of the Instagram community before the pandemic noticed that it really exploded. Like so many people learned how to knit, so many people came to the community, and so many people, I think, started to see how easy it was to connect from far away. So like one of my closest friends who I made through the knitting Instagram is a friend who lives in the UK, and we use Marco Polo because our time schedules never match up, but like we're talking every single day, and it's so bizarre. It's so bizarre to be like, oh well, now I have this friend in the UK and we're really good friends because we both knit. Like that's weird.
Isn't that so cool? I love it.
I mean, so
it's like the modern version of sort of having pen pals, but you're able to just chat at any time of the day or night.
Yeah. It's
They
really
are.
amazing.
Yeah. That's great. That's
It
really
is.
good.
We
So
have
who
a
else? Oh,
we
sorry,
have a
go on.
question in the chat that I think you're gonna have to take, not me.
Okay.
It's about knitting a friend a gift for her baby, and if there are any cute baby pattern recommendations. I know that there's so many on the Lovecraft site, but I'm not as intimately familiar with them as you are.
Well, there are gazillions of baby patterns. But I would have to say, because I'm a great fan, that Debbie Bliss created a collection called Modern Layettes um, earlier this year, end of last year, I think. And you know how in sort of days gone by, people would knit a layette, they'd knit the sort of blanket and a shawl and booties and a hat or something, something, and a little cardigan. And they're all really, really nice, quite old fashioned, but sort of really, really very pretty. And well, these ones are sort of, they're called modern layettes. So they're very much a sort of they have really modern colours. A lot of them are knitted in Debbie Bliss Baby Cash Merino, which is, it's not an expensive yarn. It's a very sort of mid-range yarn, but it's washable and you can put it in the dryer. So it goes in the washing machine, goes into the dryer. So it's a really fantastic yarn for babies. And in the modern layettes, which go from newborn up to, I think, 18 months, there's sort of that, there are 2 or 3 different collections that have really cute cardigans and bonnets. It's a big thing for bonnets now. Because bonnets are great for babies because you can actually just tie them on and they stay on. They're not just like hats that fall off. Get them a bonnet. Cardigans, bonnets, really cute little knitted romper trousers, just so cute. So I would say first stop, Debbie Bliss Modern Layettes, because they are gorgeous. And there's also a new collection come out for toddlers, which follows on from that, which is really nice.
Mm-hmm.
There's also another really great Debbie Bliss book, because actually happens to be my friend, but there's a really great Debbie Bliss book called First Knits. And in the First Knits book, there are some amazing little cardigans, and it goes all the way from sort of baby, and so you grow as a knitter as you work your way through the book. So it starts off with kind of quite different kinds of techniques that you end up doing sort of cables and intarsia by the end, but they're sort of simplistic patterns at the beginning. But it's a lovely book. So that's what I would suggest. First stop, Debbie Bliss. Second stop, there are some lovely paint box patterns for babies. Really cute. There are some very cute Millimere patterns for babies actually too. And I think, I mean, one of the things I would always say is check and find out if the baby, if the parents of the baby or the baby, if it's not yet born or if it is born, just double check that they are okay with different fibres. Because some babies, you know, are not very good with lanolin and wool, in which case you can knit something in a really soft cotton. And some people prefer something acrylic. So also find out what colours the parents like, because if you knit it in a colour you like and the parents don't like it, then it ends up in a drawer never getting worn. So my top advice would be knit something you know the parents will like. Don't knit something you like.
Yeah, that makes sense. How do you spell layettes?
Layetts.
Okay, that's what I thought. I've just never heard that word before. I don't know if it's because it's British or because I just don't know things.
No, I think it's an old-fashioned word. I think it's a word that maybe we don't use that much anymore, but it would in sort of like in the old days, it would be to describe a collection of items that all match. So you might have like a, you know, a cardigan and booties and a hat and a pram blanket or something, so that you'd go out with everything matching.
Mm-hmm.
But the modern layettes, there's such cute patterns in there. There's a little Farah set, and there's kind of this little nautical set, and there's a sort of very bobbly babies. I mean, it's not what they're really, 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 really cute.
That is amazing.
I was just thinking the other thing on Lovecrafts is that there are some amazing independent designers, we would refer to as the indies. And there are some gorgeous baby patterns in there. And the other person, this is what you get going. I love West Yorkshire Spinners. there are some patterns on the Lovecraft site from West Yorkshire Spinners that use a yarn called Bo Peep, and they are just, and Pure, I think, is the yarn. Gorgeous baby patterns. So I would go Debbie Bliss, Paint Box, Millamere, West Yorkshire Spinners. There's thousands. You're going to have a lovely time searching for baby patterns.
It's a very thorough answer.
Woo!
It's so much fun. I don't know any babies. I am 26. So you'd expect that I might know babies, but I'm the oldest in like my cousins set. And I just like everyone that I know is not everyone, but everyone I know is my age or younger. And I just don't know any babies. And I have my friend who's coming on later. She has older cousins who like 2 of them are expecting twins, and she's freaking out about having to make 4 baby things. And I'm like, switch with me. All I want to do is make little tiny baby clothes.
Do you know what I think is so nice about making baby clothes is that you can, anything that you don't know how to do or you're worried about knitting, you can do it in miniature and sort of just get it done. So you just think, you know what, I've never made a Fair Isle yoke. I know I don't want to make a big Fair Isle yoke and do it wrong. I know I'll do a baby cardigan. So you just, whatever you're doing, you get to do it in miniature first. And it teaches you how to do stuff. I love that. The other person I think who is incredible for this is there's a designer called, look for it on the Lovecraft's website, called Little Cotton Rabbits.
Oh yeah,
Julie Williams. Well, I mean, she makes these beautiful little rabbits, bunnies, and bears, kittens, you name it, little figurines, and the clothes that they have to go with them. The tiniest little cardigans and dresses, and that's another really cool way of brushing up your skills by knitting. Also, those are good things to knit for babies, because if you really fancy knitting something and you don't really want to knit, you know, a cardigan, then you can make a little toy. And as long as you haven't got anything that's dangerous for kids, you're okay. So be careful. Use stitch on a face rather than stick eyes on it, so that nothing can be a swallow hazard and things like that. But that's really fun as well.
I made like a little moon, and it was the first thing that I've ever made that was one of the reasons that I like know crochet is because I love amigurumi, but I hate doing it. Like I just don't enjoy doing it, even though I want to be able to so badly. And I don't know why. I didn't realize you could do it with knitting.
Well, you can, because actually the word amigurumi means small stuffed knitted or crocheted thing. Yeah. So you can knit amigurumi. I am useless at amigurumi, and I'm just useless. I just can't do it to save my life. I'm all right on like knitted toys, but don't get me started on like little crochet things. Hopeless. It's small hooks. No. Yeah. I did once make a little tiny knitted apple for my son's teacher at school. Oh. And I love doing it, but I've never done it since.
I've been doing all of this unraveling of sweaters. I've been saving like mason jar after mason jar of scraps, intending to use them to stuff. And then I'm just like, I don't make things that need to be stuffed. Like hopefully like I'll make some more moons in my lifetime or whatever. But I was just like, I have a whole bag now of theoretical stuffing. And it's just like,
it's worth keeping. Yeah. You just don't know. When I've done that in the past, and I save all my ends, and then one day I sort of decided I was going to be a bit like Snow White. I went out into the garden and I threw this handful of ends into a tree, thinking that all the birds would come and put them in their nests. So I'd see all these people, all these little birds with like multicolored nests. Utter rubbish. Picked them all up the next day, still there. Oh, so no. The birds did not want my end.
No, they don't. They want like dog fur. You should do that with Poppy's fur.
Oh yes, correct. Give them the dog fur. Yeah, that was probably more enticing than a lot really of snipped off.
We always see my dog's fur in the nests around my parents' house. Like they live for it. I'm like, I get it. It's soft.
It's brilliant, isn't it? Do you know, it's like in the dog food that we have for Polly comes frozen, and it arrives frozen. It's delivered frozen, and to keep it cold, there are these big sort of wedges of sheep's wool that they package them in, sort of like that's just fleece that's been sort of squashed out in plastic, and so it's just fleece to keep them, and it's so brilliant. So I have kept all the fleeces, all those bits of wool, thinking, right, I'm going to make a quilt and I'm going to stitch all this in that, you know, I mean, as if, oh yeah, as if I actually do, I don't know, but I keep them in the hope. It's a bit like your mason jars full of ends. Hopefully one day.
It's such a, I mean, it's so hard to get rid of anything. That's what the scrap along is for too, for someone who like refuses to get rid of even like a tiny ball of yarn at the end of the project. Like I will hold on to it until I die. So I got to figure out if I can use it some other way.
Isn't it funny? Just this sort of, I don't know if we're more aware now of hanging on to things and keeping things and not wasting things than we ever were before. I don't know. But I think we did something with a bedding company at Lovecrafts last year or the year before about using old pillows, because, you know, we often sort of just chuck away old pillows and buy new pillows for bed, you know.
Yeah.
And actually, that's a really useful thing for stuffing things. So we should keep these pillows for. We had a really great crochet designer who works with us quite a lot. Her name is Kate Eastwood. And she has some amazing crochet patterns on the Lovecraft set. And last year she made a giant huggable pumpkin. And we said, can you make us this like huggable pumpkin? Because in the pandemic, nobody's seeing each other and everybody wants to hug each other. Right. Can you do us a huggable pumpkin? And she stuffed that with old pillows. And so this year,
that's great.
She's doing us a huggable strawberry. So that's going to be so cool. Yeah.
Yeah, that's amazing.
So you can use these old things, you know, keep those ends. Yeah. They'll come in for stuff. You could make a huggable strawberry and just stuff all the ends in.
Yeah, I'm going to have enough ends eventually, or scraps, to make something very big. So maybe I'm just waiting to make a pillow worth of scraps.
Yes. Go on.
Oh, I was going to say, my friend, one of my knitting friends is here in the chat. I don't know. Should I let her in?
Yes. I mean, I'm going to scoot off in a minute, but let me say hello.
Okay.
There she is. I can see her.
I know, it's so nice when people have their photo as their preview. I actually have my knitting photo as my preview. Hi, Emily.
Hi, good morning.
Are you wearing your Earth and Air sweater?
Hi there. I am. Yes, this is my Earth and Air sweater, and it's one of my favorite things I've ever made.
It's so nice.
Is it brioche?
It is. It's different weights. So it's with a worsted and with a mohair.
Oh, that is so clever. Hi, Emily. Sorry, my name's Marian. I'm from Lovecrafts. I love it. Nice to meet you too. Do you know what? I really love it. I did a jumpy, a sweater last year. Sorry, I'm muddling everything up today. In fisherman's rib, which is kind of like, it's not brioche, but it's kind of like brioche. It's not as nice as brioche. Yeah.
I've never done fisherman's rib. I can't wait to try it though.
It's nice. It's easier.
It's easier than brioche. Yeah.
Yeah, brioche this is my first time doing brioche, and it was a lot to keep track of. But once you get the rhythm, it's not so bad, right?
Once you use two of the same yarn weights, it's going to be much easier too. Like, I can't believe you started with a mohair.
I gotta be honest, it was a lot easier than I was expecting. It was much more doable than I was expecting.
But I mean, if you have to frog the mohair, that's where, you know, that gets sticky, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
Just hope that you don't have to.
I was being extremely vigilant, just praying that I didn't have to frog anything. I had to frog once, but only a few rows, nothing too bad.
Wow. I always think with brioche, I always would panic about the shaping. So as soon as you have to do anything complex, is it okay if you're just going straight and you think, oh no, it's like driving, you're just like, okay, if I can take, but if I have to turn right with brioche, oh no, just how you, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
it's really...
it's nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you too. It's great to be here.
So sorry, I'm just jumping in here because I'm
It's
excited.
okay. You're a podcast host. You're the
Go
interviewer.
for it.
Sorry. Are you in the library or is that your house full of books?
No, this is a fake background that I have.
Oh, that's
I
really
wish it
cool.
were real. I wish it were real. It's just a boring white corner behind me right now. So I have this to keep it a little bit more interesting. Let me actually take it off though.
No, leave it on. I love it. It's great.
Is it okay?
Yeah. If I show you my bookcase, are you ready for a big mess? Here we go.
Oh, I'm so ready. I love book
Oh no, I've got to
collection.
go this way. Oh, look
Wow.
at
Oh,
the
no.
mess.
I love
That
it.
is the mess.
Oh my gosh, what
Yeah.
a beautiful bookshelf.
Yeah, it's a big mess.
It's full. That's all that matters.
Hey, I relate. Big mess all around me right now.
I always I just can't throw things away, and I just put things on the bookcase to remind me of things. So, it's like the place that things go before they eventually die, and then get thrown away.
It's their last hope.
Yeah, the last chance saloon. So, Emily, it's lovely to meet you as well. This is so exciting. So you guys, how are you guys friends? How did you meet?
That's a great question. We just met on Instagram. We connected. I started my knitting dedicated Instagram almost a year ago. And Alix she liked one of my first few posts, and I think we just connected and we hit it off from the get-go.
That was before, like, not to be like that person, but now I've been very like, I like the knitting friends I have. So it has been very difficult for me to like engage with new knitters, even though there's so many knitters. But because I also had just like joined the knitting scene, I was like, oh my God, this girl is so cool because you were wearing a John Ralphio sweater.
Yeah, it was my Parks and Recreation.
Yep.
John
And I was like,
Ralphio
I love
sweatshirt.
that show too.
Oh, so what are you? Where can I see your stuff on Instagram, Emily?
Oh, sure. Yeah, my handle is at @mgrahamknits, and that's M with 3 M's.
Oh, okay.
I know. I don't know why I did that, but I did.
Yeah.
The issue is that because of the 3 M's, I always think it's Emma. Always.
You're not the only one. And you know why I did that is because on when I was creating a Ravelry account, I tried to do just M Graham, and that was taken. And so I did M Graham with 2 M's, and that was taken. And I was like, I'm just gonna try 3. And then I finally got it with 3. And I guess for consistency's sake, I
No,
did
that's
my
smart.
Instagram the same.
How are you finding Ravelry these days?
I've been logged off since that big log off 3 weeks ago. I just haven't even logged back on. I need to actually look at project notes, but like I've been putting it off because it feels like a little tiny act of resistance that I can do.
I couldn't believe how much it affected me, the brightness on the screen. And it really shocked me. And then I thought, is it really shocking me, or is it really giving me a headache, or am I dreaming that it's giving me a headache? I don't know which is true. I don't know whether I'm just thinking it's affecting me or whether it really is. But I'm sure there are people who are probably much more aware of these things than me who can work that out.
Yeah. Feels like such a major misstep. And so that's one of the things that I really enjoy about accountability versus cancel culture, where it's like, if you make a major misstep, if you like own up to it and apologize and like make clear strides to change it, people are going to be very forgiving. And so it's only in those few cases where people refuse to like acknowledge, and like they really Ravelry really dug its heels in. They were like, no, this is what we're doing. And so that's why it blew up way more than it needed to.
Yeah, I wasn't impressed. I think I was surprised that even with the big log off that happened, that there wasn't I was surprised by the response or lack thereof.
Yeah.
From Ravelry. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I always I've used it for so long. Yeah, for a long time it was the only thing to use. I think that's the thing, wasn't it? That's the but yeah, I do miss the enormous range of patterns. But luckily, Lovecrafts has got lots of patterns, so I'm happy.
Yeah, Lovecrafts really has you covered. They have the community aspect too, which I didn't know about. I don't know if it's very like if it's as fully like fleshed out as Ravelry is, but I'm sure it's gonna be getting there.
It will get there. It isn't yet, but it will get there, because I think that's also sort of a very passionate side for Lovecrafts, is at how to connect everybody together and, you know, bring the communities together. And whatever crafts you do, whether you are a stitcher or a knitter or a, you know, painter or wherever it goes. So yeah. So Emily, do you design for yourself, or do you design and sell your patterns online?
Not yet. I eventually would love to dip my toe into designing. I'm not there quite yet. But I've been having fun doing some testing.
Nice.
And so that's been a cool way to learn, you know, some of that piece of the process. And I tested this sweater, which was a lot of fun. But yeah, I see more and more of my Instagram knitting friends getting into designing, and that's really encouraging. Like, I feel like every week there's someone who's starting to design and putting patterns out, and that's really cool.
And dyeing yarn too.
And dyeing. Yeah, you're right. You're exactly right.
I was saying earlier to Alix how I just think people that dye yarn well is just an amazing skill, because it's so hard to create something that works not just on a skein. You know, like sometimes you have like a skein of yarn, you think that's so beautiful, and then you unravel it, start knitting with it, and it doesn't work. And so I think it's a complete genius when people can visualize a colorway and create the colorway, and then it translates beautifully into a piece of knitwear. I think that's such
absolutely I don't, my brain doesn't function in that way, you know, to have that vision and to see that. It's you're exactly right. It's incredible.
Yeah. And I agree. There's like everyone is getting into designing. I like the idea of sitting like the way you are, Emily, and like really thinking about it, because I do think a lot of people rush into designing and they design something that already exists and it's like a little bit different. Like so many new designers are bringing in like, oh, this is like a top down sweater with like slightly different gauge, slightly different needle size, slightly different yarn. And I'm like, you got to know that there are enough top down sweaters. If you're not bringing something like really unique or fitting a niche that doesn't already exist, like wait and see if you can find that.
So it's interesting, you know, though, I was talking to Debbie Bliss about designing, and we were talking yesterday actually about sizing and how you need to size up and down for, obviously we're all different shapes and sizes, and of course, but you can't just like incrementally go up, because if you do that, then you know you'd end up with arms that were sort of 6 feet long. It's like there's so much involved sort of calculation and maths to get the sizings right to fit a body. And I made something from a magazine, a jumper, the other day, last year. I keep saying the other day, last year, which I had my eye on making for months, and then I finally decided to make it. And obviously, being of a larger form, I had to make one of the larger sizes, and it hadn't been graded properly, and so the armholes were gigantic. And I thought at the time, that is such a shame, because if somebody's going to decide to be a designer, then you have to invest the time, don't you, in learning how to grade up and down, because everybody expects now,
as they should,
that you're going to have a pattern that's going to fit you. So I think it's, like you say, it's great to sort of, I dream of a sweater that's kind of empire line with sort of maybe bishop sleeves or fluted sleeves, that's kind of fitted and then has a little flare. And I've always dreamed of this sweater. Nobody in the world has designed it yet.
That's why you have to.
I keep telling people I was like the Paintbox team, do me an empire line sweater. No, it hasn't appeared. So I think, I'm never going to do it, because I'd just be far too scared of all the sizing. I could probably knit it for myself.
I think that's
I wouldn't be
possible. Emily and I were talking about this last night. We were FaceTiming, and like, I don't like grading patterns, but there's so many you have to pay for it. But like, there's so many graders who you're like, here are my measurements, and this is this is my pattern, and they can size it up and down for you, which I've been grading my own patterns up until this point, and I'm so terrified of like something not fitting, because like I just wasn't able to make a sample to check. That like
I
it's just
get-
it's good to invest in that.
And also, I guess of what Emily's been doing, sort of having test knitters to come along and test knit your patterns, it makes such a difference when you have designers who are prepared to get every single size test knitted.
Yeah.
And which I think is just fantastic, isn't it, when they do that? So you know when you buy that pattern, and even if you have to spend a bit more money on the pattern, you know that it's been test knitted in all the sizes.
Yeah.
Totally. I
Yeah.
mean, like with the kind of time investment that it takes to knit something, you know,
Yeah.
I know that I would be heartbroken, you know, to get so far into a pattern and realize, oh, this isn't going to work at all, size wise.
Yeah, absolutely. There's also an interesting, like something that I didn't think about until recently when I was like looking at an Instagram post that someone had made. There's a new designer who is designing again things that like already exist, but they had said like, okay, now that I have feedback from my testers, I'm going to be tweaking the pattern and it will be retested before it gets released. And I'm like, that's great. But also I feel bad for testers. Like when you're testing a pattern too, you're expecting there are only like probably very minor issues to be like, oh, I wish the armhole was like a half an inch bigger or half an inch smaller, or actually those sleeves are like a little bit long in the, 2XL size, but to have to like completely redo a pattern because you don't understand how to grade for bigger sizes, that's when you got to go in and like pay for someone to grade it before it gets out to testers.
Yeah,
Totally.
And I think that's good. It's a great idea to outsource the grading so that you get someone who's used to doing it.
Mm-hmm.
If you're like me and you can't do the numbers.
No, it's terrifying. And all of the measurements that you need are not accessible either. I don't know where graders find those measurements.
No, it's incredible, isn't it? But they obviously do. They're brilliant.
Yeah.
So girls, I know that Alix crochets as well. Emily, do you crochet too?
I actually just started my first ever crochet garment.
It looks amazing.
Oh, that's sweet. Thank you. I have it right here. I finished both sides of here, and it's gonna go here, and it's gonna have some lace on the bottom. And so this is the Angel Top by Namaste and Crochet, and just the most beautiful draping lace that goes around the shoulders. I'm really excited about it.
That looks fantastic.
Thank you.
Just gorgeous.
Crochet was my first fiber craft. And so when I was in middle school, I started to learn how to crochet. And up until now, I've only done like hats and scarves and blankets. So I'm really happy to be branching out into garment territory.
Oh, yeah, that's amazing. I was only saying earlier, it's sort of, years ago, there weren't crochet garments. And now these fantastic designers all over the world are creating beautiful garments for crochet and, working out creative ways to shape and do cables and lace work. And I just love it.
There really are some gorgeous crochet garments out there.
Yeah. So do either of you do any sewing as well? Do you embroider, cross stitch, sewing, quilting?
Emily?
So I have a sewing machine and I can do the sewing basics. I'm not a pro. But I don't know, for some reason sewing, it takes a different kind of patience than what I'm used to. So I maybe need to spend a little more time with it. But
do you know what Emily does though? That's very, very cool.
What?
She spins yarn.
Oh my god!
Oh, I do spin. I just started a few months ago.
Oh my god!
Very, very good. Very good at it.
Wowza,
Alex, that's so sweet. Thank you.
You inspired me to start. I haven't started yet, but you inspired me to think about starting.
Yes, that makes me so happy. It's been a really fun change of pace. Like when I'm frustrated with all of my whips and they're all in timeout, and I can take out my drop spindle and just do something different. And it's been a lot of fun. I finally feel like I'm getting the tension down. And I just plied my first hank that I'm actually happy with. So
that's amazing. I've got a drop spindle, but I haven't, and really didn't get on with it very well. I really wanted to. I just wasn't very
It wasn't a
good.
match.
No. I think I would really like a spinning wheel.
Mm-hmm.
I would. I think that would be really cool. But I don't seem to be able to coordinate myself to keep the thing spinning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know it's taken me the number of times that I've dropped it, like all of the wool is just pulled out and I just lose it, or something goes wrong. There've been many of those times. So
well, I think you're
not alone.
super cool doing that. That's really good.
Thanks. It's fun. I have this dream of and for some reason I gravitate towards hobbies that are in some way survival skills, or they're very practical, right? So I have this dream of one day making a garment and going all the way from the freshly shorn wool to making it into a wearable piece of clothing. And I'm not there quite yet, but I would love to be at some point.
No, that's so real. After I learned how to dye yarn, that was when I learned how to dye yarn this summer. We got our puppy, and he's a breed of dog that it's very common to make yarn from their fur.
Oh,
and so I was
is
just
he?
like, he's a Samoyed. It's the huge white dogs that look like clouds, but they have hair instead of fur. And so it comes and they do a big shed twice a year. And you can get there's a woman who I follow on Instagram who makes yarn from the Samoyed fur, but you can get what looks like a huge bag of wool that you can spin into yarn.
Wow.
And I'm just imagine getting this fur from my puppy and making it spinning it and then dyeing it and making a sweater. That is literally my dream.
Do you know what? I think that's a gorgeous dream, because I have 2 horses, and my daughter and I have 2 horses. Where we used to keep them at the sort of stable yard, they had loads of Shetland ponies, the little tiny ponies.
Uh-huh.
And they all had this really, really thick sort of fluffy coats. And in the winter, when they used to run past things, they'd leave big clumps of the fur on fences and stuff. And it got to the point where I was collecting up all this Shetland pony fur sort of coat, thinking, I could spin it. But of course I never did. It's just one more of those things I never did. But I totally get that. I would do it. Yeah.
That would be amazing.
Seriously.
That'd be so amazing. I agree about the sustainability, when right at the beginning of the pandemic, talking with friends about maybe we just make our own little commune and we don't have to worry about COVID. Someone can, I don't know, garden. Some of the skills are very important. Of course, I'm I'll make the clothes. Is less important than providing healthcare and or food. But I'm just I'll make socks for everyone.
Yeah.
Hey, you're keeping people warm. That's important.
If it's cold, yes.
Yes. Well,
and you live in colder places than I do, so
it's important here in Chicago. Yeah, I would never start a commune in a cold place, though. It feels like an oversight if you could just go somewhere warm and not have to worry about the cold.
It's hey, I live in Southern California, and
exactly. I mean, the desert isn't a great place either for that.
Yeah.
I don't know where I would. Certainly not in London. It would be, very too changeable to set up a commune in London.
Yeah.
No, we'd need to be down by the sea somewhere, I think, or down by the water.
Yeah.
But I would definitely be doing socks. Yeah.
It is such a dream of mine to live in the Scottish Highlands and just be in basically by myself with a few people that I really love, and all I do is make yarn and knit. That is such a dream.
And honestly, you would need every bit of yarn you owned. You'd be so cold. Do you know what? My brother and his family lived in the Highlands for about 15 years, and they lived quite high up in the Highlands, and we're talking minus 30 in the winters sometimes. I mean, just freezing.
That's so cold.
So beautiful, but so cold.
I'm such a wimp. too. I think it'd be absolutely stunning, but I grew up in Florida and I live in the LA area now, and I can do cold for a couple days at a time, but even then it's like not a pleasant experience.
I could never live in a warm place. I don't understand how you do that.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I couldn't live in a warm place either. No.
Wait, why is that? I'm so curious.
Well, I hate sweating. I feel like I sweat all the time.
It is the worst.
And it's not even hot. And I only like sweaters. This is the closest I'll go to not wearing a sweater, and it is like a fully warm acrylic short sleeve. I just like layers.
I'm the same. I like drizzly rain, and I don't mind a bit of warm weather. I mean, today it's quite nice and shiny, sunshiny and nice, but I couldn't do hot unless I was in the middle of Italy somewhere. Then I could probably do that.
Yeah.
That would be terrible. I could definitely do that. But no, I'm the same as you, actually, Alex. I need sweaters.
Yeah, I like being able to feel cozy, and I like being able to add layers when I want them. Like, I always say this, I always argue with people that cold is better than hot, because if you're cold, you can put on more layers, and if you're hot, you like couldn't theoretically like take off your skin. Because there comes a point where you just can't cool yourself down anymore.
That is very true. That is a great point. There was a day, it was a few summers ago, and it was the hottest day that I have ever experienced here in LA. It was over 120 degrees.
Oh my God.
It was a complete like freak heat wave.
Yeah.
Like it's not something that usually
But you would die if you were outside for too long.
Yeah. Well, my husband had like a graduation kind of ceremony that day, and we were driving somewhere, and there's like a little thermometer gauge in his car, and it started glitching. Like it stopped actually reading numbers. It was just little lines.
Oh my God.
That was not a fun day. That was too dang hot. So
yeah.
I don't get to wear as many sweaters as I'd like.
Yeah, because you don't get to, like, I'm always excited. Even I'm thinking about like all summer how I'm going to be knitting all of these sweaters for next winter.
Yeah.
And you don't really get that. Like, even in the summer, I'm just like, I can still work on sweaters because it's gonna get cold soon.
Yep. Nope. I have a few sweaters. Okay, I have more sweaters currently than I've ever had in my life. And I have about 3 or 4 months out of the year where it's potentially reasonable to wear them. But even then, it's not a sure thing.
Horrifying.
It's the whole yarn craft thing, isn't it? Even if you don't need them, you got to make them.
Yeah.
For sure. It's the experience of it. The
process. Yeah. It's the journey, isn't it? It's the journey.
Exactly.
Talking of which, you are going on very well with that big jumper there, that bobbles.
Thank you. I know, though. This is another thing that when people say they love crochet because it's fast, I'm just like, I knit so quickly that I don't find crochet to be quicker than knitting because I have to focus on it. But I started this when we started. So I guess 3 hours. Well, it's not a lot for 3 hours, but it's coming along.
It is.
I love the bobbles.
It is. But do you know what? You knit continental, and that is much faster.
I know. So, I switched recently.
Yeah. I love the knit stitch for continental, but continental purl
I like so much less. But American style purling, I hate. Like, I don't like working flat because I don't like purling at all, but I am so much less upset about purling when I'm doing it this way. It's slower still, but like it's not slow, it's just slower than the knitting.
Yeah. I think
sorry.
Go on, no, carry on.
Knitting something flat is like my least favorite. In the round,
great.
Golden. Perfect. But flat, if I have to do a whole row of purling every other row, I'm just like, that kind of kills my joy for a moment.
It's so interesting because when we sort of, from a Lovecraft's point of view, like a lot of patterns will be knitted flat, flat and seamed, and then there's obviously a sort of a proportion of patterns that are knitted in the round, and some people will go to any lengths to avoid a purl. I don't mind a row of purl. I think that's okay, especially sort of in the middle of something, if you're doing some cables, or you get a row off, you know, and you could just be like, oh, well. But yeah, I think a lot of people really would only choose a pattern if it was in the round.
Yeah. It's interesting because a lot of the big box companies, like the cardigan that I made that I like had to completely redo, it should have been a top down seamed cardigan, and it looked like a top down seam cardigan, but they had devised it to be like flat with like the sleeves coming to like a point at the end, just like if it were a top down, and it didn't seam correctly. And I was like, I understand that for people who are like buying kits, maybe the idea is that like they're more beginner and they would prefer to be seaming, but it comes after doing 1 or 2 seaming kits. You're like, okay, where's the stuff in the round? Like, give me something a little bit more difficult.
I find it extraordinary that there are still people who are a bit too scared to use circular needles. Because to me, it's just the best thing in the universe.
Entirely.
And it's why would anybody choose to use double pointed needles or great big long needles if they didn't have to? I don't get it.
I agree.
I love them. And also I love the fact that obviously it saves your hands because they're short. So even if you have hand trouble, which I sometimes do, short needles are so good for your hands.
Yeah. I haven't owned straight needles for so long. I've taught so many people to knit that I'm creating a guide for like people who want to start knitting. Here's the first project. Here are the skills you learn. Here's the second project. Here's the skills you learn. And I'm like, as soon as project 2, you're switching to circular needles. Like, I don't want you to get too comfy with these flat needles.
Yeah.
Totally.
Even recently, I really love Tunisian crochet.
I want to learn.
Oh my goodness, it's so fun. The fabric is so beautiful. I've got a little swatch here, actually, just in my, seeing as I'm sitting here. This little swatch. So like this bit at the top, that is Tunisian simple stitch. And this bit underneath is like a Tunisian seed stitch.
Whoa.
And
Like both of our mouths just went.
I know,
because I didn't know you could do that with Tunisian crochet.
Gorgeous.
So I kept this swatch because I was so obsessed. I was like, oh my goodness. So I bought a giant Tunisian hook. And then I discovered that actually you can get a Tunisian hook with a cable. So now I've got a little Tunisian hook and a great big long navel. So you can make like a Tunisian crochet blanket, like in this lovely simple stitch, which looks like a little crisscross.
Yeah, it's so beautiful.
Crikey. Have you ever seen so British, isn't it? Do you know Tony Lipsey from TL Yarn Crafts?
She introduced
she's my hero. She's the most incredible woman, and it was because of her that we had her on the podcast. And after that I was like, Jamie, don't talk to me. But the other podcast is, don't talk to me for weeks now, because I'm just going into Tunisian crochet. I don't want to talk to anybody for months. And I was completely obsessed, and I still am. But yeah, I love it. So that's the only time I've had really, really long needles in the last few years, is because I bought a giant. I'll show you because it's glittery.
Ooh.
Look at this.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
So
that's so cool.
Where do you even find something like that? I'm sure they don't manufacture very many.
Yeah, no, Love Crafts. My favorite shop. But actually now I've got this the one with a cable. And you can even get like a detachable cable for your Tunisian crochet hooks. I was like, oh, I love it.
It's like buying a needle set, but Tunisian. That's really like this year for my birthday, I got the spinning. I actually bought a sewing machine too, which is done. I'm gonna figure that out later. But like the like new thing is going to be spinning. I'm like, next year I'm going to do Tunisian crochet because it's so beautiful. I love the woven look. I love it so much for like, especially for like shawls or afghans or blankets. I want to be able to do it. I want to know how to.
And people seem to really love doing it too. It seems like people like it's fun.
It's so easy.
Really?
Oh, crikey. It is so easy. honestly, you just have to go and follow a Tony Lipsy tutorial, and you'll be in a day. You'll be obsessed.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's next on the list.
Seriously, my ever-growing list.
But I must go soon because I'll let you get on and have a lovely time because I'm monopolising the chat. But
That's okay.
the other person I wanted to tell you that I really love, and who's a psychologist, so it's nothing to do with knitting, but I just love her, is this woman on Instagram called Dr. Batiste Berry. And every day I listen to her stories. This is going back, I meant to say this to you when we were talking about autobiographies. Honestly, she is the best woman in the world to like start your day with a Dr. Batiste Berry story. It's the best.
Okay.
So she was my other. So that was the other person I wanted to tell you about just before
I have you have a list of books to send me anyway, names of, so just put that on the list.
I'll put it on the list. It's so exciting. I should let you go and get on with your stuff because I know you're going to probably have a great old chat now. You must be nearly, what's now, 10 to 5 UK time. So you're nearly halfway through.
I guess, yeah. That's wild.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh
you
my
see,
God.
I am fully through a paint box ball of yarn. So that's how you know the day's advancing.
Is that chunky? Is that paint box chunky? Simply
it's
chunky?
the Simply Chunky. So nice. I made a Simply Chunky sweater.
Beautiful.
I loved the yarn, hated the sweater. Like I made the whole sweater and I was making it when I was home and I knew I wasn't going to like it, but I was like, it was supposed to be for myself. And I'd got the yarn for Hanukkah and I was really excited to make the sweater. And as I was knitting, I was like, I don't think I'm going to like this. But of course I was home. It was over Hanukkah and my mom kept being like, it's really nice. What are you making? That's really nice. Do you have anyone in mind that you're giving it to? And I was like, it's for me. And so of course, when I finished it, I tried it on once and was like, yeah, this is not going to work. And I gave it to her. And I was like, sorry that your fingering weight sweater for your birthday is not going to get to you for 6 months. Like have this sweater instead. That's why I'm not rushing the fingering weight sweater because I'm like, I gave her this, it's machine washable. Like that's better than this non-super washable that I'm using anyway, that I'm like, you're gonna have to wear that over a turtleneck.
Well, listen, it was just gorgeous to meet you both.
Yes, you too. Thank you for coming on.
Happy knitting, and I'll talk to you both soon, or hopefully, but I'm going to go and follow you on Instagram. I'm really excited, Emily.
Yes. Oh, thanks so much. I'm happy to be in touch.
Cool. Take care. Happy knitting. Have fun.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you for being here.
Oh my gosh. Thanks for having me. This is so much fun.
It's really so much fun. I know she's so sweet. I was so excited to have her on because she's a podcast host. And so I was just like, I'm still live. People are hearing me, but like I spent an hour talking and I should not be allowed to just talk for an hour because multiple times I was like, I'm embarrassing myself. Like I need to take a break. And so finally when she came on, I was just like, bless you for being here.
I'm sure I'm sure that it's so helpful to have another human to like filter things through and bounce things off of. Also, I'm sure that you did great when you were flying solo.
Thank you. Time will tell, I guess, when I will never watch it back, but maybe someone will and will let me know if I really truly embarrassed myself or not.
Oh my gosh, I cannot believe that you have been working on that for only 3 hours.
Told you I'm a fast knitter. That's the thing.
And I knit continental too, but I am not that fast. You're so speedy.
Yeah, so that's part of the thing is like, there's a hubris element to it where I'm like, I knit so quickly. So that's why I can have so many whips going at once.
Oh,
but then I just end up starting a bunch of things and never finishing them and then feeling anxious about it.
I got you. Yeah. Well, I am just exiting. I've been in like this, I've loved all of my whips, but I've been in whip purgatory for like over a month now where I just look and I'm like, I need to finish these things. And I finished one the other day and then I finished this one maybe 2 days ago and I'm just waiting in the ends. And now I feel like now I can start so new things. Yeah, totally.
That's the thing. I posted on Instagram a few days ago about how I was feeling so overwhelmed and like I had completely lost motivation, and it was because I hadn't finished anything in legitimately weeks. Like I had
Yes.
started so many things and not finished, and so finally like, and part of the thing was that like I had a sweater that half of a sleeve was left, and I had a pair of socks that like one toe of one of the pairs of like one of the socks was left, and so finally like earlier this week, or I guess last week, I like finished them, and I was like, I feel so much better just
Yeah,
having finished a couple things.
totally. I know there are a few things that you remember when I tried to make socks? There was one time that I reached out to you asking for your favorite sock
Uh-huh.
patterns. So I
Uh-huh.
made an entire sock. Also realizing that I was not doing magic loop correctly.
Oh no.
I need to revisit what I think magic loop actually even is. But I got to the very end where of a sock where I had to do the Kitchener stitch to weave it all in, and I was like, not right now. And it has been sitting like that for months.
Wait, I'm sorry. It's only one sock that you did too.
Only
You still have to
one
make
sock.
the other sock.
Yeah, I don't.
It's never
Yeah,
gonna happen.
it maybe it will. I haven't given up. Just because I think I need to figure out what I'm doing with Magic Loop. And I think that once I get it right, that it'll make me not hate it.
I will say that like one of the things that will help with the magic loop aspect is doing 2 at a time socks. And then you don't have to worry about only having one.
Yeah, for sure. That makes
You can't like that makes magic loop like you're either doing magic loop correctly or you're not, because you have 2 socks on the needles.
Hmm. Man, yeah, I have no idea how that would even work out. Like,
It's so much easier than it seems.
really?
Yes, but also important, like my attention changes depending on where I am in my day. And so like
Sure.
it's important for me to be doing the socks at the same time. Otherwise, I'm gonna have like one sock that is just not the size that it needs to be, and the other one that fits perfectly.
Oh, that's a great
Um,
point. It keeps it consistent.
I know that's like it's helpful for people who do mittens as well, which makes sense.
Yeah. And for me, I think it would help with motivation because, like,
Yeah.
after finishing one sock, I feel like I accomplished a project, but there's actually a duplicate to do.
I mean, that's
Yeah.
what like the same thing with Sleeve Island, or like it's just called the second sock syndrome, but like Sleeve
Mhm.
Island is really the same thing, where it's like I've just finished
I
so
just
much.
did this.
I just
Yeah.
did so much of this. Why do I have more to do?
Exactly.
But that's some of the benefit of like working in panels. I'm already anticipating that like when I finish the back panel of this that I'm working on, I don't know if I'm gonna immediately pick up that front panel to get working on it.
Mhm.
Especially that's part of the issue, and this is why I think I was feeling really overwhelmed, is that almost everything I have been making has been for other people.
Yeah.
And so if I'm not going to be able to like finish it and put it on, I've been losing my motivation to do it. Like now that I've decided that this is probably going to be for my sister, I'm just like, I'm not really in a rush. I'm not going to see her for 6 weeks. So
Yeah, totally.
there's no, but then it's just going to be in my bin, like mocking me along with the other half
They do
finished
mock.
projects.
They do mock, don't they? It's like you spent so many hours on me and I'm not done yet. At least that's what mine say to me.
No, 100%. That's what they say.
Yeah, I have my lovely aura here that I had to put to the side because I had some deadlines to meet, and so this guy's on standby, but it's just been sitting here so patiently while it's been in the corner.
That's
So
the blue one, right? You're wearing
exactly,
blue too now. You're on that blue kick.
I'm on that blue train. Yeah, it's true. I'm between blue and green, and then like a raspberry kind of color. Those have been my colors, I guess, over the past year.
I love that. I know Marian asked me what colors I work with, and I was like, don't have a satisfying answer. Like I like colors. I just like them. I pick colors that I like. They have no through line, and so few of them would I wear. That's why I also give so many projects away.
You know, and for me, the through line is a complete fluke. Well, it's just that I like the color so much that I end up gravitating back towards the same general color families.
Yeah.
And not that any of the things necessarily go together super well, but I tend to have, I go through seasons. I like to I don't know. I'm not comparing myself to Picasso, but I like to think about it as like It's so embarrassing. I like to think about it as like, you know, how some artists will have like, they have a blue period and then they have, you know, like different colors and different eras and themes. That's sort of how I feel.
I love that. I don't think that it's bad to compare yourself in that way.
Thank you. I just immediately was like, Emily, how big is your head? Like, calm down.
No, I think it's a very appropriate metaphor.
Thank you. Thanks. You know, just with different seasons, it feels like it's different colors are needed. Like I've been very much in a green season, and a lot of that has been that I'm just like, I felt so stagnant over the past year working from home, and green seems to promise growth and new life and something, I don't know, optimistic.
Yeah.
I'm hoping for.
Wait, that's so wonderful.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, so trying to surround myself with green and now blue.
I love that. Now I'm working, one of the things I wanted to do during the live stream, which like is kind of not happening, but just fine, was that I wanted to like start with the gauge swatch and like get a shirt started. And so I'm working on that green cotton that I showed you yesterday.
Yeah.
Does this happen to you too, where sometimes you'll go down a needle size and the swatch gets larger? Or is it just me?
Yes. No, sometimes it does for me.
Okay.
Do you think it's because of like the tension of how tight you're holding the yarn and how, or like, because sometimes that's it for me. If the needle's smaller, sometimes my grip changes. I don't know.
I'm going to try. I've just done, it was supposed to be US 6. I tried it on US 6. It was a tiny bit too big. So I was like, okay, that's fine. I'll do it on US 5. So much bigger on US 5. Just tried it on US 4, even bigger on US 4.
No!
And so I'm just like, okay, this is not, I'm just going to try it on US 6 again and it will be fine.
Yeah. Also, I love your needle case.
Thank you. I did a Halloween swap like in my early days of knitting Instagram, and I thought that everyone was knitters, and so I was like, great, like I can give someone my hand dyed yarn. And it turned out I was paired with a sewer, where I was like, oh God, what am I supposed to do to swap with you? I don't want to buy fabric. She had never owned like a hand knitted garment. So I ended up making her a sweater, and she made me this like amazing spooky Halloween like knitting case.
No, that's handmade.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
I know. It was
what
really,
a great
really
gift.
Great. It was really wonderful.
Oh my gosh. Cause like my only qualm with mine, because I have, you know, just this kit. Yeah. It's just that it's so small. And so I love the size of yours.
I know, it's really nice. It fits everything. I still don't know where any of my needles are. That's another reason to like get out of whip purgatory, is to be like, oh, now I have all my needles in the place that they're supposed to be.
Yes, entirely. And the cables, like the cords. I have been scrambling to try and find some of those over the past few months, and like having to put other projects on waste yarn, because it's like I need this cable.
Yeah, I know. I was so excited to have a cable with cable stoppers, because I was like, it's going to be so easy. And then now I'm just like, no, now I just have like cables in a bunch of different projects that I keep half abandoning, and it's actually not making my life easier whatsoever.
It's so true.
It's so ridiculous.
But I don't know what set you have, but with I've never said this brand out loud. Is it Chiao Goo?
I would say Chia Goo in my head.
Yeah, I've never said it out loud, but so I love this kit so much. And one thing I really like is that I've been able to buy some of like the different sizes of the connectors to connect the different cords and needles. So it's like if all of my small cords are taken, I have the little adapter one to be able to use the wrong size needle on the wrong cord, which has been
cool.
That has been actually really helpful.
Yeah, that's really cool.
And kind of mix and match a little bit.
I have the Likey set, which I really love.
Yeah,
because I'm only recently starting to enjoy metal. Like up until very recently, I refused to work with metal needles or plastic. Like I was only wood or bamboo. And that one, that's really, 1 second. I'm going to go get another ball of this yarn.
Yeah, go for it.
It's right next to me. It's just like not close enough that I can stay on.
Cool. No worries.
since I ordered like literally 10 balls of yarn for this sweater. Also, one of my very best friends growing up, she's from my hometown. She moved to Germany, and over the pandemic, I taught her how to knit over Zoom. And so she's here.
Awesome.
If do you want to say hi to her, I'm gonna let her
Yeah,
in.
I'll say hi and I'll trade off spaces so that you guys can have your time together. Yeah.
Okay. I know Marian was on for all of you being here, which takes a lot of pressure off me, which I very much appreciate.
Yeah, no, it was so much fun to chat with the two of you.
Yeah, she's so much fun. Also, I was monitoring the chat. I didn't realize my mom was in the chat listening to me talk about that sweater, and she wrote, "It looks so good on me."
Oh, that's so sweet.
I know, that's such a my mom thing. Hi, Carrie.
Hi, how are you?
Hi. I'm
Hi,
Emily.
nice
Nice
to
to
meet
meet you.
So Emily is my newer, I guess. Well, we've been friends on Instagram for a while, but we didn't become like real friends until very recently. Emily is my newer friend off of Instagram. And as I said, Carrie is one of my very best friends from childhood and now into adulthood, which is amazing.
That's really special.
Knitting brings us, we know we are friends for other reasons, but being able to talk through the pandemic about knitting was very I don't know, it's a very good way to keep in contact.
Yeah, it's also really nice to FaceTime with someone else who understands that when you're knitting on FaceTime, you're still listening. We've had a lot of FaceTime knits throughout COVID.
Yes. Do you have that issue when do you try to hide that you're knitting when you're on FaceTime?
I actually feel like I don't try to hide it because some of us are not as talented as you and still have to look at our knitting. And I feel like if I'm looking down, it's better for people to know that I'm knitting and not for them to think that I'm like on my phone, because that's very different. So no, I don't usually hide it, but I always feel weird if someone's like staring at me on Zoom or FaceTime and then I'm not looking back at them. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like people actually don't mind, but it's like a weird thing for me, I guess.
Yeah, I agree. There's a family that I'm really close, a family friends that I'm really close to, and their daughter is 14 and she crochets. And she was talking to me about how in like her high school Zoom, she'll make sure that she shows her crochet every once in a while because she is actively looking down the entire class. And she's like, I just show it every once in a while so the teacher knows that like I'm crocheting and therefore paying attention. Yeah. It's like, that's smart. I would still feel bad about it though.
Yeah.
Same. That is really smart.
If only I was able to knit during school.
Right. Didn't have that option.
Wait, Carrie was in class with me. I forgot about this. You were in Miss Sager's class with me, right?
Yeah.
I got in trouble. It was our 5th grade class. I was 10 years old and I got in trouble for knitting in class. And then I never brought knitting back to class. She said that it was distracting to the people around me. And she like called my mom to be like, it's really tough because Alix is clearly still paying attention and is like an active participant in class, even though she's knitting, but like she can't bring it to class anymore.
But if you aren't a knitter, like if you haven't knit before, I can understand how people would like think.
Yeah.
That or like not understand it. Yeah, she was a tough cookie. I forgot about that.
She was. It was that was a great formative class, but it turned me off from like bringing knitting to school. And then I'm sure Emily, you saw on my Instagram when I was like, what is going on with like, what is going to happen next year when I'm in class in person? And everyone commented, oh, I just knitted during grad school. And I was like, I didn't know that was a thing. Like, I don't think I'm bold enough to just knit in class and then see, like, if I get yelled at, I'm going to start crying.
In my master's, when it was in person before COVID and before I started knitting, we had someone who knit and everyone would ask her like, how can you pay attention? And she was like, I'm fine. And I didn't get it then, but I get it now. So I can confirm that people in fact do that even in grad school.
I'm glad to hear that. Although I know Germany takes knitting more seriously than America does.
Yes.
Very seriously.
Yeah, we don't mess around.
Well, I'm gonna head out. I have to get started with work for the day. But it was so much.
You're in California.
Yeah, I'm on the West Coast, so it's just 9 a.m. here.
Wow. Thanks for joining so early.
Oh my gosh, of course. Thanks for having me. This has been so much fun.
I'm so glad that you were able to be here.
Yeah, it's great to meet you too. I hope you guys have so much fun.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Talk to you soon.
Talk to you soon.
Carrie, I don't know if you're monitoring the YouTube chat, but we have a fan in the chat
Oh,
saying
do
that you're
we?
famous, and I'm sure you can guess. It's another knitting friend of ours. The chat is
Who is
really,
it?
honestly and truly, it's Hannah, but the
Oh
chat
my
is just like Hannah, my mom, and my girlfriends, and that's great. Everyone, as I will give a reminder, since I haven't said it in a while, like I am vaguely looking at the chat so that I can address questions as they come in. So if people have questions, drop them in the chat. Welcome for people who are joining us. This is a 6-hour live stream craft along where people are just welcome to come with their crafts and listen to me talk. Thankfully, for the last couple hours, the last couple hours, it hasn't just been my voice. So
Yeah, I wonder
here.
if you're gonna have your voice at the end of this.
Oh, I think so. I think I have like a dead hour at the end, which is great. That gives people
You
a
can
chance
talk a
to
lot also. So.
I'm talking so much. But I'm glad that I don't have to talk as much right now because you're here.
Want to show me and everyone who's new whatever you're working on?
I'm working on, so I ordered from Lovecrafts some things to work on during this live stream, and I ordered I love their paint box yarn, and they have this like acrylic that it's like 10 balls of this is like $30 or $40. So it's like a full sweater quantity for bulky acrylic yarn. It's great because you can machine wash it. And then there's the 2 of Wands pattern that I've been like simping over, the like quilted coat jacket. So I started the back panel of the coat jacket, and
oh my gosh, that's gorgeous.
It's so much easier to make than I thought it would be. And I'm really excited about it. Unfortunately, I hope she's not here, or else she'll know, but unfortunately, I don't know if this is a color that fits into my wardrobe. So I'm probably going to be giving it to my sister, Kira. Hopefully she doesn't see that, because if I decide to keep it for myself, I don't want her to be disappointed.
I was gonna say, I think it'd be a really good color on her, but if it'd be a good color on her, it would also be a good color on you. So that kind of.
I know, but this is like her color. Like I feel like everything she wears is royal blue. So I'm just like, I know that it's a color that she would love. Where I don't know.
That makes sense.
I don't really wear colors. I always want to knit with colors, and then I never want to wear them. I'm like, why do I do this?
Yeah, I can understand that. I'm always like, do I knit this in brown, black, or gray?
What are you working on?
I am working on my first thing that I'm knitting for a man. And I realized that can be a lot more stitches. So this
Your zipper.
Is gonna be the zipper sweater from Petite Knit.
Oh my God, it looks so good.
Yet, but it's gonna come in. But I think it's supposed to be, you know how it always says like knit until it's whatever number of centimeters. It's knit until it's 63 centimeters from, not including the collar. I was like,
oh my God.
So I've been knitting in the round for quite some time. I think I've got about like another maybe 5 centimeters until I start working the ribbing at the bottom. So but it's been fun to make it for him, because I've made plenty of stuff for myself and a lot of stuff for other people, but I haven't made anything for Christian yet. So this is an exciting one. It's kind of doesn't really fit that well to be like, I'm probably going to finish it, I guess, in May now. So it's not the ideal project to finish in May in terms of wearability.
That's okay.
But he'll get use out of it in the winter, I'm sure.
I'm sure, as long as he knows not to put it in the washing machine.
Yeah, non-knitters need to be reminded of that a lot.
It's amazing you're making for him. I do find, my issue too is that, yes, women's sweaters in general are less long than men's sweaters to begin with. And I always crop the hell out of my stuff because I get so sick of knitting the body. So I can't, you're really just sloughing through.
Yeah, it's I think it's 16 balls in total, and I'm on ball.
Oh my God.
I think I'm on ball 10.
Oh my God, that's unreal.
Yeah, it'll be rewarding when it's done though. At least it's fairly chunky yarn, so it hasn't been taking like forever, but
and hopefully he enjoys it.
I think he will.
He has to be very he has to be like effusive. If I get I love knitting for other people, but I was actually saying this to Emily last night, the same idea with giveaways. Like if someone wins a giveaway and they don't like respond in all caps with exclamation points, I don't want to give them the thing anymore. And that's how I feel about like making knitted stuff for people. Like Kira does this, actually, my sister, who this would be for. She like really loves it and wears it a lot. But when I give it to her, when I present her, she'll be like, oh, cool, thanks. And I'm just like, I put 100 hours into this. You better be more excited.
Yeah, I know. I actually just finished also the like a onesie for my cousin just had twins actually yesterday. They're there.
Oh.
And I knit it because I'm gonna be there next month. So I knit it in the like 1 to 2 month size, and it's really cute and I'm really happy with it. But I was also like, oh, this is gonna go by really quick. Like these babies are gonna fit in there for like, I don't know, I guess maybe 6 weeks and then move on.
Yeah, that's what I feel like. That makes it even more important to be knitting. Like if you're someone who can knit, to be like knitting, I don't know, these like heirloom baby clothes pieces, because it's so expensive to keep buying baby clothes and have them growing out of it. But then on the flip side, I'm like, I would rather make like a hat even, or like a blanket, so that they could have it for like 5 years. It makes me so sad to be like, they're going to wear it for 3 weeks and then that's the end of it.
Yeah, I hope it finds a second life somewhere else.
Yeah. Did you make
Like,
2 then?
Well, so far I made 1 and then I have to make the second.
Okay.
1 is blue and 1 is yellow. And I have enough yarn left over, I think. I just needed like maybe 35 grams. So I have like 15 grams left. And I think I'm going to make like matching little bucket hats if I can find a good pattern.
My God, that would be so cute. I'm sure that there are patterns on Lovecrafts for baby hats. You got to look there.
Okay. Yeah. I'm going to check it out. Yeah, I think they're going to hate me when they're older for the matching outfits, but you got to do it when they're that age, you know?
You really do. You should do the hat striped with the 2 colors too.
Ooh, that'd be cute. That's a good idea.
Thank you.
I
just love baby things.
Yeah, so that's fun. Yeah, but I actually this morning realized that this is currently the only thing I'm working on, which is crazy.
Yeah, I can't relate to that at all. But you're a fairly new knitter. It's surprising, maybe not surprising, but like I feel like the newer the knitter, the less likely they are to have multiple projects going. And I feel like you picked up multiple projects really quickly.
Yeah, I did.
Which I relate to.
Yeah, I think I usually have like, I think my average, I definitely at the beginning, I learned how to knit beginning of last summer, and then I got like really excited about it. It was like, I underestimated how long things would take, like how long knitting actually took. And so then I got excited and started like 4 or 5 projects at once. And then I got overwhelmed. And then once I worked through that backlog, I'm on a steady 2 to 3 at once. Otherwise I think I get overwhelmed.
I think that's smart. I mean, I just put stuff away, it goes into purgatory and whatever, I'll never see it again. But
purgatory.
I didn't realize that you started at the beginning of the summer, because your birthday is in July and I saw you in July, right? And I gave you yarn for your birthday for like an actual garment. Like you started knitting garments right away.
Yeah, I did the hat because I texted you, or we were talking like last year in like, I think May. And I was, that was the kind of point of COVID where like people were baking bread, and I was like, I want to do something. And I was like more excited about knitting garments than like knitting anything else. And I had knit like a teeny bit before, like I knit a scarf like once. So I at least knew the knit stitch and stuff. I don't think I even knew how to purl though. But yeah, I remember like asking you, I was like, what do I have to do to be able to like knit a shirt? And you were like, definitely do a hat first. So I did 1 hat and then I immediately started with garments.
But the hat you chose too is another petite knit one. That's a complicated hat. Like that's not the hat pattern that I have people start with.
I remember being frustrated with it. That's for sure. Yeah, because it was like fingering weight, and it was mohair and like fingering weight wool. So yeah, I definitely remember struggling with that a bit, but it was good that I at least didn't jump straight in on like a tank top.
Yeah, I think it's possible. I think that's the point of like the places that do sell those kits. The idea is that like it should be very beginner accessible. And some of those easy sweaters are so beginner accessible when they have like they're just knit in panels.
Mhm.
But there's so much to be said for like always knitting in panels. It gets like redundant.
Yeah. Depends on how much you like purling too.
Yeah, that's true. We were talking about that earlier. That like some people go to whatever length to avoid purling, and like I don't do that, but I for sure prefer in the round versus flat if I can help it.
Yeah, well, this is the first project that I switched to continental with, this sweater. And it was like for the part with the zipper in the front, it was worked flat. So I had to purl continental. And then like once I got to going in the round, I'm not sure, I'm still kind of adjusting to the style. So like knitting continental is going really well for me, and I even like prefer it. But purling continental,
I know.
struggling.
Well, that's the kind of thing, hopefully if I am able to see you while you're here, that's the kind of thing that like we can look at together. I saw on Instagram yesterday, I was watching a video from someone and I was like, wow, they purl continental so weird, like a way so different than the way that I purl. And I'm just like, there's so many options for how to do it that still like gives you the same effect. So it's worth trying a bunch of different things. And like I found the way that like is the easiest for me, but I am sure it's not the easiest for everyone.
Yeah, I was really struggling, and then I like started kind of like flipping my left finger that's holding my yarn up and down as I purl, and that helped a lot. It makes me probably like a little bit slower, but it helps me to actually like be able to do the stitch and not mess it up 2 times before I do it the right way. So
that's
overall, it's an improvement.
Yeah, I want to ask you more about learning to knit during the pandemic, but I also want to say that I just got a text from my sister saying I've been watching for the last hour, but I don't have a YouTube account, so I can't comment. So Kira, potentially this will be for you. If I like it, I'm going to keep it. So don't get your hopes up.
Oh my goodness. Oops. You always do that.
All the time. I mean, I make everything as if it's for myself. And then most likely it's not. Like I don't end up keeping it. And I'm okay with living that way.
No, I support it.
Okay, I do genuinely want to talk to you more about learning to knit during the pandemic, because I feel like so the like knittership like kind of exploded. The amount of people who like started knitting, and especially started knitting garments, just like exploded during the pandemic. You took off, like I think you went on a trajectory that was much faster than the average person who started last summer, but like you really like started, and now you're like a knitter. Like I would consider you like a really entrenched knitter.
Aw, thanks. Yeah, I guess, I mean, the reason why I started is because I was just feeling, I think like everyone else was, like I was working from home, which is of course a luxury, but also comes with its, ups and downs, and was watching a lot of Netflix and just kind of felt like I was never doing anything with my hands. Like also I wasn't physically moving around. And I mean, I was mostly influenced. I definitely wouldn't have picked it up if I didn't like know you and hadn't seen the stuff that you were making. But like, I just thought it was a cool way to be able to be like doing something productive while I'm doing other things. So I'm not sure. I'm not really the kind of knitter who like sits down just to knit. Like I always have something else, like a show or a podcast is like kind of my favorite. And then also I knit a lot at work. Like while I'm on Zoom calls and stuff like that. So it really helped me to feel like, it sounds kind of weird, but it was like, okay, time is no longer like standing completely still. Like I can see that I'm like making something and like making progress on it and like learning how to knit. So it just felt kind of rewarding to like pick up something new and to feel like the time wasn't just all like lost, dead time, especially at the start of the pandemic. I think a lot of people, well, also still like people are struggling with that. So for me, that was just fun. And I also was really rewarding to be able to make stuff for other people and, just like kind of put your like heart and time into making something for those occasions when you do get to see people, like makes it kind of more special. So that's kind of the reasons why I got started, I think. I mean, I was initially pretty dedicated to being like, this is going to be a thing for me. I just knit a hat and then it just went from there. But I was like, oh no, I really want to knit this shirt. So I was pretty dedicated from the start, I guess you would say.
But that's amazing. It makes a lot. I mean, obviously all of that makes sense. I think there are definitely people who just like sit and knit quietly with their own thoughts. You know that I'm not that person. I like knit all the time, but it's because I'm like always doing something else while I'm knitting.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's how. And what about like the learning process? I know actually a lot of people don't use classes to learn or books or whatever, but most people do have like a friend who's knitting who they see often enough that like they can sit and troubleshoot with.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely helped that I like knew the knit stitch. And then obviously, like if I was really struggling with something, we would FaceTime and like talk about it, or I would even like text you. I even remember sending you like videos the first time I did lace, being like of the chart and then the thing, and like then my hands doing it and being like, this isn't working. Why isn't it working? So it definitely helps to have someone face to face, but definitely a combination of like, there's so many good YouTube tutorials out there. And it was a lot of like taking a lot of patience of like, if you watch the first tutorial and like it's too fast or it doesn't explain it exactly the way you need it, like then watching another one. And really, I don't know why when I come across a new skill, I like don't want to, I don't feel like learning it at first. But then once I like sit down and watch, like usually it's like less than a 10-minute video and you can try it as you're watching the video. And then usually it goes okay. So it was definitely a combination of troubleshooting with you and YouTube, and also being like kind of critical in like where I get patterns from and making sure that the patterns are really clear, and or like the patterns are written for beginners back then. And then if I was struggling with a pattern, just like putting it down and doing something else and then coming back to it in a couple of months when I like had picked up the skills somewhere else. So yeah,
that's amazing. Lovecrafts also does like a lot of video tutorials and I think written tutorials too, and it really is like it's not absolutely necessary that you have someone to troubleshoot for you, although it's really helpful. Like you can teach yourself how to knit. I do wonder what happens though, like what gets into some of the troubleshooting. Like I think genuinely what happens is people just like are like, this is a problem and I'm just going to move past it instead of like fixing it. Like I know like my first things that I made when I didn't have help, I just like, if there's a random purl stitch in the sea of like knit stitches, that's what it's gonna be. Like I can't fix that. And it does come with like, that's where like feeling like accomplished in the world of knitting comes with being able to fix your own mistakes.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And like I actually recently I made a baby blanket for so my cousin had her twins yesterday, and then Christian's friend also had their baby yesterday. So 3 babies yesterday. I knit for all 3. But for the other baby, I knit a blanket, and it was my first time doing Intarsia. And I was like, it was my first time doing color work at all. And it was a fairly straightforward pattern. And like, I think I did a pretty good job with it. But at the end, after I like washed and blocked it, I wasn't totally happy with like how there was bunching in some places or like a small hole somewhere else. And Christian was like, it's a hand knit blanket. Like it looks like you hand knit it. And that's like part of the whole point. It doesn't need to look like it came from a machine. Like if they even notice it, which you're always more critical of your work than other people are. Like if they even notice it, it's just a reminder of like all the energy that you put into this. So it's definitely helpful to have that outside perspective sometimes. And like, 100%. Like if there's a purl stitch somewhere, so be it. Like that's just how it goes sometimes.
Yeah, it is really nice to hear that. I mean, that's part of I agree that like the whole thing is that it's hand knit and that's why it's great. And of course I'm going to be more critical of it. Like I was working on I was working on like a brioche vest because I had leftovers from a brioche sweater, and I was like, I'm gonna sell this vest. Like the sweater wasn't for me. It's not colors I'd wear. I'm just gonna make a vest. I'm gonna sell the vest. And I made one mistake 3 rows back, and fixing a mistake on a 2-color brioche is like so difficult. Like it makes me want to cry. Like it's just so, and you can't unravel with the brioche either. So it's just like, and at one point I was just like, why am I doing this? Who cares? Literally no one's going to notice that there's this tiny little space except for me. But then I mean, I ended up ultimately fixing it because I was like, if I want to sell this, I do want it to be perfect. But when it comes to like giving things to people, I'm like, my mom could not give less of a crap if like there's a little issue in the sleeve of the sweater than I knitted for her. You know, she's like just happy to have it. It could have been a plain stockinette, like nothing fancy, like knitted in panels and then seamed together. And she would be like, this is amazing, honey.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, especially, and I really do believe that like you only notice it because you're like working row by row, and then like a couple rows back you see it. But I really think for the vast majority of mistakes, oh, Baxter's about to make an appearance here. Baxter,
Maybe you should knit something for him.
It's on the list. Baxter, come here, come on. Oh, hi.
Oh my God, he really just wants that treat. He's like, did I do a good job?
He really wanted his 15 minutes of fame. Yeah.
I love that. Someone did come into the chat also to say that they started knitting and crochet during lockdown to keep their sanity, which
cool.
I think that's another reason, the sanity thing too. And you were right, like feeling like time has stood still, to be like, okay, well, the days are passing because this thing that I'm making with my hands is getting bigger. And I have like an end date. Like I can be excited to be like, oh, I'm going to be done with this by the middle of June. And that gives you something to look forward to when like there was nothing going on otherwise.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's a better way to mark the time than like, oh, I finished another season of X on Netflix.
Yes, which also was a big thing. That was a big part of the pandemic too, was I think, I forget who I saw recently that was like, Tiger King was not that good of a series, but it was a cultural phenomenon because everyone was desperate to have something to watch.
Yeah. Yeah, and everyone watched it at the exact same time. Like I've noticed so much how it's not anymore like new series, I feel like, get discovered like a couple months after. It's like the day it comes out, everyone's on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it's just it's such an interesting time to be living. And I mean, for people who are already knitting, like for me, that was the beginning of the pandemic, when we had so much time and my entire life had just like come crashing down because I'd been sent home from France. I was just like, well, I guess I'm going to make this huge color work cardigan and try Intarsia for the first time. And like, that was what launched me into the knitting world too. Just like, I think everyone kind of like either added something to the game or like upped the game. Like,
yeah,
there's a lot going on.
That was a moment.
Yeah. Also, the person who said that they started knitting and crochet during the pandemic, I obviously assumed that it was a woman because that's who I am as a person, and he is not a woman, and that makes me so excited. Thank you for being here. Welcome. There need to be more male knitters. I want so badly to, and I don't know any men. That's the issue in my life. I just like don't interact with them, but I do encourage everyone to knit as much as possible.
Yeah, my dad has tried to start knitting. He's interested.
Oh my God.
But he hasn't gotten very far. I think he's really struggling with not having someone there who can help him. And he didn't tell me because I think he didn't want to like take up he didn't want me to feel like I was obligated to teach him or something. So he just went to Michael's and bought some needles and some yarn, which is great. But he didn't realize that you should kind of match them, like that you shouldn't use fingering weight on 8mm needles instead. Of course. So he was like, it doesn't look good at all. And I was like, what needles did you buy? What yarn did you buy? And I was like, no. Oh. So hopefully when I'm home in May, maybe we can make some more progress on that. I'm sure you will. I mean, he'll be wanting to knit whenever you're knitting. It's always interesting. That's something that strikes me, is that when I live, like I have
4 roommates and none of them knit. And it actually baffles me when I'm just like, every single time I'm in like a common area of my home, I'm knitting. Like if I were them, I would be like, let me learn what you're doing. Let me sit next to you while you knit. Like if he has the opportunity to sit next to you and knit while you're knitting, like of course he's gonna pick that up, you know?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
I love
that's
that he's doing that.
I mean, some people for some people it just like flips like a switch, like the interest. Like I remember you telling me when you visited us in 2019, like you wear a lot of knit stuff, like you should start knitting. And I was just like, no. I don't know why. I just was like, no, I don't feel like it. And then something with COVID hit and I was like, actually, yes.
Right. I was knitting so much at that point, like so many garments too. I'm like genuinely surprised that it didn't inspire you at that time. But if you're not feeling, it's like daunting to start something new too. And if you're not feeling like you have the time and energy to invest into it, I understand that too.
Yeah, I think people are definitely intimidated by it, especially like you're such an experienced knitter and like you make advanced things a lot of times. And so I think for a lot of people, it's like if you would be knitting a scarf next to them, they might be like, how are you doing that? But if you're knitting, like, for example, that sweater, they're like, oh, it's above my head. So
Right.
I think that plays a role too.
Right. I mean, so I'm just so happy that more people are getting into knitting. And I said this before, probably during the 1 hour where I just like talk to myself and embarrass myself. But I did say like knitting has become so cool in the last year. Like people are making like things that seem very high fashion and like trendy, like so much that like I feel like all of the people who have gotten really popular recently on the knitting Instagram make very trendy stuff. Like you can spot their stuff from a mile away because it makes knitting so cool.
Yeah,
I'm like glad that that's a thing.
Like that it fits into your personal sense of style and not the other way around. Like that's a big thing that I think I didn't realize until I became like a pretty active knitter, is that like you can still, like I kind of thought like, oh, if it's handmade or like if it's self knitted, then it's gonna like look a certain way. And like, no, actually once you figure out your style, you can like find patterns that fit into the rest of your wardrobe and not the other way around.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think
And
it's
there's
really cool.
so many. There's
Yeah.
like all across the board. Like it doesn't matter what your style is, you can find something.
Yeah, and I kind of feel like also it's been kind of this perfect, we've got all these little flies here now that the weather's getting warmer. I feel like also with COVID and stuff, that was big for knitting, but also that people are getting more into it for sustainability purposes and things like that, which is exciting. I feel like it was kind of a perfect storm in the past like couple years of, you know, obviously people having more time and then also being more aware of like, you know, the environmental impact of certain things and wanting to maybe offset some of that by making their own stuff with knit and crochet. So
Yeah. Yeah, that's a great thing to note too, because knitting is not that sustainable. I think the idea, like I think people think of knitting as like so sustainable, and from like not buying from fast fashion and making something that you're going to wear forever. Totally. I think it's amazing. I always encourage, like I know that I'm pretty sure Lovecraft has some like recycled yarn and that kind of stuff, and I always encourage people using that if they can, or using like cotton is much more sustainable than something else that you might use, which Debbie Bliss has like the amazing cotton, and obviously Paint Box is the only cotton that I use. But like cotton is so much better for the environment than acrylic. And I work so much with acrylic, and I feel badly about working so much with acrylic. But I think the idea is that, yeah, you're right. You're like, it's slow fashion because you're like making something, you're putting a lot of time into it, and then it's not going to like, if it gets a hole, you're going to repair it. Versus like if you buy something at like Primark that costs 15 pounds, and like when it gets a hole, you're like, okay, let me throw this away and get a new one.
Yeah. And I think also, I mean, yeah, from the materials perspective, I know that it varies depending on what you're using, but like the physical act of deciding I'm gonna knit a garment like inherently makes you think more about like, do I really need this? Do I really want this? I want to make sure that it's something that like I'm gonna like and is gonna work in my wardrobe longer term. So even aside from the materials and stuff, I think it forces you to be a little bit more conscious about what you really need and what you can go without.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, I really love that. I asked if I was allowed to talk about this before the live stream and they said yes, which is great. But I have gotten into this ridiculous kick of like, I'm like literally buying thrift sweaters and taking them apart and then unraveling the yarn. So this is like nice cotton, a gorgeous like red cotton yarn that I am unraveling from a sweater, which is just, I love it. I think it's great. I think everyone should do it. But do I need more yarn? No. And also I just pick sweaters because I'm like, wow, I love that there's this like, I wanted this DK weight cotton and now I'm like, well, the only option is this red. So thank God I like it. But the first few sweaters that I unraveled were all pink. And I was like, I'm knitting with one of the pink yarns now. And my girlfriend was like, who is this for? It's not for you. I know you're not going to wear a pink cardigan. So what is this for? And why is all of your yarn pink? And I was like, that's the sweaters that I had.
I know, that is such a cool idea with the unraveling. I've been meaning to, because we're still so hard on lockdown here. So I could go thrift shopping.
Right.
But someday I will make that a project of mine as well.
When you get to Seattle.
Yes.
I'm sure they have like things are open.
Yeah. Yeah. Things are very closed here.
I know everything's open here. Like I've been going and buying new sweaters a lot at thrift stores. Like, I mean, people in the US just don't, they just don't
I know.
abide by the same regulations. And I know a lot of the people who are tuning in are from the UK and they are operating more on the European side where like you have been actually put in lockdown where we've never once been told that we weren't allowed to leave our houses for any reason. It's just such a different way to have been going through the pandemic.
Yeah, the UK though is, I think, back to pretty open. We saw pictures from Germany. We saw pictures of like the first day the pubs in the UK were open and we were all sitting in our houses jealous of you guys. So I hope you're enjoying it. If there's anyone from the UK on here, you guys have earned it.
Yeah, real. I mean, it's going to go right back into lockdown if everyone's going to the pubs.
I think they have really low incidence though. Like I think they're like at 10% of what we have in Germany and they have pretty high vaccination. So I actually think it's like relatively safe. I think it's only outside, but I think it's okay. So yeah, I hope you're enjoying it in a safe manner.
What's going on with Germany? Why are your cases so high?
Because we have the B117 variant and we unfortunately, our vaccinations aren't going so quick. So I think I'll have still a couple of good months of being inside and knitting.
Oh, right. Wait, is the UK on a different vaccination schedule because of Brexit?
I believe that's the reason, yes.
Wow. Okay, yeah. I do feel very badly when I talk to my European friends about it because like everyone here, I have five of us that live in this house. All of us have been double vaccinated for quite a while. And every single person who lives in the house that I live in, all of our friends are double vaccinated. Like, yeah. I don't know a single person who hasn't gotten at least their first vaccine, which is so different. Yeah, exactly. Not someone that I would come into contact with. It's just so different than how it's operating in the Europe. And it feels like it's just devastating to think that like I'm seeing an end and like there's not an end in most places.
Yeah, the mood is very different between when I talk to my friends here versus when I talk to my friends in the US. It's kind of the opposite because at the beginning it was kind of the other way around where like you guys had such a high caseload and like we were on lockdown, but it felt like definitely less scary because our incidence was a lot lower. And now it's kind of to some extent the opposite where, I mean, the US still has a pretty high caseload, but like people are vaccinated and feeling good. And here people are like, it's going to be a while. Although it's gotten better over the past couple of weeks in Germany. I think they just opened it up to people over 60. So that's just a step forward, something.
Yeah.
But yeah, I definitely still have a solid few knitting projects to get through before I'll be going to any parties, put it that way.
I mean, that's great. I really I hope that I don't have to leave my house for most of my life. And I know that that's not going to be the case. Like, I don't want to have to go back, because it's right now I have, because I'm a first year master's student, I have 2 days a week of internship, 2 days a week of class. And then next year I'm going to have 3 days a week of internship, 2 days a week of class. And my internship is a 45-minute subway ride, and my class is an hour and 15-minute subway ride. And I'm just like, I'm not looking forward to every single morning getting on the subway and being like, okay, gotta take the 45 minutes. Like, I can knit almost everywhere, but on a crowded morning commute, that's like the one place that I can't do it.
Yeah, I was about to say, well, at least you can knit, but yeah.
If I had my knitting, I will see, maybe it's like at a weird time where I'll be able to knit, but it's so much. It's so much to think about going in person to things.
It's crazy. Yeah. The like rare times where I actually do, like, I'll go to the office once every couple months alone just to do, because I have to do paperwork or something. And I get no time to knit on those days, which is devastating. And it just feels exhausting to leave my house.
Yeah, it is. Okay, this is another thing that makes me laugh, because it feels like even within the like avid knitting community, there is like a little bit of a divide where like some people are knitting. I mean, I'm knitting all the time. I know I'm the exception to the rule, but like some people are knitting every single day and like as often as they can. And then other people who are still really like prolific knitters are like, no, like I only pick up my knitting in the evenings after I've gotten everything done. If I have time, if I'm watching TV, I'll pick up my knitting. And I'm just like, I can't live like that. Like, I'm knitting 100% of the time. I never take a break, even when I'm feeling uninspired. I'm just like, I'm feeling uninspired. Let me knit like a very simple crop top.
Sometimes, I mean, if I get frustrated with a project, or like if I just don't feel like it, I might put it down for a little while, but like I would also say 95% of the time that I'm like knitting whenever it's possible. Like, I always have my knitting near my desk, and like when someone calls me, if it's just an audio call, like I pick up my phone and pick up my knitting, like at this, it's like a simultaneous hand movement and like immediate start. Or like if I'm waiting for like a program to run at work and it's like a 20-second program, I'll like click run and then it's like 5 stitches. So yeah, but I also definitely respect that for some people like it's a real like way to turn off and like relax, and so then you would just want to do it in the evenings. Like, I can understand that too. I can imagine myself like becoming that kind of knitter when the office opens again and things like that, but for now I'm also team Alix.
I just can't imagine not having like my knitting with me at all times. Like, maybe I don't get to, there are days, even, well, not really during the pandemic, but theoretically there are days where like I couldn't get to my knitting, and that's okay. But I can't imagine like pre-pandemic, because I was a big knitter before it, I had my yarn trailing out of my bag. Like, it doesn't matter where I am. Like, if I'm walking down the street, I'm knitting. And I know that that's the extreme. And like, that's for like, you know, that's why socks are great, because you can have a little project, or scrunchies, like something little that you can trail around with you. And I know that's not how everyone operates, but I couldn't imagine like leaving my knitting at home and then only being able to do it like in the evening.
I leave it at home sometimes, I'll admit. Like, if we're, you know, because we're allowed to meet with 2 households, and on Saturday we were with another couple, and I didn't take it with, and I didn't.
And you just sat and talked to them with, what'd you do with your hands? I'm serious.
What everyone else does, just sit there.
I hate that.
Yeah, I mean, I could have brought it with, but no, I feel like if I do see people face to face, I like to not be knitting, to be honest. But you also can, you're also more able to look up from your work, whereas I still need to look down a lot.
I know it doesn't bother me at all, but I'm sure it's different. Like, I wonder if it's because like I'm part of that world. Like, I wonder how I would feel if I like FaceTime someone and they were like doing a puzzle and like looking down the entire time. Like, would I feel as much like, I know that they're paying attention, but would I feel as gracious about it as I do about like you looking down while you're knitting? And I don't know.
I think it depends on the person. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess it's so interesting. I do like I need to have my hands like occupied truly at all times. And I remember that I went through like a very short phase last year before the pandemic where like for some reason I wasn't knitting. I didn't have it with me. And so I was like playing like a game on my phone while I was like talking to people. And it wasn't a game that required any brain power, but they were like, you have to stop doing that. That's rude. And I'm like, I recognize that it's rude, but if my hands aren't active, they will be bleeding because the second I get like a little bit of a little bit of a, you know, reprieve, I like bite all my fingernails off and then they bleed. And so I'm like, I'm paying attention. I think that's why it's so knitting is so compulsive for me, just in like the keeping my hands busy. I just can't imagine what I would do with my hands if I wasn't able to knit.
No, I get that. I remember when you first quit biting your nails, the struggle.
Oh my God, so long ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't bite my nails anymore, but it's because I'm knitting all the time. Like I know given a moment's like like literally just a moment's rest from knitting, I'll go right back to biting my nails, which I don't know if that means that I haven't actually stopped.
It's a good question. I'm not sure how I would put that.
I've just replaced it with something else.
Oh man.
How is it knitting? Like, how is it learning to knit and being a knitter in Germany? Because I know they like take knitting so much more seriously than they do here in the US.
Yeah, I know that like definitely it's funny. Like I feel like everyone who has a baby gets like a bunch of hand-knit gifts. Like I've seen that a bunch that like anytime I'm at a baby shower or whatever, it's a bunch of hand-knit stuff. But I mean in general, the thing is that I still knit only in English. Not because for whoever's watching, I'm fluent in German, but you have to like learn knitting lingo, obviously, to understand patterns. And when I was starting, obviously I was working, like I was learning a lot from Alix and things like that. And, you know, English is my first language. So I started knitting in English and I still haven't done a German pattern yet. There's one I have my eye on that I might go for it with, but because of that, I feel like I'm not necessarily as involved in the like German speaking knitting community. But I mean, there's definitely a reason why it's big here because it's sweater weather. Like it's still sweater weather right now. So I mean, there's definitely reasons why it's so big here. So yeah, it's been good. It's been interesting. But in terms of like the knitting community, I kind of feel more like, I know there's a lot of knitters in Germany who are expats and things like that. So there's a lot of like English speaking knitting in Germany, if that makes sense, and across Europe. But I don't feel super immersed in the German speaking knitting community, if that makes sense.
That does make sense. I know, like, especially because like it's so popular or common for like a German person to also speak English, that like all of the German pattern designers that I love, I get their patterns in English. They're offered in English too, you know? So there's no reason for you to pick a German pattern over an English pattern if you don't have to.
Exactly. Yeah, there's like a big tote bag that I really like that I want to make where the pattern's only available in German, but I think I'll get up the courage. I think I just need to look because I mean, I understand the basics of knitting in German. It's funny, instead of knitting and purling, they have knit right and knit left.
That's what in French it's knit and then reverse knit. And I'm just like, what is this reverse knit? And then I was like, oh, it's a purl? That makes sense.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about it now, which one's right and which one's left. It's kind of a weird distinction. I like the reverse better.
Yeah, it makes sense to me.
But yeah, everything else, I think I can get by Googling, especially if it's a bag, shouldn't be too complicated, I think.
Yeah, I know. I was thinking about that too, because you know I speak French, but like I don't, especially because they like all of the names of the stitches are different. Like it's not called the seed stitch, it's called the rice stitch, and like it's not called knit and purl. Like they're all called different things. And so I think you have to have some level of fluency, but only because then you have to know how to go onto YouTube and Google search a tutorial so that you can see like what they're talking about, because theoretically, if I Google search like tutorial reverse stitch, I would be like, oh, I get it. It's just a purl, but I would have to be able to get to the point where I can like find that tutorial
Yeah.
and know that it's the thing that I'm looking for.
Yeah, no, for me, it definitely doesn't feel like the German language is a problem. It's just that like knitting is its own language. So
Yeah.
you can't just learn knitting in English and then be like, oh yeah, I can knit in my second language that I'm also fluent in. You have to learn like as yet another language, like knitting in German, French, whatever it may be.
Yeah. In the weird reverse, one of my friends who I made like through knitting Instagram from the UK, who I've become very, very close with, she like almost only knits Norwegian patterns and doesn't speak Norwegian. She's just like, well, I've just figured out how to read a Norwegian pattern because she really loves Fair Isle, and that's
Okay.
where the best patterns are. And she just figured out how to read it, and she like knows which stitch is what, and like she knows the numbers are written numerically, so she doesn't have to worry about that. And I guess she learns like she learned how to read the pattern. So I'm just like, that's nuts to me that you don't speak Norwegian, but you read Norwegian knitting patterns.
Good for her. Put that on your resume.
Right? Like what a choice. Like she was like, I don't know, I'm thinking of trying to like start to learn a new language. I don't know what language to learn. Maybe I would learn Norwegian since I can already read it. And I was like, yeah, I think you should learn
I think
Norwegian.
you should learn Norwegian. Absolutely. Wow,
Like, that's so impressive.
Oh man.
But I'm sure, I know Love Crafts, I know that they have like so many patterns and so many different languages. And I think most designers too are now like the big designers are really coming out. I think that's what's sad. Like you don't want to, for certain places, I'm like, oh, I'm sad that I have to wait an extra month to get the English pattern. But like, am I that sad that I'm going to learn how to knit in Danish so that I can like get the pattern a month before? Like, no, probably not.
Nope. Especially because I mean, I like identify a pattern. I'll see a pattern that I want to knit, but I won't get to it for like 2 months anyway. You know,
Yeah.
like I'm almost never like the same day a pattern comes out, like ready to cast on, you know?
Oh, never. And I feel like Lovecrafts does that like every month, I think, or every week. I think it's every month they post like 10 indie designer patterns on their feed that like you're supposed to vote for the one that you like the best or whatever. But I always end up like going to that designer's page, saving the pattern to my like to make collection. And I'm like, why do I keep saving things to my to make collection on Instagram? I have too many things to make. Like my list is already so long. I don't want to keep finding new things to make. I wish designers would like stop putting out patterns.
No, same. And I know I really like those lists that Lovecrafts comes up with because it helps me to like find new people beyond the Instagram algorithm, which is can be great, but also can be limiting some people.
Yeah. It's just, I'm so happy that new patterns are coming out every day and that like yarn is so accessible now too. Especially like coming from the recycled sweaters I really love, but like yarn in general is accessible. I can't believe that I can get 10 skeins of this for $30. It's just like kind of unreal, but that doesn't mean I should. You know, I have to keep telling myself like just because I could buy 30 skeins and have like a bunch of different colors doesn't mean that I should buy 30 skeins.
Yeah, I have like this shelf on our sideboard for yarn, and my rule kind of is like, well, okay, there's a small exception to it because the 16 skeins for this would have taken up like most of the shelf. But my rule for myself is kind of that I can have as much yarn as fits on the shelf, which I think is pretty good because it also really motivates me to get through projects when I have them like, oh, I also want to do that. And I can tell myself like, yeah, I can get the yarn for that when I clear out the yarn for this thing that I'm working on. So
yeah, that is so smart. So unreasonable. Like I can't even, maybe, I mean, you're starting and so maybe you'll be able to stick to it, but like I could never ever get my stuff down to one shelf.
Yeah, I mean, I also know like I have to be realistic about like we're moving this year and like moving back to the US, so like big moving where it's really annoying to bring stuff with. And so when I look at a project and like realistically say there's no way I'm going to get to this in the next like 6 months, it's like pointless to buy the yarn and then have to ship it. So that's also been helping me as a limiting factor. So we'll
Yeah,
see
that's
if that
really-
sticks after the move.
When you get back to the US, you're going to be so screwed. Like you're going to end up having like a full wall of yarn, especially
Right.
because like, I mean, where you're going to be too, I know I sound like a broken record, but I have a full basket full of yarn that I've unraveled from sweaters, and then another basket full of sweaters that I need to unravel. Like it's just, there's so much yarn that I'm accumulating. And I know that you're also going to be accumulating that much yarn.
Can I just ask, like, you have a very small room. Is most of your room yarn?
Mm-hmm. I actually, do you want to see? I wonder if I can, it's
Yeah,
not
let's-
going to be the most beautiful little tour, but I do want to show off my neon sign that says I run this knit, because my girlfriend
Oh
is
my
the best
God, yeah,
friend in the
amazing.
whole world. Okay, so along the wall, I
Oh
have
my
the storage
God.
space, and so I have my neutrals, and then I have the rainbow. And then
Oh
I don't
wow.
know if you can see, but back here, there's this bin is all recycled yarn from sweaters. And then this pile is all sweaters that I need to unravel. And I have like cotton and linen. This one's acrylic, this one's cashmere. Like I'm never gonna wear this color. But when I saw that I could get a sweater quantity of cashmere yarn for $30, I was like, I feel like I would be a fool to not do this. So now so now I have that. But yeah, you're absolutely correct. Most of the space that I am living in is taken up by my yarn. Not to also, it's important to note that some of my yarn is at my girlfriend's apartment too. Like I'm spreading out.
Poor Grace. Oh man.
I know. And I recently said to her, like, I have more yarn than I'm ever going to use. I want you to use my yarn. Like when you're thinking about a new project, I want you to look at my yarn and stash dive. And like, if it's yarn that I really don't want to give away, I'll tell you not that you can't have it, but like, I can't have all this yarn. I sound like such an ass actually, but really like it's yarn that I've accumulated over the past 10 years. I just have it all still. And it's all like, I always end up ordering an extra skein for projects because I get really nervous. And so a lot of it, like almost the majority of it is one-off extra skeins, which is why the scrap along is so important for that. But I'm just like, what am I going to do with this?
I can confirm that I will be joining your scrap along this year.
Thank you. I'm so excited. I really need to, I was thinking actually I need to make an announcement soon so people can start to like, some people don't have scraps. This came up last year where people were like, oh, I'd love to do this, but I don't have enough scraps. And I'm like, what do you mean you don't have scraps?
Well,
like,
if people are new, like I couldn't do it this year because I just haven't done enough projects to have scraps.
That's fair. Yeah, that's really fair.
Yeah.
All of your projects are very in the same color family. Like you do so many neutrals too that like it will be so nice and easy for you to like put together a little collection for a scrap along sweater.
Yeah, I guess actually maybe you can answer this for other people on the stream too. Like how many different weights of yarn can you integrate in the scrap? Like do you hold stuff double to make up for that or triple? Like how does that work? Because I've been curious about that too.
So you can do whatever you want. The idea, like so these are available on my IGTV, I believe, or like they're saved in a highlight on my Instagram, but I think the first video is like as the intro to explain this, but I really recommend if people have, for example, if people only knit this, like if they're like, I only use Debbie Bliss cotton DK, and so I have a ton of colors of Debbie Bliss cotton DK, I'd be like, make your sweater DK weight. Like, of course, make your you just make stripes, you're fine. But for everyone else who like don't only use one weight or one brand, I always say make it bulky. And for bulky, you can have like, so I think I broke this down and I don't remember exactly what it is, but it's like 3 fingering weights together, I believe is a DK, or 2. It's either 2 or 3 is DK. Like a DK with a fingering is technically sport weight, and then like sport with fingering, or a DK with 2 fingering is Aran weight. And then like 2 DKs together is worsted, and like worsted plus DK is bulky. So like really you're just mixing
Just
and matching.
pick your highest common denominator and then combine the rest of your scraps to meet that. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And the idea is like if you're knitting with like a bulky DK bulky in 2 DKs and then one of the DKs runs out, you would replace it with like another DK or 2 fingering weights, or you would cut the other DK and replace it with like a worsted, so that it's always the same thickness, but you're like using up little strands.
Yeah, okay. That's good to know. Yeah, I honestly end up always with a lot of scraps because I usually order exactly the recommended amount, but then a lot of times sometimes I gauge swatch, like do a test swatch, but sometimes I don't, and I'm generally a pretty tight knitter. So if I like don't do a test swatch and then just go with the recommended needle size, then usually I'll have like a whole skein left over at the end, and the garment will just be like a little bit smaller than it was intended. So that's why I have kind of a lot of scraps.
I mean, that's great. I'm going to make an announcement hopefully soon about this, that the scrap along will be happening, I think mid-fall. I don't want it to like, October's my favorite month, obviously, and I don't know if I want this to overshadow Halloween, because Halloween is very important to me.
And my wedding.
Oh yeah, well that's the second thing. That's I can do the scrap along then. But yeah, I've got to really think about when to make it for, but it's so nice to be able to bring community together, like the way that this is, having this like 6-hour conversation with the idea that like people are just joining and knitting together. That's why like make alongs or knit alongs or my scrap along, like that's why people like doing it, because you get to like see what other people are working on, the same thing that you're working on, and like chat with them.
Yeah, that is really fun. Yeah, I think even for your scrap along, now I'm thinking about what scraps I have, I might be doing like a kind of like a summary, like a linen and cotton DK neutrals potentially.
That would be amazing.
It would come out as more of like a really nice striped, like, I mean, it would be a sweater still, but like a very lightweight one. But I think that could come out really nice because I have some leftover cotton DK from that baby blanket I was telling you about.
Right. Yeah, that would be amazing. I mean, that's another when I'm thinking about like, what am I going to do with all of my recycled yarn that I've unraveled? I'm like, there's always a scrap along sweater with that recycled yarn's name all over it, you know?
Absolutely. Yeah.
And yeah, plus it's always, I mean, I sound like a broken record now, but Lovecrafts really does have like so many options of patterns on their site. And sometimes it's just like looking through it and being like, okay, I have this DK weight, a sweater quantity of DK weight yarn. Like what the heck can I make with it? And seeing what's available.
They really do have a wealth of patterns. It's fun to do a deep dive and make a big wish list.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. Marian, the Lovecrafts podcast host, was on, and she was asking me and Emily about Ravelry and like if we logged off, if we're back on, and I'm like, I haven't logged back into Ravelry, and I really hope that Lovecrafts becomes the new Ravelry. Like,
that would be exciting.
It's the community part of it, and it's just, yeah, I know I'm really like, I'm unhappy with Ravelry. I know a lot of people are as well. And I know that Lovecrafts has this community aspect that's like not fully, it hasn't been fully like fleshed out yet. So once that happens, I'm just like, I'm going to make everyone move over there so that I can have people to talk to, because I need friends.
Yeah, well, it would also be exciting to have like all three, like to have a yarn store, pattern area, and community all on. That's something really unique that I don't think has been done yet.
Yeah. Does Lovecrafts ship to Germany?
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. They have a really great selection here. Like there's a lot of patterns that I've found that are from makers who are not from Germany. And the only way I can find the recommended yarn for the pattern is on Lovecrafts. It's been really exciting because I mean, I am comfortable with substituting yarn, but especially when I was first starting out knitting, I was really hesitant to do it. And I still generally like to follow the yarn recommendations. So that's been super helpful. And even outside of like the yarn required for patterns, like I know that there's a lot of yarns that have been like recommended to me from people like you, like Malabrigo and things like that, where either you can't find it from anyone else shipping to Germany, or if they do, it'll like be shipped from the US and have to go through customs, and you pay a lot for shipping and stuff. So yeah, no, they're really, really big here. I think they have a pretty loyal base in Germany.
I love that. Yeah, I forgot that when I was in France, I got all my Malabrigo yarns like through Lovecraft's shipped to
It's
France.
the only place, yeah.
Yeah, it's the only way. And I love like France also takes knitting a little bit more seriously, and they have some really fantastic like local yarn stores. But there's like they have their version of like Michael's/Joann's, where it's like mostly acrylic yarns and it's not expensive, and it's like right in the town that I lived in, and it's really amazing. Like I loved going. But when I was like, I want a superwash hank of wool, like they're the only way that I could get it was through Lovecrafts, which was great. I was so happy that it like that was the first time I ever used Malabrigo, and the first time I like the first socks I ever made with that for my dad, that I thought, I am so bad at color picking, I like thought that they were gray and they were actually purple, but he loves them. Obviously they're great socks.
Larry,
he has my heart.
Yeah, I really feel like there's a role for like everything in the yarn world. Like there's a role for like I want Malabrigo, or like I want this exact thing, and then there's also a role for your little yarn shop where you just want to look around. You know, it's really sad because everything's been closed here. Since I've started knitting, have not gone to a yarn store.
That's wild. It's going to be so weird when you go to the US and you like have, I mean, you're going to want to go back all the time. My issue is that my local yarn store, Sister Arts Yarn Studio, it's literally the best. It's the best in all of Chicago, but it's right down the street from me. And like sometimes I'll go in when I was waiting for Malabrigo yarn to come in there, and I remember being like, I remember going and checking, and they're being like, oh, we're so sorry, like probably isn't going to get in until later today. And I was like, that's okay, I live around the corner, just call me and I'll be there. Oh they were like, okay, like they didn't care that I lived really close by.
Oh my God. Yeah, it's like I'm excited to go sometime, because I remember before I was knitting we went in Marburg to that yarn store that we walked by, and seeing your like the joy of you.
Oh, it was such a great store. And that was, I still remember I addressed the person at the cash register with the informal you, because I was trying so hard to use German, and I was so nervous, and you were like, huge mistake, like Pretty Woman style, and I was just like, oh my God. And I still haven't forgotten, because I was like, I'm so embarrassed about it. I'm like, I was trying so hard to chat with her about wool, and then it just
it's okay. With a lot of people in Germany, that wouldn't have been a big deal at all. I just remembered like the person who it was like, just, you can just tell, like, should I start with the formal or the informal with this person? And you just went for it.
Well, I wasn't thinking. I think I was switching back and forth too, which was at the very least she knew it was because I was clearly American and like didn't speak German. But I was like, oh, versus the ladies who were at my local yarn store in France, I always used the formal, and they would always be like, you got to stop using the formal. And I'd be like, I respect you. And they're like, you come in here every day, sometimes multiple times a day. You don't need to use the formal anymore.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, no, once I accidentally called one of my professors at school with the informal you, and I like immediately caught myself and corrected it. But it's just one of those things that stays in your brain and pops up once in a while. I'll be like, remember when you did that?
Right. And it's only something that we would do as people who like don't have we grew up without a formal version of you.
Yeah. Germans sometimes though will like, they'll do it and then they'll like catch themselves. It's mostly when they like first meet someone and they'll use the informal you, and then they'll be like, we can do that, right? And you can never tell if they planned to do that, or if they like accidentally just assumed it was the informal and then we're really genuinely like, we can do that, right? So it's not just us, other people potentially slip up too.
Well, that makes me feel a little bit better for, one day when I get to actually practice my German. I'm so much now I won't make that mistake.
It'll come.
Do you also in Germany, I know that they say wool, right? Instead of yarn.
Yeah, Wolle.
Do you say like cotton wool if it's well, I know the word for cotton is tree wool, which is helpful, but would you say like cotton wool and then you say wool a second time, or would you just say
No, I
a
would
ball
just
of
say,
cotton?
I would just say tree wool, not tree wool wool.
What if it was like linen? Would you say linen or would you say linen wool?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know because it's always a blend.
It's just my friend from the UK, and I would love if there are any UK people in the chat to please pop up and say this, but like we say yarn in the US, and so we always say yarn after the thing. Like I have a ball of linen yarn, I have a ball of wool yarn, I have a ball of cotton yarn. And when she was like, oh, we don't really say, she, wherever she is in the UK, she was like, I don't say yarn, I always say wool. Like I have like, instead of her yarn stash, she calls it her wool stash, even though there's patently like acrylic and cotton and linen in there. And so I'm like, well, what do you call it? You call it a ball of acrylic? That doesn't make any sense. You have to say acrylic yarn. But does she say acrylic wool?
I'm trying to think about this. With cotton, I would definitely just say baumwolle, like tree wool, and not a second time wool. And with linen, I'm not sure, but I did also just order some bamboo yarn the other day. And there, I'm pretty sure it was called bamboo wool.
Okay.
But obviously in German.
Right.
But if
It's
there's
so
also,
weird.
there's long shot, but if there's any Germans on the live stream, please correct me.
And it's silly too, because it's like the skein skein debate too, where
Oh
it's
my
just
God.
like, I feel bad when people ask me, like, especially my friend Amelia was like, with her British accent, was like, is it pronounced skein? And I was like, well, that's not even an option. That's the one that's really actually incorrect. But I was like, it depends on where you're from in the US. We say it however we decide we want to say it.
You like really imprinted skein on me.
I'm glad, because that's what I say. I don't know anyone who says skein, but I've almost exclusively spent every minute of my life north of like the Mason-Dixon line.
Yeah.
Like I've been south of Florida doesn't count. I've never really been south otherwise.
Yeah, okay, that's fair.
I didn't know that people could say skein actually until I was like watching a video from someone in like Atlanta, and I was like, why does she keep saying that?
I had no clue it was a Southern thing.
Oh yeah, I think it is. Also, someone popped on from the UK saying that they also call, like in the UK, they call everything wool. So it's called a wool shop instead of a yarn shop, which is so weird to me.
It's also wool in French, right?
Yeah. And I know in French, they say like, they actually do that. They say like cotton wool and like acrylic wool. And they call it a wool shop too, but like it feels different because it's a completely different word. And so when I internalize the word wool in French, I internalize it to mean yarn, versus like when a British person with speaking the language that I speak doesn't say the word yarn, I'm like, why don't you though?
Yeah. No, that makes sense. No, I was just thinking though, because I feel like British English picks up more from or like stays, I don't know if it's picks up which way, but has more analogies to like French and German than American English. Like also with soya, like how they say soya milk instead of soy milk, and it's the same word.
Really?
Yeah.
And in French. Wow. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah.
So I think, I'm not sure. I mean, I don't want to exclude other languages because I'm sure other languages also have like relevant parallels, but I definitely think between French, German, and British English, probably mostly between French and British English, there's
so much, like they say aubergine and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Haricot vert, which I don't know how British people pronounce it with their accent, but my mom made a green bean dish recently and on the phone was like, I don't know how to pronounce this. Haricot vert. And I was like, yeah, that's correct, but I bet British people say it with a British accent. So don't worry about mispronouncing it.
That's so cute.
I know.
Oh man. Yeah, speaking of food, I should actually hop off and make dinner before it gets dark here.
It's noon here, which actually I really need to Oh, right back into the chat. We Brits are a bit odd as we call ourselves eccentric, which I absolutely love. I agree.
Aw.
That's the best part of well, there's so many good things about British everything. I love Brits, but I love the eccentricity of it too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's thank you. I'm going to get myself lunch. I popped on, it's 12:15 and I popped on here at 7:30 a.m. and have not eaten because I like hate the idea of making people watch me eat. And
Oh
I've
my
been like interacting with people. So I think when you pop off, just so for everyone watching, I'm gonna take a 5 minutes and like go eat like some trail mix to keep myself you because I have class right after this. So I'm gonna turn my video off for class and like make a full meal, like cook during class. And who cares about that? But on this, I absolutely don't want to be eating.
Oh my gosh. Well, it was great talking to you. It was great talking to everyone on the stream. Thanks for the questions.
Thank you for being here with me. I was so excited for you to be on because you're my only real friend. That was a weird way to say that, but like my other friends that I have in the knitting world, I like made through Instagram, and you're like my only real friend who is
I'm
now
your
a knitter.
only knitting and real life friend who was real life friend first.
Yes, and first by 20 years before you started
Yes.
knitting, which is also cool.
Way first. All right. Well, have fun with the rest of your stream and enjoy your 5-minute trail mix break.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Thanks for being here.
Thanks. Bye.
Okay, so before I run to get food, because I really do, I mean, my trail mix is next to me. I'm just going to stand next to the screen and eat really quickly. I do want to update the progress on the back panel. It's looking amazing. I'm obsessed with this stitch. I really do think everyone should learn how to do this. It's called the quilted sweater coat. It's from Two of Wands, like the tarot card. It's on Lovecraft's site. I believe it's like max $5 US dollars for the pattern. So it's not a very expensive pattern. It's graded out for a bunch of sizes. I believe that it's graded for, wait, I don't know. It's graded for it's size inclusive. It's graded into 6 sizes. So it goes from something, I'm really bad at math and I have to add for this, but I'm pretty sure it goes from 102 centimeters circumference to 180 centimeters circumference. So pretty wide range. And it's amazing and gorgeous. And I substituted the yarn. This is not the yarn that she did her pattern in. The yarn that she did her pattern in, I actually think is available on and off through Lovecrafts, but I want to use a Lovecrafts house brand. So I use the Paint Box Chunky. And it's acrylic. It's not expensive. I bought 10 balls. I'm not going to need 10 actually because it comes in packs of 10 or singles. And I was like, why wouldn't I just buy a pack of 10? I don't think I'm going to need all 10 for the cardigan, but like it's a weight 5 bulky yarn. It's whipping up. As you can see, I started when the thing started 4 hours ago, and I've been working on other stuff in the meantime. So it's really, I cannot say enough good things about this pattern. And I love Alexi, the designer. I think she does amazing work. So I'm going to mute myself. I'm going to give myself a 5-minute break. For everyone who's like been crafting along this whole time, really love to have you here. It's so nice to see the interaction, to have you joining. It makes me so happy. Give yourself a break if you are able to take a little 5-minute break too. I'll be back probably less than 5, but I'll be back. I'm going to come back fully hydrated, hopefully with a little bit of food in me. All right, I am back in. We're back in business, and in 2 minutes, I believe my friend Isabel will be joining us, which is really fun. In the meantime, please keep sending me questions, introducing yourself in the chat. So excited to have you here. I'm like trying to get trail mix off of my face. I'm so sorry about that. So I know my plan was to like do the start this garment on, do like the gauge swatching and everything, and I ended up not really doing that. But I do still want to find a swatch that works. And so I believe for those who caught me in the beginning, I tried to swatch this amazing cotton Debbie Bliss DK yarn. Really love it. And I tried to swatch it on the US 6 needles, which is what was for the pattern. And I'm a really loose knitter, so I often have to go down a size. But when I measured it, it was like a little over 4 inches or 10 centimeters. So I went down a needle size and actually got bigger. And then I went down another needle size and it got bigger again, which I have no idea what's going on there. But I've decided that I am going to swatch one more time on the recommended needle size. And I think because it's going to be a little bit over the 4 inches or 10 centimeters, I'm just going to make the size down from what I would normally make. So I'm going to just measure. I am so lazy about gauge swatches. And so I only make a little gauge strip instead of a gauge swatch to measure. But I'm just going to measure this quickly. It's bringing me in at, yeah, it's the same. It's almost 5 full inches. So it's almost 12 centimeters where it's supposed to be 10, because I knit that loose, and going down a needle size isn't really making a needle size or 2 isn't really making a difference. So I think for this, I'm making from the Love Crafts website. It's from Darling J'adore. It's called the Classic Tee. It's like a gorgeous, very classic cotton knitted tee. Well, I guess it doesn't have to be cotton, but I want mine to be cotton. And so I think I normally would make a size small, and I think I'm just going to make a size extra small and have that be what I do. So I'm not going to cast this on quite yet because Isabella's here and I want to have all of my concentration on talking with her. So I'm going to continue to work on this amazing bobble pattern, and I'm going to let her in and have her say hi. Let me admit. Hi. It's so good to see you.
You too. I'm so excited to be here.
Me too. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Of course. So tell the live stream who you are, what you do, how we know each other.
Yeah, so I'm Isabel, Knitsabel on Instagram, and I guess we met when I found your Hanukkah sweater and test knitted it, and we bonded over the Jewish queer knitting sort of communities. I was just really excited to have a Jewish pattern, and I've been knitting since I was 8, and yeah, I'm pretty new to Instagram knitting world though, which is kind of a wild and exciting place.
Oh, it's amazing.
It's been fun to get to do stuff like this, and I feel like have people who are as excited about knitting as I am. So
yeah, that's another really fun part of it. You were doing, like, from what I remember, you had a normal Instagram, right? You were just like posting on your personal, and then when did you start posting knitting to begin with on your personal, and when did you decide that you like needed to have this separate thing?
I think I always felt really like dorky about posting knitting on my personal, which is so silly, and no one should feel dorky about posting their knitting. But I don't know. I was like, this isn't the content people are here for. And then I think honestly, you were one of my first, like I was following massive accounts like Jessie May or like Park and Knit, but you were one of my first like medium, and now
you can say small. I would consider myself to be smaller.
I feel like you're growing pretty fast. Well, okay. but whatever, one of the more like that you felt like a real person, you know what I mean?
Yeah, because I respond to all my DMs.
Yeah, but it was, I mean, it's so nice. It's community building. And then like Beck, and then just all these other
Mhm.
accounts. And I was like, this seems like fun. So there I went. And it does feel like kind of being my nitty self in a different way in that space.
Yeah.
I didn't realize, I was listening earlier, I didn't realize that you were also like newer to Instagram knitting stuff.
I do. So I talk about her all the time because she is my only, like legitimately my only friend that I like have made from Instagram from knitting that is like my actual friend.
Yeah.
Like my friend her name's Amelia. She's the knitted dingo. I'm sure you see, like I talk about her a lot. She has been on Instagram, on the knitting side of Instagram, for like 5 years.
Wow.
So sometimes I talk to her about it and she's like, because I came on legitimately 6 months before the pandemic. So like when things blew up, it felt like very natural to me because I always like for the first 6 months, you're always finding new people. And I'm always like, interacting with new people because I'm new to this Instagram community.
Right.
But then apparently and then all of these new people came in and I didn't notice that was such like an influx. And from Amelia's point of view, she was just like, the knitting community was tiny. Like we were all friends and no one had followers yet. And then certain people like really skyrocketed in following. And I think we're seeing like a microcosm of that where I can think of multiple knitters who started knitting during the pandemic, got really big really quickly on Instagram, have like at least 10 or 15,000 followers, are like putting out patterns. And like that feels very a product of the time. Like I don't think that it wasn't possible for that to happen on such a scale that it just became like very possible in the last year.
Yeah, well, it's so wild to me. I mean, I definitely at first just assumed that this had always been here because I was also kind of new to Instagram in general. But it's wild to me how quickly people learned how to knit like very fancy garments over quarantine without like an experienced knitter looking over their shoulder.
Yes. Yeah,
like,
we were.
so
Yeah,
impressive.
I was talking to Carrie about that before this, where I was just like, not being able to have someone to troubleshoot you when you're learning.
Yeah.
I couldn't have done it. Like because I knit, I could troubleshoot myself. Like I knit scarves and hats for 15 years. And so I knew how to fix problems, even though I didn't know how to make garments. But like I knew how to fix the basic problems. And so I don't know how people can learn virtually, but like Lovecrafts has all of their tutorials and stuff like that. And I know it's possible. It just seems so daunting to me.
Yeah, well, I've been teaching like Zoom knitting classes I work with some kids in like a Jewish context, and we ended up with like a little knitting group for a while. And so I definitely did try to teach them over Zoom, but it was hard. Like we had to I was like reverse knitting on camera. And I mean, I made so many ugly garments before I made any nice ones. Like I'm like shocked at these elegant, I don't know. Maybe there are secret ugly ones behind the Instagram walls, but I'm impressed.
I think like, well, you started when you were really young too. And I think really like, I don't know where my knitting patterns were coming from. I think they were coming from local stores. They were coming from, I would Google search like free online knitting pattern and whatever the hell popped up on someone's blog is like what I would knit. Like I made the ugliest hat with like a braided 2-color border around it that my mom was wearing this winter, and I had made it, I don't know, 10 years ago. And I was just like, throw it out. It looks bad. It's a horrible representation of my knitting. Like I had done well, but I was like, that's an ugly hat. Please let me make you a different hat.
Sometimes ugly knitting is so like delightful though too.
I know. Looking back on it, she likes it. So I'm like, keep it, I guess, if you want to keep it. But like, if you want me to make you a cooler hat or like a more timeless hat, I can do that now.
Yeah. I feel like I also, like in the beginning, I really didn't have anybody to teach me like I would just use massive needles with thin yarn or like whatever. I didn't know about weights of things. And I feel like Instagram has taught me so much about all of that. So I wonder if too, like kind of lurking for a minute, watching all of the resources probably does make a big difference.
Yeah, that's true. I didn't know anything about yarn weights until really recently. I didn't know anything about yarn weights when I made my first garment like 3 years ago. I didn't know. I just grabbed the yarn that was recommended in the pattern and the needles, and it fit. My gauge was off, but not by enough, so it still fit, which is good. But like, I had no idea what I was doing.
No, my mom would just bring home yarn that she found on sale that was like fun colors, and I would knit it. And I only had size 13 needles, and those were the needles I used for every single thing I made for like 5 years. And I would just knit with size 13 and whatever yarn my mom brought home, and I would make weird little hats, and then I'd like bring them to the lunchroom and be like, "Who wants this hat?"
God,
So.
we would have been such good friends in like elementary school, I'm sure.
Yeah, no, I feel like we have. I feel like I felt so silly sometimes, but I was like, every time you post, I'm like, wow, like another thing that we have in common.
Yeah.
It's really
No,
fun.
really, it's weird. I mean, it's weird that like it's something that I think will not be needing to explain very much, which is good because like it's only my grandma who doesn't really understand it. And like that generation, like I'm thinking about the generations below us will be like, yeah, of course you made a bunch of friends from Instagram. But like trying to explain to my grandma how that works is difficult. And the idea that like I have made legitimate friends, like people that I am friends with and want to maintain a friendship with because of Instagram, because of knitting. And I'm
Yeah.
like, what in the world? How is that a thing? Like it's such an amazing community. I'm so glad to be a part of it.
It really is. One of my, I feel like the main knitting friend I found through Instagram is Hannah, and I don't know if she's watching, but the way that we met is like the most wholesome thing that has ever happened. I like posted a story of like, whoever has avocados, please, and lives in Brooklyn, like I'd love some avocado pieces or whatever, like give me your compost for natural dye. And we had never spoken, and like I didn't know anything about her. And she was like, "Oh, like, do you want to meet in the park? I have a bag of avocados for you."
Oh my God.
And like I just feel like it's the cutest thing ever. And now
Yeah.
we knit together sometimes, and it's nice, you know.
Yeah.
So it really is so wholesome. And I think all my family friends, we have like a board game night, and they're always like, "Oh, Isabel's knitting again." And I'm like, "Guys, this is a cute, nice thing. Like things are happening." Friends are being made.
Friends are being made. Also, like it is, I think about this a lot where like doing things during other things. Like I was talking about this with Carrie, where like she doesn't really like to bring knitting when she's hanging out with friends because she like is looking down the whole time and she feels like it's rude. And I'm like, I personally don't feel that way. But I also think that it feels even less that way because you're making something. Like I think if I was down like solving a Rubik's Cube over and over, people would be like, why do you need to do that? And be like, the same reason. Like I want to be able to be doing something. I want to be engaged. I want to keep my hands busy. Like I'm still paying the same amount of attention, but it feels even different to be like, oh, I'm making like a sweater and you're going to see me try it on to make sure the fit is right while we're sitting here. And you're going to be like, oh, wow, that's what you're working on.
Yeah.
It's really amazing.
It really is. And I think people, I don't know, I think more and more now people are used to seeing it, but like there's sort of a sense of awe, I think, when I knit around people who are not super familiar. Like I remember back when commute knitting was a thing.
Yes.
There, especially like little boys, I would find would just be like making eye contact with my knitting and staring and like just in shock.
I brought my knitting to like when I was a school teacher in France. I would bring my knitting and like do it on breaks, and the kids would always be like, "What are you knitting? What are you knitting?" And I was like, "It's so exciting for me to show you how cool knitting is."
Especially when I lived in France, I feel like everyone thought it was so weird that I like more than here. Here, everyone's like, "Yeah, cool, you're knitting. It's trendy." But I feel like in Paris, everybody was like, "But you're young."
Well, it's also like they're much more of like, oh, it's your hobby and you do it at home, and like it doesn't intrude on the sphere of everyone else. But like, yeah. Wait, also, Hannah is in the chat. She says hi.
Oh my God, hi.
That's so sweet.
Yeah.
But yeah, honest and true, like being able to try it on in front of people and like impress them in that way. Like I've said this before during the live, but it always surprises me when I spend a lot of time with someone and when they don't have any interest in knitting. Because I'm like, you've watched me knit multiple garments, you see that it's actually not that hard, and you know that I would help you through every single step. Why won't you let me teach you?
I know. I feel like people are really intimidated by it though. Like, and I'm like, but I've been doing it since I was 8. So you're smarter than me when I was 8. Like,
Yeah, I mean,
no
for
way.
sure. I understand that. I think, yeah, I always try to drive. I think it's just, obviously some people just don't want to do it, and that's fine. And I have to let that go. But I do like, I want so badly to be like, I only am allowed to see like 2 people right now. So I'm just like, I see you all the time. Of course I can help you with your problems. And I think about like, I'm teaching my girlfriend how to knit, and every night, like I'm sitting there, we're like watching TV, and I'm like, she'll be like, I messed it up again. And I'll like show her how to fix it and fix it for her. And it's just like, if that is at your disposal, like if I consider myself to be like a walking knitting dictionary, like why wouldn't you take advantage of it?
Yeah, no, I agree. I'm like, I finally feel like an expert in something. Please.
Yeah, exactly.
Download my knowledge.
Please let me. I was talking to Grace about this yesterday, but I really want to be able to like do more things that like give back to the knitting community and get more people interested in them. And I'm really excited about the idea of like putting together a guide. And I want to use like Lovecrafts has all these tutorials. They have all of the like steps, and I don't want to like teach people how to knit, but I want very much to be like, because when I've taught so many people now, and I have an order. First, you start with a scarf. You start with these needles. You start with one of these selections of yarns, and then you move to like a scrunchie or a hat, and like, or you move to a scrunchie because then you can do knitted in the round, and then you move to a hat so that you can do like pearls. And like, I just having that written out and available for people to like feel like they have a little bit of a guide. I want knitting to feel accessible, and I know that it doesn't always feel accessible because it seems really intimidating.
Yeah, but it's true. And I think it's also like, despite all the fancy Instagram learners, like it is kind of the kind of thing where you have to be bad before you're good. And you have to sort of knit something like a flat swatch that you'll eventually frog.
Yes, and you have to be okay with that. Like you have to know that that's going to happen.
Yeah. So like making it straightforward, that like be ready to stink for 5 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my God, I swear I've been talking. I have been talking for 5 hours, but like, I can't remember if I know, Emily Graham, M Graham on Instagram. She's like all over. I'm sure she's part of our little community.
Yeah.
But she and I met for the first time. She came on earlier today, but we had our first FaceTime ever as like friends yesterday.
Nice.
And I feel like I talked so much at her about knitting, and now I'm on this live stream talking about knitting, and I'm just like, did I say this before, or like, is this something I said during the live stream? But I was talking about like, oh no, it was definitely on the live stream. Well, that was a waste of a story. But I was asking people if they were a frogger or not. Like if you see that you made a mistake like halfway down a sleeve or at the beginning of the sleeve and you're already halfway down, would you restart the sleeve?
I'm really not a frogger, but it kills me. Like, I don't know. I think that's a really mean question. It's hard.
I literally frog every single thing. I don't think I've ever made a project that I didn't frog some part of it. Like I often make the same project 2 or 3 times because I don't like mistakes, but also I won't take the extra step to make sure I'm doing something correctly. I'll just do it wrong and then be like, guess I have to start over.
I definitely I'll unknit. Like I don't know if that, but before I'll frog.
Okay. But like, as in that you won't go back more than a row?
I'll unknit. Like this is I feel like there's like shocking gaps in my knitting knowledge, but I'm really bad at like picking up my stitches once I frog, and it stresses me out. So I'll like unknit probably up to like 4 or 5 rows, depending what it is.
It takes so long.
I know, but otherwise it ends up super uneven. I don't know. I should probably just watch a tutorial video on how to do it, but I just get scared and I I also feel like I should use more, what's it called? Like when you just put in,
Lifelines. Someone
yeah.
asked about that during this, like at the beginning of the chat, and I was just like, no, I've never used a lifeline. I just rip things back and then get mad at myself for not having put in a lifeline.
I think I just can't. I can't pick because I always end up dropping stitches, or like I'll be like half on one row and half on the next row, and it just kills me. So I've done it. I have ribbed, or I have frogged, but it's never been good.
That's fair. You know, unknitting, they call it colloquially, it's called tinking, T-I-N-K, because it's knit backwards.
Tinking? That's so cute.
Isn't that really cute?
Okay,
I used to unknit all the time too, and then I finally figured out, really genuinely, recently figured out that I could like unravel a bunch, and it was because I had to cut something. I had to cut something for some reason. Oh, to make my big cardigan, my big face cardigan, I ended up having like truly an extra foot at the bottom, and I'm already very short, so it was like dusting the ground, and so I had to just straight up cut through it and then pick the stitches back up and then knit. And I realized that like it actually wasn't that difficult to pick those stitches up, and I was like, wait, could I do this normally? I was like, of course I could. But yeah, maybe I'll make an IGTV about it. It's not as daunting as it seems.
I would watch that IGTV. How do you cut? Is that like steeking? Is that what steeking is? I've been seeing all these videos about steeking, and I don't know what that means, but it's like I saw
is like making a cardigan from a sweater.
Oh, never mind. Okay, but I saw I think M to the third is like knitting a sock tube, and she's just knitting in like a really, really, really long tube, and then she's gonna cut it and turn it into socks, and it'll be like a gradient, which like blows
cool.
my mind.
Yeah, that's very cool. I know sock blanks. I understand sock blanks, like people sell them and then you're supposed to unravel them. The idea of like that cutting them and then adding the stuff around it makes me very nervous, but I know it's possible, I guess.
I don't know. I think it's beyond me, but I mean, that's what's fun about knitting, right? Like almost everything I pick up has some like one or two or three things that I'm super intimidated by. And then now I've done it and I can do it next time, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the exciting thing. And picking up a project that like has one new thing every time and learning that way is so nice.
Yeah.
Also, Emily's in the chat. She says that lifelines are the only way she can frog, which that might be your thing. That might be what you have to do.
Thank you, Emily.
I legitimately, I've only recently also learned what a lifeline is. It seems great. It seems like so much work. I don't want to do it.
Yeah.
But it's like for lace and brioche, you like need to.
Yeah, I just found out that what's it called? Interchangeable needles have like that little hole in the clicking part, and you can thread the yarn through there, and then it automatically gives you a lifeline, which I had no idea. So
yeah, no, I know that. I knew that was part of my needles. I just the idea of learning how to do that feels too much for me.
Fair enough.
It is really not too much. It should be easier.
I'm scared of losing my my stitches, but
I think I'm just genuinely happy, like not happy, but it's happened to me so many times. Like I cannot overstate how many times I completely start again, that it just doesn't bother. If I can't find the stitches, I will, honest and true, just like frog the entire thing and start again.
That blows my mind. But
I know.
Admirable. And I also think it's like, what's the rush? You know what I mean? Knitting is about
I'm a process knitter.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. I'm a process knitter and I knit so fast, like not to brag, but like I do knit really quickly, and started this in the morning. Like I really can get like my stuff done quickly. So if I'm already knitting like much quicker than I'm expecting to, I have to do it 2 or 3 times it takes me to like the normal amount of time that it takes to do something.
Yeah, that's super impressive though. I definitely am a very, very slow knitter, so I'm protective of my work.
I think that's so nice. I mean, the one thing that I will say is that the only reason that I have so many whips is because I'm a fast knitter. I couldn't imagine having like a box of things to do if I was a slow knitter, because I think it would give me a heart attack.
Glancing at my massive box right now.
Yeah, exactly.
my 8 or whatever.
I mean, I have mine too. Then they're staring at me, and I will spend just as much time between picking a project back up. But like, I know that when I pick this like sweater for my mom back up, I'm going to finish it within a couple weeks. And then I don't have to think about like it doesn't have to be held over my head, not by her, obviously, by myself. But I don't have to have it over my head.
Yeah. Sometimes by her, my mom is like, all right, this is my list. Like, let's go.
Do you knit a lot for other people?
I do. And I did a lot more before, like pre-Knitsabelle era. I started knitting a lot more for myself really recently when I started making garments, because I think it's been so nice to make things that like fit perfectly. But my mom has a lot of my knits. And I don't know, once I start something, she's like, okay, when's it going to be done? Like, which I guess it's good to be excited.
Yeah.
But,
Especially like I know my mom will wear what I make her. She's not as effusive as I would like her to be, but I know that she wears the sweater. Like all the sweaters I make her are in her weekly rotation of sweaters. And I would much rather make something for someone that I know she's going to love it and she's going to wear it all the time versus, sometimes you give things to people that you worked really hard on and they're like, thank you, this is really awesome. It's like, I designed this for you. Like I did it from my head. I created a pattern. Like that's all you get. I get is that this is awesome.
yeah. And I think too, like, I feel like I really have to love someone to knit for them. And my mom, like, it's also, I think like as I get older, I'm like, I don't want to buy things for my parents that are expensive because I'm like in my early 20s and I'm not fancy, but
yeah.
But so like but I want them to feel important. So I think it's like a really nice parent and family member and really close friend gift. But I think I'm almost like, I'm not embarrassed, but I'm almost like, I don't want to spend 20 hours making something for like someone casual.
Mm-hmm. Or like, I have so many thoughts about this. One of the issues comes from like, okay, I spend like legitimately 60 hours making a sweater for my friend. And then for my birthday, they get me a book. And it's like, it's a book that I love, that I really wanted, but it feels like I put in so much effort and like that feels bad too. And then there's also what was the other thing I was thinking? Oh, I'll come back to me. It's a lot I agree. It's like, you really have to care so much about someone to make them something because you put so much time and effort into it. Oh yeah, it was that I only make knitting gifts. I feel like I would rather, and it's kind of selfish. Like if I'm going to spend money on someone, I would rather spend it on yarn for me to knit for them. Yeah. And the issue comes from like this is what made me think of this. I'm designing that queer shirt that I'm designing that is like, I've been not talking about because I'm behind on schedule, but it is for my sibling. Like I'm making it for them for their birthday. They don't want it. They specifically were like, I really don't want you to knit me anything. I don't wear knitwear. And I was just like, sorry, I'm designing a pattern for you. So that's like, because I was talking to my sister about it and she was like, Soan wants like camping supplies for their birthday. And I was just like, well, they're getting a cotton shirt because that's what I designed for them.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I definitely think that's where my dad's at.
Yeah.
Like, I could use a fancy pepper shaker. I'm like,
it's like, okay, well, it's not gonna happen. I know my dad refuses to wear sweaters. He wears like 3 crew neck sweatshirts that he's owned since I was a baby. That like those are in rotation for him. But like the only knitwear he'll wear is socks. So his birthday was last week. I had made him socks. I made one sock. It was too small. I decided to keep it for myself. I did it again. It was still too small. Decided to keep it for myself. So it's just like when I was talking over the phone with my dad and my mom, I was just like, Dad, like the thing that I don't want to spoil it, but I'm sure you know what I'm making you for your birthday. And I want you to know that I made it, but it was too small. And so I'm making it again. And he was like, no, don't spoil it. And I was like, what in the world am I making for you if not socks? Like you won't wear anything else. So you know that I'm making you socks.
Yeah, that's so cute though. I really want to make my dad a sweater that he'll actually wear. And he wears a lot of the like zip up or half zip up, whatever. So I finally showed him the zipper sweater that I feel like and he was like, ooh, you could make that? You could put a sweater, like you could put a zipper in a sweater? And I was like, yeah, I could. And he was like, oh boy. So I think we finally maybe.
Yeah, that's amazing. No, my dad won't even wear manufactured sweaters. Like he'll only wear like stuff made of jersey or cotton. So it's just like,
we love a tradition. We love consistency.
right,
We love patterns.
right. I mean, I was like, one day, Dad, you're going to be a grandfather and I'm going to make you a cardigan and I'm going to make you wear it
It's cute.
every single day. So he'll get there, you know, which just now it's just, I guess you'll get a new pair of socks. And I'm not really very good at knitting socks. It's always like the same basic pattern. So I'm like, you're just going to get a bunch of socks in a bunch of different colors. And I hope that he wears them all the time. So I'm just like, I'm glad that you're getting use out of them.
That's funny. Yeah, I always wanted to make him like a knit tie. And he was so disdainful, but I think some of them are so classy.
Yeah, you should. I know back when my dad like worked in an office still, I remember like we were kids, we were in like middle school and we didn't know what to get him. So we'd always get him ties. And at one point he was just like, I have 40 ties. I don't need ties. Stop giving me ties.
I think dads are sort of notoriously hard to gift.
They're very hard to gift. And my dad is like obsessed with tea and honey. So I think it's like now that it's so easy to buy that for him, he like gets a little disappointed when he's like, oh, you knit me a pair of socks. Like I really just wanted tea. I was like, okay, well, sorry for putting in effort and love to this gift.
Yeah. He's like, write me a nice card.
Yeah, exactly. Do you ever buy do you buy knitwear anymore? Like, would you buy like a sweater from Everlane or whatever? If you were like, or do you ever see stuff and you're just like, I just feel like I could make that myself?
Yes. Yeah. This has been like the most, not whatever, but it's been very on my mind because I want my whole wardrobe to be things that I've made, and I'm trying to learn how to sew as well. But I mean, obviously I'm not like throwing away my clothing, but I really want like a Jackie Slack vibes, like fully whatever.
Yeah.
But I'm a really slow knitter, and like plus size knitting takes time.
Yeah.
So I definitely look at things and think I can make that. But then today I realized I only have one cardigan and I like want some more cardigans. And I was like, I don't know. So it's tricky. I'm sort of deciding my stance on that.
Yeah.
What about you? I feel like you must not buy knitwear anymore.
I don't buy knitwear for sure. I got myself a sewing machine a couple weeks ago for my birthday. And I have by prefacing it by saying that like no one in my family sews. Like my grandma is a knitter, but she doesn't sew. And so I feel very nervous about starting. Like I don't feel comfortable doing I've never ironed anything in my life. Like I didn't own an iron growing up. So I don't feel good about like making a pattern from a pattern.
Yeah.
But for alterations, like I'm just going to start with classic alterations.
Yeah.
And then see.
Yeah, I inherited my grandma's super, super old one, which is so cool, but it's also like nobody knows how to use it anymore.
Oh yeah, that's not great.
But it's cool. And I think it means that it's going to last like for a million years. But I think I'm like, apparently it needs to be oiled, and I'm so intimidated by what that could possibly mean. And like, yeah, but once I figure out how to oil it, if anybody in the chat wants to tell me how you oil an old sewing machine. My one friend said you just literally, there's like a little thing and you pour it in. It's not like you like, because I was imagining sort of, like polishing insides. I don't know. It was like very, but I think I'm gonna make like cloth napkins or something.
Yeah, something easy to start with.
But I'm also like, I want pants.
I know, that was my first thing too. And my mom was like, maybe you should start with this shirt. I was like, yeah, I mean, probably. I want to only make my own clothes. I never ever want to buy. My issue is that I buy everything used. Like I don't do fast fashion anymore, but
yeah,
when it comes to like underwear. I do actually, I buy new underwear from Pact. It's like a eco-friendly cotton. And so I feel okay about that, but like I would like to buy, like I'm never gonna knit sew jeans. Like I would like to sew trousers and then like buy, thrift store jeans. But like I ultimately want to only have my own clothes. So I know it's a lot, it's a very lofty goal.
It's a very lofty goal, but it's just, I feel like I'll look at my closet and I'll just like beam with pride.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and also this is so silly, but like it was definitely a thing earlier. Wait, I just realized why this is the case. I don't see anyone anymore. So this is why this isn't happening anymore. But when I was in France, I would be knitting in public a lot. And I actually can't tell you how many times someone trying to be rude would like look at me knitting and be like, what are you doing? I'd be like knitting. And they would be like, oh, funny. Did you knit that sweater? And I'd be like, yeah, I did knit that sweater. And like, that was my favorite moment. Like, I remember all of them because I was just like, every time I was like beaming with pride. Like, actually, I did. And it's just favorite. Like, it's so much fun. And to be able to show off and be like, oh, I made this sweater and like this thing that looks like I shouldn't have been able to make because I had to use a sewing machine like in professional, but I actually did.
Yeah. I like actually really miss like how French people would have like a very specific conception of like what you do in public life, and then just being really American in response to like their sort of critiques of me and being like, yeah, isn't it fun? That's so, because people would just kind of come up to you on the metro and be like, what are you doing? You shouldn't do that.
That is something I know. That is something that I do really appreciate about knitting in public. And you, like, I was in New York for 3 years. And so I know that you're like encountering the same thing I did, but in New York specifically, it was always like a very sweet older person being like, what are you knitting? I knit too. And I'd be like, I don't interact with people. I don't like to talk to strangers, but like when someone approaches me about knitting, I know that it's going to be a lovely interaction. So I feel comfortable having it. Or it would be like, I must have been in France when this happened, that like a man who I normally would be very nervous by, was like a like full adult man, probably like 30 or 40 years old, came over to talk to me. And I was just like, like I'm just knitting. And he was like, my mom used to knit, like she died a few years ago. It just makes me so happy to see you knitting. And I was just like, oh, okay, we can have like a normal, comfortable interaction because I remind you of your mom.
Isn't it funny how knitting really, I think, has such an emotional, or it gives a lot of people emotional reactions. I had a really similar experience at a restaurant when I was knitting, and the waiter came up to me and he was like, he had like a tear in his eyes. And he was like, I haven't seen my mom in years. Like she lives back in my home country and like she used to knit. And it's just really like, he just was so touched by me sitting there knitting. And it was like, oh, like, but it is, I think there's something about like hands making and sort of background activity, and it's like really cool.
Yeah, it's really amazing. It's very like, I think that we're going in and out as trends happen, but we're going very much in and out of the knitting in public. And I do think like back during wartime US especially, like people were knitting in public constantly. And so like there are a lot of fond memories of like older people being like, oh yeah, my mother was knitting all the time. Like her friends would come over and they would knit socks for the troops, and like that, what you're doing now reminds me of that. And I'd be like, yes, my cardigan that I'm knitting for myself, very similar. But I get like, it feels there's knitting historically, there's so much. Maybe I hope someone's made a book about it and I should just read the book, but there's so much interest in like historically how knitting has like gone in and out of fashion, because it really like it's having a resurgence right now. It's back in vogue.
I was doing a lot of research about this because I did like a Hanukkah knitting thing for my synagogue where I featured your sweater, and I encouraged everyone to buy it, but it was kind of like a pattern support / knit together, do something Jewish. And I had done so much research about like the history of knitting and whatever, and it was so interesting. And I also really hope that like fast fashion is just like a blip in human history, you know what I mean? Because It's really only been like a minute, and we're already
I know,
kind of
it feels like it's here to stay because there's just so many people who won't buy into slow fashion. I love that I love that it's available. I love that like Love Crafts, I'm gonna be able to learn how to sew from Love Crafts, which is good because like during the pandemic, I don't have any other opportunity. And like that's how everyone's learning how to knit too. Like I'm glad that it's happening, but the fast fashion business is growing so quickly.
I just think it's so unsustainable that like at some point that there's not going to be a choice, you know?
Right. It's gonna collapse. I hope so. I mean, selfishly, I hope so. Because I think that's where like I want the world to be going.
Yeah. I mean, I just think there's something so beautiful about everybody having like trades and things that they're good at, and I don't know. But my favorite knitting fact that I learned when I was doing this research, well, one that I just think is cool is that like people would knit code into their wartime knits, which is crazy. And so then the government like mandated that they could only knit certain patterns for soldiers, which blows my mind.
Yeah, I didn't know that part. That's so amazing.
Yeah. And also classic France, like I love France and I love the French, but they had like the first knitters union or guild or whatever was only men, and they didn't allow women to knit in France, which I think is not in France, but like
love that.
Isn't that funny?
Yeah.
I thought that was so like wild.
That is amazing. It's so funny. I know crafting as resistance has always been a thing. And I am very, very interested in a resurgence of crafting as resistance. And I think because like, well, I'm not going to say that, but because of the way that the world is right now, the resistance part feels very difficult. And the only way that resistance fits in is the idea of knitting as self-care. And so like it's a resistance thing to be like, I'm taking care of myself, and like by knitting, by being mindful, by practicing mindfulness through knitting, like I am extending my life, like legitimately extending my life. And that's pretty amazing too. I'm glad that is something that exists. I'm going to take a really, really quick detour because a question popped up in the chat. And by a question, I mean my sibling popped into the chat with a question to ask what we were knitting. For everyone that has been here longer, I'm making, this is hold on, what's it called? The quilted sweater coat from Two of Wands. It's available on Love Crafts. I'm using Love Crafts Simply Chunky paint box, like house yarn. It's like $30 for 10 balls. It's amazing. And Soan, my sibling who's here, will be happy to hear that this is for our sister, Kira. And I didn't know if my sister was on the chat or not, or watching the video. And I kept saying like, like I bought this, it was supposed to be for myself. I wanted it in navy. I realized when it came that it was royal blue, and it's just like not a color that I would wear. And so I think I'm going to try it on, but if I don't like it, I'm going to give it to my sister. And then I get a text like 45 minutes in from my sister being like, oh, by the way, I'm here. I just don't have a YouTube account, so I can't comment. And I was like, oh, okay. And I like reset it again that like, well, Kira, since you're here, like I have this sweater that might be for you, but it's probably going to be for me, but it might be for you. And she texted me again, was like, yes, I know. I've been listening for 45 minutes.
That's so cute.
I was like, I am sorry. But I want to see what you're working on.
Also, that always happens to me. I'll knit something for my mom and then immediately knit it for myself. And that's like how I decide if something is for me.
Well, I knit for myself first. I mean, I guess I'm just more selfish than you are, but I'll be like, this is for me unless I decide I don't want it. And then I'll give it to someone else.
I think it's like I'm experimental with my mom's knits. And then with mine, I like want to make sure it's that I'm kind of, I'm alternating between this framework bralette that is actually kind of hard to hold up, but
oh, I love it.
So cute. I don't know if you can tell how nice this yarn is, but it's like it's from Sunday Fiber Co. and it's just got a really pretty little gradient. And then I also
gorgeous.
It also fits, like my boobs look amazing in it.
I'm sure it's just May.
Yeah, but I don't know. I believed the hype, but like I don't know if I fully understood how perfect it was going to be. So, and then I also am working on this, which is a test knit for Marvelous Mrs. Maker of the Tropicana twist top. And it's my first time knitting 2x1 ribbing, which is like a little bit
trippy, yeah,
messing with my head, but I'm using whatever needles for the first time because I have also a like set, but I needed size 3s and it's amazing. So I might.
If you recommend it, I kind of want it.
Okay, I've been going back and forth for like weeks because I feel like I want to have like a set of metal and a set of wood.
Which is,
I also was always anti-metal, but now I'm
same.
like, I like the cord on this one. I feel like the like one can be a little bit wonky sometimes, but I like how wood feels.
Okay.
But I'm knitting so much faster and it's so smooth and it really moves nicely. I don't know.
Does it go down to like US 1?
It goes down to 0.
Wow. Okay. I feel like that's the thing. I have the bamboo set too, but it only goes down to 4, and that's
exactly.
And it should only go down to 4. Like I was always very anti-metal needles, but I broke one of my metal needles. I like straight up snapped it in my hand. And then I have a size of US 8. Like they're Clover, they're old needles that I got at Michael's. They're US 8 circulars, and I sat on them and I broke those. And I was like, these are 5 millimeters. There's no reason I should have broke them. And I didn't break, like I didn't snap the bamboo part of it, but it snapped at like the connector. And I was just like, maybe I should switch to metal.
I mean, I think
they're so loud.
This one is really quiet. And that was my big qualm. I had watched Amy Scher's like podcast, and she had said she'd gotten Chiagu needles and she loved them, but she didn't like the sound they made. So then I was like, it's like very red flag.
Yeah.
But they're really quiet so far. Okay. And I'm really just having a good little time. So
yeah.
And I think I'm between like just getting, because they have a mini set that's like size 0 to only to like 1.5, but then I bought these 3s. So I mean, unless I need a 2, like I might be fine.
Yeah.
But I also kind of want all of them. I'm like, can I have $200? Anybody?
I get that. By accidentally, I mean on purpose, but I bought US 2 needles without realizing that I actually probably don't need them. Like I thought that I was making mittens, and like I had just made a set of mittens and they were a little bit small, like they wouldn't have fit my girlfriend. And so I was like, I'm going to go up a needle size for this other pair of mittens, but it turned out that it was 10 more stitches per row. And so I was able to stick with the US 1s. And now I'm like, now I just have a pair of US 2s, and there's no patterns written for US 2s. Like, I don't know why I would ever need to own these needles, but I own them now.
It is an interesting gap. I feel like everything is either like 0 to 1.5 and then 4 to like 15. I'm like, I need 17, I need 19. And also every pattern lately has 3 and 4. And I'm like,
I know.
But yeah, I would recommend. I'm gonna start jonesing with my parents. So
I love that.
Yeah,
that's what you have to like keep every year. It's like I don't understand when relatives don't buy me knitting stuff for my birthday or for Hanukkah, where I'm just like, I ask for one thing. I just knit it. I don't even do if you don't want to pick, even if they picked like literally went onto the Lovecraft site and picked random yarn, I would, and like, got me one ball of each color, I would be like, I can do something with this. I'm like, what do I need an Amazon gift card for? Like, I don't even use Amazon anymore, but thank you.
Yeah. This year I got a Swift and it was very exciting.
Yeah, that's amazing.
On this note, it is the end of my lunch break.
Oh yeah.
So I think I need to leave you, but this was so nice. Thank you for having me. It was like,
of course,
lovely to chat about knitting.
It was so nice. I'm so glad you're my last guest, and I was like so excited to like have you rounding out near the end to like give me some revitalizing so that I can like plug through the next 45 minutes.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Well, hang in there. You've been doing awesome. I was watching a little earlier and it was like
Thank you.
So lovely to sit, and it's just nice, especially when everyone's at home, to like feel like you're in a room with somebody crafting.
Yeah, my girlfriend watches YouTube videos that are just like videos of podcasts, like people recording their podcast. And I didn't understand the hype. And now that I've sat and watched her do it enough times, I'm like, oh, I kind of get it. You just like are feeling like you're in the room with people. Which is so sad, but also that's the world we live in now. So it is. And I'm glad that it exists as an option. Yeah. All right. So such a pleasure. You too. We'll talk soon. Enjoy the rest of your work day.
Thank you. Enjoy your class. Have a good
Thank you.
time also. I feel like you
Thank
earned
you.
it. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. Okay, hello everyone. That was so nice that so Isabel is my last guest. Is really, really exciting to have her here. It was really nice. We've never talked, which is weird. We have been talking about like FaceTiming, because she, along with, as I've said, like it's not uncommon that I like feel like I've made a lot of really good friends via the knitting, knitting Instagram. I feel like I've made a lot of good friends who like are actually becoming real friends. And so we had been planning to like talk and like meet and become friends for real, like me and Emily did. But it hasn't happened yet, but I was really excited to have her on the podcast. Wait, this isn't a podcast. Have her on the YouTube live. But yeah, I do want to, Alisa is in the chat, and yeah, it's just not, she says she's broken so many size 1 wooden DPNs. It's genuinely not worth it to keep buying size 1 wooden needles. And I learned that the hard way. Clearly you've learned it the hard way. I agree that I just don't like the look of metal, but more importantly, I don't like the feel of metal. I've really come around to it now that I've been knitting a lot of socks on my US ones, and I genuinely do like the feel of them. So I think that's like something that's exciting for me, that I feel that way, because I would be investing in a lot of metal or a lot of bamboo or wood needles that would be breaking. And I'm not doing that anymore, which is really nice. So yeah, I'm glad that I don't have to be worrying about that. But I think it's just, you got to go onto the Love Crafts website and buy yourself some metal US 1 needles. So now that it is just me, for time updates for everyone who has been tuned in, and it's really, really wonderful to have you all here. It like warms my heart, and thank you for being so lovely, especially in the chat. But so there's 40 minutes left before I have to run to class, and I would love to answer questions. If anyone has questions, please drop them in for me, so that I don't just like make up things to talk about with you. I would love to just be answering questions. If you don't have questions, that's fine too. I will, as you can tell, I have no problem figuring out things to talk about. But yeah, now that I've said that, I'm trying to think. I actually have a list of things that were like topic ideas for talking about while I'm on the call. Let's see if I still have them or if I lost them. And I want to see what else. So I feel like I've gotten into most of this. It's really important. I talked about eco-friendly, which is really important for me. I actually think that we've talked about most of this, which is good. How to make friends. I always highly encourage people, like if they are crafting any craft, like I'm only really familiar with the knitting and the crocheting, but I know that like with any maker type craft, there is like a pretty vibrant Instagram community, and the way to find it is by using the hashtags, the appropriate hashtags, so people can find you, and then going onto those hashtags to find people to follow. And that's like a great way to create a community for yourself. And I have this thing that has happened where I used to be a professional photographer, and I had an Instagram account that was mostly my professional photos, but it was also where I would put my personal life on there. Like the stories were very much my personal life, and I would put pictures of myself on there if I wanted to put a picture of myself. And I followed a bunch of photographers, a bunch of creatives, and then I followed all of these people that I know on that Instagram. And I started this knitting Instagram a little over a year ago. I started it in July of 2 years ago. So I've had it for a couple of years, and I'd made the choice, like, oh, I'm already following all these people I know on my normal Instagram. I'm only going to follow makers on my knitting Instagram. And it got to the point that I didn't want to go on the feed of my other Instagram anymore. Like I just, the people that I knew and care about, I was getting updates from. I didn't feel like I needed to see their Instagram, but more importantly, like I didn't really want to see other photographers and creatives because it made me feel bad about like where I was in my own career at the time. And that's something that's so magical about the knitting Instagram world, like even more than having this community, which is so important, is that it's a very community over competition, where it really does feel like I'm getting so much inspiration. Like I get so excited to scroll on my feed because I only follow other knitters really, and crocheters and sewers, and I get so excited to look and see what is possible for me, and I like get excited for my friends when they finish something that is really cool. And I do think that like, and I basically completely neglected my other Instagram, and like this knitting Instagram has become my personal and my knitting because it makes me really happy. And so I do highly recommend for people who, I know it feels kind of weird to have multiple Instagram accounts, but for people who want to be part of the community, or maybe they are thinking about becoming part of the community, they're thinking about knitting, or they are just starting to knit and they want to like get some inspiration, I just so highly recommend creating a separate Instagram account, just so that you know that whenever you scroll on that feed, it will be very targeted towards making you feel inspired. So yeah, that is really exciting. I'm going to take water really fast because I feel like I'm talking weird now. I want to see the question that came in asking about other knitting projects I've done. No, I haven't. I can show other things that I've done. I think that's a great idea. Thank you, Grace. I'm going to unplug my so that you can still hear me. Please drop in the chat if you feel like you can't hear me very well through the computer speaker, although I think the computer speaker should be okay. So I'm just gonna grab a few to show you. The other ones are like a little bit out of reach, so I'm not gonna get to them, but these are the 3 that I've talked about during this live stream. We have the my Hanukkah sweater, which the pattern for this is available on my Instagram. I'd like to get it on Love Crafts actually. That's something I'll work on after the live stream so that it's available there as well. And it is just like a cute little kitschy. You can remove snaps for each flame. And that's the Hanukkah sweater. This is an Intarsia pattern that can be done duplicate stitch as well. When I talk about my scrap along, this is the image that should be popping up in your head. This is all yarn that I dyed myself. But the idea is that you can use scraps. I did all the same weight, so it's much less scrappy looking, but you can use just like a bunch of scraps of different colors mixed together and get a really gorgeous sweater. And I'll be hosting another scrap along in the fall, potentially late summer, I'm not sure, but I will be hosting another scrap along in the fall so that everyone can use up their scraps. And then when I talk about my pop art cardigan, the one that like launched me into the knitting Instagram, basically I had been a part of knitting Instagram for a while. I had created like a very small and close community, but it really was the point that I followed a bunch of people who did not follow me back. And I had like a smaller group of people that I interacted with really regularly. And then I made this cardigan that I just, designed and made from my own head. Let's see. I can't tell if you can see it. I'm sure you can see it, but I made this cardigan, and the cardigan that launched just 1,000 ships. Like I don't have a huge
Instagram following, but it is the sweater that brought me into the limelight, for lack of a better way to say it. And I think it kind of cemented my world. So I love those three. I wish so much that the Hanukkah sweater could be worn outside of Hanukkah, because I really do love that sweater. But this is something that is very near and dear to my heart. And this came up when I was talking earlier with Marian, and it just came up when I was talking with Isabel, but it's really important to me. And I don't think that Love Crafts is blame free here either. I think that every single big box knitting company or like crafting company really pushes Christmas out to its the people, the clients, is that right, customers, really pushes Christmas out to the customers without giving a lot of thought to the people who don't celebrate Christmas. And I know like there are a lot of big box companies that do Christmas in July, a lot of big box companies that like will send out multiple emails with multiple ideas for patterns. And I was saying this to Marian, that it's a bit of a catch-22 because there are less Hanukkah patterns out, and so it's harder obviously to be promoting Hanukkah patterns because Hanukkah is just not an important holiday. And we're just like, as far as Judaism goes, like we don't have so much of the commercial aspect that like we have really fun patterns for a bunch of our holidays, that we just don't have that. But I'm working really hard to try to make more knitting patterns for Jewish holidays, and working alongside companies like Love Crafts to like push them out and make sure that they are feeling really prevalent and also seen in the same way that Christian holidays are. Like if you go to any big box yarn Instagram, like even Love Crafts, if you go onto their page, like so much of this month it has been Easter stuff that's been pushed out. And this is my favorite month. Well, it switches the month, but almost always Passover falls around Easter and in April, and it is my absolute favorite holiday. And so that's something that like this will come with time, and I'm really happy to be the person who is doing it. But over time, I'm hoping that like we'll have more and more like Passover patterns, for example, that will be able to be promoted on big box accounts too, just so people who don't celebrate Easter can feel included as well. I'm sorry that I'm coughing. I feel like I'd sound like I can't talk anymore. But that's okay, because it's all back to normal. I'm still plugging along on this incredible pattern that I'm so excited about. I really genuinely like these baubles are so cool. It's so easy to do. I thought it was really hard, but it's not. I'm really excited that this exists, and I'm excited. I love Paintbox. I like truly, before, I'm not saying this because I'm on, but like Love Crafts is where I get most of my yarn. I either get my yarn from local yarn stores to support the businesses around me, or I get it from Love Crafts because I love them, and because I found them when I was living in France. I was worried about being able to get yarn shipped to where I was in France, because I didn't want to ship it from the US and have it be really expensive or have it take a ton of time to get there. And I found Love Crafts because it shipped to France, and I was so happy when I got back to America and found out that they have a US warehouse or like base of operations, so that like they're not shipping from the UK to the US, they're like shipping from within the US. And I absolutely love shopping from there. And so Love Crafts has 4 or 5 in-house brands: Paintbox, Debbie Bliss, the Yarn Collective, Mila Mia, and I feel like I'm missing one. I might not be missing one, but I've always been a big Paintbox fan. I did not know it was a Love Crafts yarn, and it's where every single cotton yarn that I've bought ever has been Love Crafts. I should have grabbed my cotton tank. I have a cotton tank that I made
with Paintbox that I love. And I really just love Paintbox so much. And so I'm really excited that I was able to try out this Simply Chunky in this blue, and it's gorgeous. And I've been working up that. All of the patterns I'm working on are from Lovecraft. So I haven't been able to work on it during the live because it requires that I count. And I just can't do that when I'm talking. But I do have the pattern for this gorgeous, gorgeous cabled vest. It's called the Lana vest, I believe. Let me see who it's from. It's by Irene Lynn, Lana, Lana. It's also, you can get on the Lovecraft site. It's really gorgeous. It's like an oversized cable vest. I'm really, really excited about, and I'm using their cashmerino and Aran weight. It's like the Debbie Bliss cashmere and wool mix. It's so nice, and this color is gorgeous. And then I also was able to get the Debbie Bliss cotton that I'm really excited about to make that tank, the t-shirt from Darling J'adore, which I was swatching for. My swatch is so off that I don't know, now that it's the end of the live, I don't know if I'm just going to use this yarn for a different shirt and use a different yarn. I think because I knit so loose, and because it seems like, you know, when you work from a pattern, you're going off of their gauge swatch. And so if they're a tight knitter or a loose knitter, that also affects their swatch. And seems like she's a very tight knitter. And because I'm such a loose knitter, I think what I'm going to need to do is actually go down a weight. So instead of making that shirt that I want to make in DK weight cotton, I think I'm going to have to make it in fingering weight cotton, which is okay, because most of the sweaters that you get for unraveling, like the eco-friendly thing that I'm doing where I'm unraveling sweaters to get yarn, most of the yarn that comes out of that is fingering weight or a little bit thicker. This is about the same weight as the green, but it's a DK weight, and I'm sure I have cotton that's also fingering weight from the unraveling that I could use for that. And then I'm going to have to think of another pattern that I get this gorgeous green cotton, a different shirt, I'm sure, just a different tank or tee, but it will still be really fun to make. And I also got these to try, these Yarn Collective 100% superwash merino, soft as all get out, super luxe. Like, one thing that I really love about Lovecrafts is that I sound like I was not told that I had to talk about the things I love, just so you know, I'm doing this from the heart. But I do love that you can buy, like, Paintbox is really inexpensive, even the cotton is very inexpensive, and then it goes up to, like, these are like $15-18 each, which for 100-gram hank of yarn, that's not very expensive either, compared to like some really, like, some indie dyers. And so you're able to, like, spend more money too on this, like, luxury yarn from the Yarn Collective, like, made in Peru. So nice. These colors are gorgeous. I want really badly to use them together, and the plan was to use them together in one sock, and I would like to do that. However, I didn't think about the fact that they are Slytherin colors. The sock would be for my dad, and I don't think he would care because he doesn't watch he never read Harry Potter. But I'm not 100% sure about putting these colors together. They might just shine better on their own. So I'll see. There's so many sock patterns on Lovecrafts that I really just need to get on there and see what I want to make with them. And I'm excited about that. So it's the last. I'm plugging along with those things. I do encourage, for the 14 people watching right now, if they want to drop anything in the chat, otherwise I'll keep talking. But if they want to hear me talk about something specific, they can. Oh, another thing that I grabbed off of Lovecrafts to try is this embroidery hoop. You can't really see, but there's like a rainbow that you can do. And I'm a total novice. I've never made embroidery or an embroidery hoop before. And so I'm really excited with this kit about the opportunity to make it. I'm a little nervous, like, because I was talking to people this whole live stream, I didn't feel like confident enough to like try to muddle through the kit while I was talking to them. That's something that I should do in the privacy of my own like learning curve. But I am really excited, and I know there's so many tutorials on love crafts that I can use to get myself through that, to figure that out. There's so many, like you can just get all your craft supplies on there. Their inspiration, their blogs are really great too. They have so many how-tos. So it's a great community. I mean, I've been saying, I feel like I sound like a broken record, but it is really, I really love crafts. I'm really excited that I was able to be a part of this because it's nice to be working, like to be doing this for a brand that I already use all the time and like really honestly believe in. And so it's exciting for me to be able to be like, try it if you haven't tried it. I'm sure everyone who came to this has already bought stuff from Love Crafts, and so they know. But yeah, it's really exciting to be able to be doing this with them because it's a brand that I really like. And I do, like with every big box yarn business, I have like problems with the cultural imperialism that comes when like Love Crafts, less so than other places, but still like they're pushes out a lot of Christmas patterns and Easter patterns. And one thing that I really, really love about Love Crafts is that they're like very open to talking to me about making a change and incorporating as I start to create more patterns that are for the same season but not holiday specific. They're helping me push those out alongside the other ones so that they can be more inclusive. Also want to say hi to Wool Idea. Thank you for joining and saying hi. I love everyone who announces themselves in the chat. Nice to have you here. Please, if you have any questions, drop them in the chat. I'm going to drink water again. I'm so sorry that you have to listen to me drinking water. I feel like I've been talking all day because I have. But it's really nice to have everyone here. I wonder if anyone here is like sitting and crafting along with me. Please let me know what you're working on. It's so exciting to have you here. My sibling just came back in. So if you want to, if you have any questions you want to drop in the chat to help me along in the next 20 minutes, in the last 20 minutes, keep me talking. That would be wonderful. Great, Grace as well. I love to see everyone in the chat. It's been a really cool, I've never done a live before, and I'm live streaming through Zoom, which is something that I've never done before. And it made it really easy to have people come on. It was so nice to have, well, it was nice to meet Marian and have her come on. And it was really nice to have 3 friends of mine. One, obviously, Carrie has been my friend since I was 5. So that was it's especially nice that she's part of the knitting community now. But yeah, it was really nice to be able to have people on. I have a question from the chat. Thank you everyone for listening to me, asking about unraveling sweaters, which I can talk about more. I highly recommend that anyone who feels excited about the idea of unraveling sweaters, send me a DM on Instagram or go to the unraveling highlight on my Instagram. You can buy the live recording of the workshop where Andrea Arts taught a bunch of knitters how to unravel sweaters. And I don't think that there's I think it's possible, but highly unlikely that a knitter like me who gets really into like repurposing yarn and eco-friendly and unraveling sweaters, I think it's unlikely that anyone would go completely to only recycled yarn. And I do think that like alongside Love Crafts, having all of these options, like budget options, expensive options, all different fibers, it's also really fun to play the roulette of unraveling sweaters. So when I'm looking at sweaters, and I've said this before, what I should be looking at when I'm looking at sweaters to unravel is the color and if I would wear it. Of course, that's not something I'm taking into consideration. So I have a lot of pink sweaters that I've unraveled that I have gorgeous pink yarn that I'm going to make for other gifts for other people because it's just not a color that I wear. This green or this blue that I'm wearing is like the brightest color that I would wear. It's really, I mostly wear black and neutrals. So I should be looking for color, but in general, I'm looking at the fiber content. You can get so much acrylic yarn from it. You can find some really nice sweaters with like merino. I have a mohair sweater that I'm really excited about unraveling, and a lot of cotton. It's really easy to find cotton and linen. I have a cotton linen blend that I just got that I'm excited to make into a tank. And I'm thinking, hopefully, that cotton linen that I just got to unravel, it's like an off-white. And I think it might be the perfect weight to make this classic tee from Darling J'adore, which is the Love Crafts pattern that I had originally wanted to use this yarn for. This yarn's a little bit too thick. And the yarn that sweater that I bought, I believe the yarn's a bit thinner. So we'll see. I think that would be amazing to use this Love Crafts pattern. And it's really fun, like unraveling a sweater quantities amount of yarn and then going on to Love Crafts and being like, what pattern can I make with this yarn, with this huge amount of yarn that's in this weight. And that's the most fun part of knitting, is having the yarn and then deciding the pattern, or like thinking about a pattern and going honest and true. Like I feel like I spend so much time, and again, this is true. This is not just me like saying it because I'm on a Love Crafts YouTube, but like I spend so much time on the Love Crafts website. Once I found a pattern on Instagram that I really want to make, I spend so much time, like I'll go to search by yarn weight and I'll look at every single DK weight yarn to make this DK weight sweater that I'm excited about. And I'll pull up every single yarn that I like in different tabs and calculate how many balls of each one I would need. And yeah, it's really nice. Love Crafts makes it very easy to do that. So being able to be in a community where like they're always having more patterns coming out. They have the new Debbie Bliss pattern set that's coming out. That's really exciting. And being able to like see new patterns and get continually inspired from their community is really exciting. I really don't know why I need water so badly at the end of this. I think I'm sure people who've been here for most of the time can tell that I have gotten much more relaxed as I've been talking, but I guess I've gotten thirstier. I don't know. We have our friend from the UK in the chat who's working on a granny square blanket. I love that. I really am so obsessed with granny squares. I love how they look. I like really love the 70s, the opportunity to make like a 70s, like how the 70s, they always make those, I guess, vests, but they're really just like tank tops that have like the granny squares that go on the shoulders, and then like a set of 4 granny squares, and then a set of 4, and then the 2 on the side. And there's always brown in there somewhere. They're always like very 70s colors because they're from the 70s, but I love those. And I see so many like on Pinterest and even patterns on Love Crafts. Like there's so many amazing granny square patterns. And I enjoy crocheting enough to crochet, but I hate making granny squares. I hate them so much. I have trouble with them. They never turn out the way that I want them to. And yeah. And so it makes me really sad because a lot of the patterns that are crochet that I really want to make are granny square patterns. And I can't do it. Maybe if anyone has any hints on like how to find it easier, because I know how to do it. I've done it before. Like I have made granny square things. I just don't find it relaxing. I don't find it easy. I feel like I'm concentrating so much to make sure I don't mess up. So if anyone has any tips on that, that would be nice. This is advancing again. If you want to check I started this beginning of the live. It's the back panel for this quilted coat. It's available on lovecrafts.com from 2 of Wands. And I love it. I love how it's advancing. I actually really like the color. Maybe my sister won't get this. Maybe I'll keep it for myself. but she knows I might give it to her, so I don't want to disappoint her either. I do knit with cotton yarn. Looking at the chat, I knit with cotton yarn. I am not really a cotton person. I don't love the feel of cotton yarn when I'm knitting with it. However, I insist on wearing knitwear all year. And so I can only knit with cotton in the summer. Even cotton is like too heavy in the summer. In Chicago, it like gets unbearably humid. But for that, I know I only have ever used like paint box cotton, which is you can buy on Lovecrafts. It's a house yarn. I didn't realize there was a house yarn, but I really genuinely only use paint box cotton. And part of it is because the cotton patterns that I feel like I find all the time are always for DK weight cotton. And so like before I knew anything about knitting and yarns, when I searched for a DK weight cotton, Lovecrafts was what came up. And so I just like fell in love with their paint box line because they have all of the DK cotton weights. That being said, I know they also have Debbie Bliss. They have cotton DK from Debbie Bliss. I think that I don't know what the difference is really, besides that there's like much different colors. I don't know if there's a difference in like the type of cotton it is. Probably difference in how it's manufactured or where it's made. It feels just as nice and soft as the paint box. So I think like normally what I do is I just go onto the Lovecraft site and I like go search by yarn and I go to the weight DK and then I click on cotton. And I really love paint box, the cotton paint box for summer. I have used it for every single summer thing that I have worn that I've made for myself. I've crocheted a shirt out of it. I've even crocheted a shirt out of it. And I hate crocheting, so I really do love that yarn. I think the Debbie Bliss would probably be really nice too. I haven't tried it. I haven't made a garment out of it, but I love the feel of the paint box yarn and I love the colors it comes in. Like really, really pretty colors, really. Like I am not really a colors person, but I'm drawn to colors that I like. And I just like so many of the colors that they have for the paint box cotton are really great. Sorry. I'm laughing because I got a question in the chat. Is it true you want to knit a sweater out of your Samoyed's fur? From someone who knows that I do want to do that. And yes, the answer is yes. My dream is to one day do a start to finish sweater. So Samoyed fur is actually used for yarn. It spins up, it has similar fiber content to wool because it's not fur, it's not made out of fur, it's made out of hair. That's why Samoyeds are hypoallergenic, and it's white, like snow, bright white. Which would be really great for dyeing. So my dream is to collect enough fur or hair from my dog that I got a spinner, like a drop spindle to spin my own yarn. And so I'm going to try to make yarn out of his fur on my drop spindle. And then I'll dye it because I learned how to dye during the pandemic. That was one of the like new things that I picked up during the pandemic was dyeing yarn with the hopes to dye my dog's fur. So I will hopefully be able to spin his fur and then dye it and then make it into a sweater. I would really, yeah, that's my absolute dream, to be able to do start to finish a one-stop shop like that. So we'll see if it happens. My mom keeps saying he's only a baby, he just turned 1, and so he's actually never had his big spring shed. From what I can tell from like other people who make yarn out of Samoyeds, like you can fill up 2 big trash bags with their fur and you like just keep brushing them when they start to do their spring shed and you just get more and more of it. My mom says that hasn't happened yet this year, so we'll see. Hopefully he does his spring shed soon and she like see, and it is true that there's enough yarn for me to spin, and if not, I guess I'll see it next year. I'm not in a rush to do that. I am excited about it. But I'm not in a rush. I know it's going to happen hopefully one day. And it will be really, really fun. Anyone else want to pop into the chat with questions at any time? You're welcome to. Anyone who's crafting along with me, please let me know what you're making, so I can be excited about it. I have a question from Jessica. That's a great question. I have not always been a fast knitter. I've always been I've always been able to knit without looking. Not always, but I started knitting when I was 7. And I think by the time I was a little bit older, by the time I can remember, I was able to read while I was knitting. But I used to knit American style, and it's pretty slow knitting American style and very meditative and deliberate, which I think I miss a little bit the aspect of that. But I really do. I was afraid to switch to continental style of knitting because for the American style, it was so important to me that I was able to read while I was knitting. I remember in college, I took a class on Charles Dickens, who's my favorite author. And we had like, his books are 1,000 pages each. And we had like 3 or 4 books for the semester to read. And I knit an entire blanket while I was reading for that class, because I would just like, prop my book open and knit without looking. And that was something that was very important to me. And I was so afraid to switch to continental style because I was worried that I would have to look. And of course, like it was a huge adjustment switching. And I did have to look for the beginning of it. But I got to the point now that I can knit without looking on like plain knitting and plain purling. When I'm doing something fancy, like what I'm doing right now, I do have to still look, but the most important thing, the thing that I thought I would have to give up, which was knitting without looking, I didn't have to, which I'm really happy about. But the most important thing was that switching to this European style of knitting made my knitting so much faster. I really love being able to knit quickly. I think that there are problems with it. Like I just had my friend Isabel on. She's an exceptionally slow knitter. And I think that I'm a little bit jealous of the idea of like sitting with a project, picking it up over the course of like many weeks or months, and like having each stitch be so meditative. And for me now, it feels, because I'm such a quick knitter, I am a process knitter and I enjoy the process. And that's why I feel comfortable like completely redoing a project or a panel if I don't feel like the panel looks the way that I wanted it to. But I do feel like I've lost a lot of the enjoyment because of how quickly I knit. And I don't think that that's the whole of it. I think that a lot of it is like, while being part of an Instagram community is amazing, I do feel like I want to be putting out, because of where I am in that community, how visible I am, I feel like I want to be putting out new things all the time. And so I do feel like I've lost a little bit of the relaxing part of knitting, because I know that if I really focus on it, I could do, a couple sweaters a week. But that doesn't mean that I should. And so that's something that I'm really trying to decide where I'm going with that. I don't think I will ever be a slower knitter. I don't think that I would slow down, because this is just the speed that I knit. But would I like to take some of the pressure off of myself? Yes. And I'm trying really hard to do that, to not feel like I need to be pushing out patterns all the time or be pushing out new content all the time. And that's something that I am like trying to sit with myself. And I really hope that, I'm sure that was so loud, I'm sorry. I really hope that that's something that I am able to continue with and feel more comfortable with, based off of my position like in this knitting sphere. So yeah, that was a very long way to answer. No, I have not always been a fast knitter. Now that I do knit this quickly because of the style of knitting that I do, now that I knit this quickly, I don't think that I would be able to go back, but there are some like really, I feel some really clear drawbacks from not really taking my time with knitting and feeling like I'm jumping from one project to the next all the time. Which I know people who are like that and people who really enjoy that. I am on the fence about if I enjoy it or not, but we'll see. I think this is something that everyone is going to come to terms with, especially in the US. We have like a pretty sure marker as like this fall, which is when my second year of master's program will start again. We have like I'm positive that it will be back in person as from what we've been told. And I know that that's going to force me to slow down and to be more deliberate about taking my time with projects and not knitting for 12 straight hours all day every day. And so I'm really I'm really nervous about that, but I'm looking forward to having that opportunity. Thank you so much for our friend who popped in from the UK about learning. I love Very Pink Knits on YouTube. And TL Yarn Crafts. I love Tony too. I should really watch that video. That's really helpful. Thank you. I'm excited to get into crochet as one of the new things that I'm going to be doing. But this has been so wonderful. This is my final progress on what I've been working on today. Again, this is the quilted sweater coat from Two of Wands that's on Love Crafts. I'm using their paint box, simply chunky yarn that I love. And this is a pattern that's on their website, which is also amazing. And it's been really wonderful to be here for 6 hours talking with you and having everyone interact with me in the chat has been really amazing. I cannot believe that it's been 6 hours. I can't believe that I'm also running to class, but I'm really excited to go to class, turn my video off, and make myself an early dinner. Thank you so much for being here. I hope that I will see you all again soon. If you want to find me on Instagram, my Instagram is I Run This Knit. I'm so happy to hear that people have been working on crochet and knitting projects while they're watching. I hope that I didn't embarrass myself too much. And I hope that if anyone who is here who really enjoyed, send me a message. I'm always happy on Instagram. I'm always happy to make more friends on there. And thank you, Love Crafts, obviously, for having me here. This has been an absolute blast. I hope you enjoy. If you're where I am in the US, I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. If you're in Europe or the UK or even farther east, I hope that you